The story kicks off on the day of a massive birthday bash for the patriarch of the Wong family, the most influential clan in the entire city. All the city's heavy hitters are there for the extravagant celebration. That's when Rosie, known as the town's greatest beauty, makes her entrance with her family. A nearby young master scoffs, "What's the point of all that beauty and talent if she's just going to throw it away on some hick from the sticks? Any one of us would have been a better choice than that loser she picked." As Rosie heads for the entrance, another pompous young master steps in her path, saying, "Miss Mang Rosie, this isn't some public park where you can just wander in. This is the Wong family's birthday party, the most exclusive event in the city. Without an invitation, you can't even get close to the gate. If you had married me, you could have walked in here with your head held high. But no, you had to choose that peasant, such Chen. Marrying him is a one-way ticket to a life of shame." Rosie completely ignores him and presents her invitation to the guard. The guard examines it and says, "My apologies, miss, but I don't recognize this type of card. I'll have to check with my manager to see if it's legitimate." Rosie's brow furrows, but Suchin brought this invitation himself. "There's no way it could be fake." The young master lets out a derisive laugh. "Ha, this is what happens when you put your faith in a country bumpkin. Trying to sneak into the Wong family's party with a phony invitation. How pathetic. If you were with me, you wouldn't be facing this embarrassment." Even Rosie's own mother chimes in. "Rosie, just go with young Masterly. Forget about such Chen. He's worthless." But Rosie holds her ground, declaring, "I don't care what any of you say. I have complete faith in such Chen. And as for you, young Masterly, stay out of it. Say another word, and I promise you'll regret it." Young Masterly sneers and lunges for Rosie, but before his hand can even touch her, Suchin materializes, seizing his wrist. Suchin speaks with an icy tone, "How dare you lay a hand on my wife? Honestly, I wasn't planning on wasting my time with scum like you, but you forced my hand. You're not even worth the effort." Young Masterly, red with fury, shouts, "Teach this punk a lesson. I'll wipe that arrogant smirk off his face today." At that very moment, the Wong family's butler emerges, flanked by 20 armed guards. The butler's sharp voice rings out, "Who dares cause a scene and disrespect the Wong family's guest of honor? Had you offended our family patriarch, we might have been able to overlook it this one time, but to offend Master Such Chen, our esteemed guest, that is an unforgivable insult. Please accept our deepest apologies, Master Such Chen. We were unaware you would be gracing our humble event with your presence. The head of the family has been eagerly awaiting your arrival inside. Please, come in." Everyone is completely floored. The Wong family, the most powerful force in the city, just called him their divine guest. They don't show this level of reverence even to other major families. So who exactly is this Such Chen? And why would the city's most sought-after woman pick a simple guy from the countryside over all the elite bachelors? What is his real identity? That's a question the story will answer as it unfolds. Now, as our tale truly begins, we see our main character, Such Chen, who begins to narrate, "I was only 10 years old when my entire family was annihilated. I was weak, helpless, powerless to do a thing. But then, an old man found me and saved my life. He brought me to my master. From that day on, I lived with him in the mountains for 10 long years. For an entire decade, I trained relentlessly. Every single day, waiting for this very moment. My master even told me recently that there's nothing left for him to teach me. Now, the time has finally come to descend from the mountain and confront those who destroyed my life." Before Suchin departed, his master gave him one last piece of advice. "Before you seek your vengeance, you must first repay the kindness of those who helped you in your time of need." Suchin thinks to himself, "Honestly, even if my master hadn't said a word, I would have gone straight to the old man who saved me. He's the only family I have left." The scene changes to a funeral. The old man's body rests inside a coffin, and a group of thugs are menacingly standing over it. One of them snarls, "We heard the Wong family sent you an invitation. Hand it over nice and quiet, or we'll be having not one, but 3 funerals here today. And the best part? There won't be anyone left to carry the coffins. Come on, what are 2 women going to do against all of us? Hand it over." Nearby, onlookers whisper amongst themselves. It hasn't even been 2 hours since the head of the Mang family passed away, and their rivals are already circling like vultures. The Mang family's dream group has always been in fierce competition with the Jiang family's excellence group, but while the head was alive, they never dared to touch them. Now that he's gone, they've come straight to take the invitation, the one that holds the key to the family's future. Poor Mang family, they're doomed. No one would dare go against the Jiang family, someone mutters quietly. "God, please send someone to help them." The thug hears and scoffs, "Pray all you want. Even if your gods came down themselves, they couldn't save you. There's no hero coming to the rescue. Those only exist in fairy tales." Just then, the main gate bursts open, and Suchin walks in. The thugs turn and sneer. "Who's this beggar? Did you come here to ask for food? Leave before you get caught in the mess. This family's finished." Suchin replies coldly, "Oh, you think this family is doomed? Then I'd love to see who dares destroy it while I'm still here." In a flash, Suchin grabs one of the thugs and throws him hard into the house wall. The injured man screams in rage, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you attack us? As the thug lunges forward to attack, Suchin steps in and says coldly, looks like you don't even recognize your father. For such a big mistake, I'll have to finish you off myself. The thug growls, how the hell did this beggar get in? I had 20 bodyguards stationed outside. You useless fools couldn't even stop one man. Suchin smirks and replies, oh, you mean those piles of trash lying outside? Sorry, I didn't realize they were bodyguards. I thought they were punching bags, so I might have hit them a little too hard. The thug snarls, you're acting too arrogant. Everyone who's tried to act tough in front of Lehigh couldn't even stand on their own 2 feet afterward. Before he can finish, Suchin punches him hard, sending him flying. Suchin says calmly, step aside, you're blocking the air. Rosie steps forward alarmed, who are you and what's your real purpose here? Suchin ignores her. Kneeling beside the old man, he mutters, damn, I'm too late. Grandpa, forgive me. But then he notices faint breathing. Suchin says, Grandpa isn't dead, he's been poisoned. He's half dead, but it's not too late, I can still save him. Rosie shouts from behind, what are you doing? Leave my grandfather's body alone. Before she can stop him, Suchin pulls out a silver needle and inserts it into the old man's head. The doctor in the room gasps, I can't believe what I'm seeing. That's the great immortal needle, the legendary needle said to bring the dead back to life. A moment later, the old man coughs violently, taking a deep breath. Everyone in the room freezes in shock. Suchin exhales in relief. Good, I wasn't too late. The doctor checks the old man's pulse and says, amazed. His pulse is perfectly steady. In fact, I'd say his body seems 20 years younger now. The old man looks up weakly and says, Dr. Lee, you saved me. Dr. Lee quickly shakes his head. No, sir. I'm not capable of pulling someone back from the gates of death. It was this young man. He used the immortal technique on you. Without him, you wouldn't have survived. Suchin smiles slightly and says, Grandpa, I hope you haven't forgotten me. The old man's eyes fill with tears. Suchin, my child, you've returned. Suchin nods. Yes, I'm back, and I promise you no harm will ever come to this family again. Later that morning during breakfast, the family gathers together. The old man says fondly, 10 years ago, when we adopted you, there was a prophecy that one day you would protect our family, and today you've proven it true. You've grown into a fine, strong, and handsome young man. Tell me, how's your master? Didn't he come with you? Suchin laughs slightly. You know him? He's probably drunk somewhere right now. Before I left the mountains, he told me one thing. Visit the Mang family first. And he was right. Coming here was the right choice. The old man nods and says, seriously, there's something important I need to tell you. Your master made me promise that once you returned after 10 years of training, I would arrange your marriage to my granddaughter. At that moment, Rosie's mother interrupts sharply, Dad, what are you saying? Rosie is now the CEO of our company. She's been running it ever since you fell ill. She's an accomplished woman. She can marry anyone she wants. And you want to pair her with a countryside boy? How could you even think he's worthy of her? Suchin smirks and says quietly, Grandpa, to be honest, she's kind of right. The old man slams the table and shouts, Diana, do you even think before you speak? Do you know who Suchin really is? Rosie is my granddaughter. So I'll keep this respectful, but understand this clearly. Marrying Suchin is her fortune. Any woman Suchin lays his hand on would be lucky to have him. You have no idea. Even the scraps left behind by such Chen's master are worth more than our entire family, he thinks to himself. She doesn't know the truth that such Chen is the successor of one of the most powerful masters in the world. Grandpa then smiles and says, Now Suchin, tell me, do you agree to this marriage? Before Suchin can respond, Rosie enters the room. Grandpa, did you call me? Suchin looks at her closely for the first time and thinks, I was in such a hurry before. I didn't notice, but she's actually stunning. Grandpa laughs. Suchin, what do you think of your bride? Rosie blushes slightly and says, Wait, are you saying this is the Suchin I knew as a kid? He's changed so much. But how did you heal Grandpa like that? She thinks to herself, 10 years ago, Grandpa saved such Chen's life, and now 10 years later, he returned to save us. There's definitely something special about him. Honestly, I think I like him. Suchin chuckles. Don't get too excited. It was just a bit of handwork, nothing special. Rosie laughs. You're not only strong, you're funny too, Grandpa interrupts. Rosie, where are you going? Rosie smiles slightly and says, I just signed the registration form. Our marriage is official now. Isn't that what you wanted, Grandpa? Grandpa claps his hands joyfully. Ha ha, these youngsters work fast nowadays. We've both done the right thing. Meanwhile, Suchin thinks to himself, I thought the first thing I'd do after leaving the mountain would be to take revenge, but instead, I ended up getting married. Well, to be honest, Rosie's beautiful, so I can't really complain. Diana grabbed Rosie's arm and pulled her aside, saying sharply, Come here, I need to talk to you. Have you completely lost your mind? Do you even know who Suchin is? He's just a backward village boy. Look at his clothes. No fashion sense, no manners, no class. How could someone like him ever be your equal? Rosie replied calmly, Mom, I know exactly what I'm doing. Everything you mentioned, style, manners, refinement, he can learn those with time. But saving Grandpa the way he did, that's something none of us could ever do in a lifetime. I've never seen Grandpa this happy. If marrying Suchin brings him joy, then I'm more than willing to do it. After all, it's the least I can do for his happiness. Besides, I trust Suchin completely. Diana frowned deeply and said bitterly, "You've been under your grandfather's influence since childhood, and now you're just blinded by it. Mark my words, this villager will never be worthy of being part of the Mang family. Sooner or later, you'll throw him out of the house yourself." Later, Grandpa said to Such Chen, "You've just returned to the city, so I assume you don't have work yet. How about helping Rosie with her company? After all, you both will manage it together in the future. I'll start you with an annual salary of $300,000. If you need anything else, just let me know." Suchin thought to himself, the poison in Grandpa's body hasn't completely left yet. It'll take time to remove the rest, and I still need to find the person who poisoned him. It must be someone close to the family, because the poison has been administered gradually over time. I'll need to stay nearby acting naturally to investigate everything properly. Later, Suchin arrived at the company. He thought, once I'm done with work, I'll meet Dr. Lee about some herbs. Honestly, I'm just sitting here. They haven't even given me any real tasks yet. Just then, Diana walked in with a smug smile. "Oh, so you're here. Take this, a check for $5 million and get out." Suchin looked at her and said, "So, 1 year of work earns me $300,000, but leaving immediately earns me $5 million? Tell me, mother-in-law, why are you being so generous all of a sudden?" Diana snapped. "Don't call me mother-in-law. I don't know what kind of trick you've used to charm Rosie and my father, but I don't like you, not even one bit. Take the money and disappear from our lives forever. I don't ever want to see you near the Mang family again." Diana thought to herself, smirking. He's a mountain boy. 5 million is a fortune for someone like him. He'll definitely take it and vanish. But to her shock, Suchin took the check and tore it in half. He said firmly, 5 million? Even if you offer me the entire Mang family fortune, it's all the same to me. Look, I get that money makes the world go round, but to me, it's just paper. Diana balled her hands into fists, fuming internally. This kid is way too clever. He's playing the long game, knowing he'll get his hands on everything through Rosie eventually. That's why he's turning down the cash now. But I've got huge plans for Rosie's future. If she doesn't marry rich, how am I supposed to upgrade my own life? This smug little punk thinks he's so smart. I'll show him. A fake smile spread across her face as she said, "All right then, since you're officially part of our company now, let's get you started on your first assignment." She then turned to her secretary. "Secretary Liu, are those documents prepared?" The secretary gave a quick nod. "Yes, ma'am." Diana then passed a file to Suchin. "Take a good look at these. It states right here that the Tion Trading Company owes us a cool $10 million. Your job is to go with Secretary Liu and collect that debt. Rosie usually handles this stuff, but she's swamped at the moment. I'm sure a capable young man like you can wrap this up in no time." Secretary Liu looked nervous, thinking to herself, what is the madam playing at? The Tion Trading Company has the Wong family backing them. The last guy we sent to collect that money came back with a few new joints bending the wrong way. He's still laid up in a hospital bed, and now she's throwing this rookie at them. What on earth is going to happen to him? Meanwhile, Suchin just gave a slight smile and said, "Don't you worry about a thing. I'll get the money. But, mother-in-law, when I walk back in here with it, you're going to have to bow and give me a sincere apology." Dinah shot back, "Fine. It's a deal." And with that, she stormed out of the room. Just as Secretary Liu was getting ready to head out, Suchin suddenly asked, "Do you get those sharp stomach pains often?" She stopped dead in her tracks. "How? How could you possibly know that?" Suchin answered nonchalantly, "I can give you a quick massage. It'll only run you 8,000 yuan, and I guarantee that pain will vanish for good." Liu's face soured as she snapped back, "You are such a creep," and she promptly walked off. Suchin let out a sigh, wondering, what did I say wrong? All right, if she doesn't want the massage, her loss. She could just drink the herbal tea I was going to recommend every morning. That would clear up the pain, too, Suchin mused to himself. You know, my master always said the skills he taught me were priceless, and that the people down in the city would be incredibly grateful for my help. A bitter smile touched Suchin's lips. But all I get for trying to help is being called a pervert. Right at that moment, Rosie walked into the office and saw Secretary Liu's bright red face. "Secretary Liu, why are you so flushed?" "Anyway, I'm glad I caught you, Suchin. We have to go to the Wong family's party this evening. Here, take this card and some cash. Go buy yourself a decent suit. I want you to look sharp for the event." A small smile played on Suchin's face as he thought, the mother might be a monster, but the daughter is a real sweetheart. A little while later, Suchin showed up at Dr. Lee's clinic. The moment he walked in, he saw a man absolutely wailing on Dr. Lee. The man was yelling, "I thought you were some kind of miracle worker, but you're nothing but a total fraud. You declared the old man from the Mang family dead, and he was still breathing. If he hadn't woken up right before they put him in the ground, they would have buried him alive, all thanks to you. And now, my father, you've been treating him for 15 days straight, and he hasn't gotten any better. I was suspicious before, but now I know for sure you're just a dirty, rotten quack. Dr. Lee pleaded, Mr. Wong, please, you have to understand. Your father's illness is incredibly severe. There's absolutely no way to cure him in only 15 days. Wong cut him off, snarling. You expect me to buy that pathetic excuse? Get real. You're not laying another finger on my father. I've already moved him to the main hospital. I'm not about to let your incompetence finish him off. It was at that exact moment that Suchin stepped into the room and spoke in a calm, steady voice. Brother, you need to calm down. Doctors always give everything they have to save a patient, but you have to remember, they're only human, and every human has their limits. Just because a family member doesn't get better, that doesn't give you the right to get physical with their doctor. Wong shot him a death glare and yelled, Who the hell do you think you are? Stay out of my family's business. Dr. Lee quickly jumped in. That's the divine doctor, Suchin. He's the one who brought the old master of the Mang family back from the brink. If anyone on this planet can save your father, it's him. Suchin replied humbly, Dr. Lee, you're flattering me. Wong stared at him, completely unconvinced. This kid. You're telling me he's some kind of legendary doctor? A little while later, Suchin went with Wong to the hospital. On the way, Wong warned him, Listen, kid, I'm giving you exactly 1 day. If my father doesn't show improvement by tomorrow, I swear I'll make both you and Dr. Lee regret it. Dr. Lee immediately objected, Mr. Wong, 1 day is nowhere near enough time. Your father's condition is critical. There's nothing significant we can accomplish in just 24 hours. Suchin flashed a confident grin. For this, I only need 15 minutes. The moment this needle goes in, even the most critical conditions will start to disappear. True to his word, he swiftly placed a needle into the old man's head. Just moments later, Wong's father erupted into a violent coughing fit, blood spilling from his mouth. Wong cried out in a panic, Dad, what's wrong? Why are you coughing up blood? I knew I shouldn't have trusted these quacks. They've only made you worse. Somebody get another doctor, now. You two are going to pay for this. We'll be seeing each other again, and I promise it won't be a friendly visit. Suchin replied calmly, You obviously care a great deal for your father, so I'll give you one last chance. Come and apologize to me within 3 days. What I just did will grant your father some temporary relief, but if you want a complete recovery, you're going to need me. Wong shot back. We'll see who comes crawling back to whom. As Wong sped away, he fumed to himself. All these so-called traditional doctors are phonies. I never should have brought Dad here. But then, a voice came from the back seat. His father spoke weakly. Son, just a little while ago, I was in excruciating pain, but now, it's gone. It's completely gone. I feel strength returning to my body like I'm healing at an incredible rate. Wong was floored. Dad, are you serious? You really feel better? His father nodded. Yes, I can feel my body healing. That doctor, he actually saved me. Son, listen to me. We have to thank him properly. All the other doctors gave up on me. The man who just treated me isn't just some doctor. He's a miracle worker. We owe him everything. Wong thought to himself, a wave of shock washing over him. Wait a minute. The guy I just threatened was a legendary doctor? I've made a terrible mistake. Later, outside the Dream Group building, Suchin reflected, I got all the herbs I needed from Dr. Lee. With these, I can finally make that potent medicine for Grandpa. Just then, a car pulled up beside him. Rosie leaned out and said, Suchin, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to go buy yourself some nice clothes. Suchin rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Ah, sorry. It slipped my mind, he said, thinking to himself. I spent all the cash on herbs. Rosie just sighed. Fine, just get in the car. As he got in, young Master Lee, sitting up front, turned around and sneered. Rosie, since when do you hang around with peasants? Who is this hillbilly? A girl next to him chimed in mockingly. I heard a rumor you were already married, Rosie. Don't tell me this is your husband. Young Master Lee burst out laughing. Ha! What a joke. Everyone knows Rosie is way too focused on her career to even think about marriage. Besides, she's the pride of the Mang family. When she finally does get married, it'll be to someone from a top-tier family, not some nobody from the sticks. Rosie cut in firmly. Actually, you're wrong. I am married, and this is my husband, Suchin. If you want to gossip, do it amongst yourselves. I'm going to get some rest. The group gasped. What? You married this? Peasant? Suchin spoke up. Didn't you hear the lady? She's trying to rest. So why are you all being so loud? Young Master Lee scowled. I was talking to Rosie. And who gave you permission to butt in? Suchin's voice was ice. You were talking at times my wife, and she clearly has no interest in talking to you. So do us all a favor and shut your trap. Young Master Lee's fists tightened in fury. A villager dares to tell me to shut up, he thought. I'm going to teach this punk a lesson. A nasty smirk spread across his face. Good thing I still have that ice needle on me. One little poke with this, and he'll lose complete control of his body. Then we'll see who's laughing. But Suchin caught the subtle movement instantly. So, the little coward is trying to use an ice needle. What a dirty trick. With a flick of his wrist, Suchin sent the needle flying right back at Lee. The girl in the front seat shrieked. Young Master Lee, what was that? Startled, Rosie asked. What's happening? Why is everyone screaming? The girl stammered. Young Master Lee? He wet his pants. A moment later, as everyone piled out of the car, they muttered in disgust. Ugh, gross. Young Master Lee had completely lost control of his functions, soiling the car seat. Suchin just smirked to himself, thinking, that's what you get for trying to pull a fast one on me. Rosie said calmly, Lee, go get yourself changed. Don't worry about the car, you can deal with it later. Suchin, however, couldn't resist a jab. Brother Lee, he began with a grin. What happened there? Having a little trouble holding it in? You should have just said something, we would have pulled over. Why'd you have to? Well, let it all go like that. Seething with humiliation, young Master Lee yelled, You jerk. Suchin, I'll make you pay for this. But before he could even take a step forward, Suchin slammed the gate shut and taunted. Nope, not yet. Don't come any closer until you've changed your undies. A suspicious Rosie asked. Suchin, did you have something to do with this whole mess? Suchin just played it cool. Nah, I didn't lift a finger. That was all Lee's doing. But hey, don't sweat it. I'll whip up a special medicine for him that'll help him keep it in his pants from now on. Rosie's brow furrowed. Then why did he come after you before? Suchin just shrugged. Beats me, you'd have to ask him. Rosie let out a sigh. Look, just try not to get on his bad side for now. With Grandpa no longer running the company, things have been a little tough for us. The Lee family has really been helping us out, and we only got that invitation to the Long family's party because of their connections. We still need them, Suchin thought to himself. She's telling me not to get on his bad side, but I think we're way past that point. Lee stormed off, shouting arrogantly, Rosie, I really thought our companies had a future together. But with a guy like Suchin hanging around, I don't see how we can ever cooperate. And if we're not partners, why should we be going to the same parties? You can forget about that invitation to the Wong family's event. Rosie was floored. What in the world just happened? Now they'd lost the Wong family invitation and blown their good standing with the Lee family. Suchin just smiled, trying to calm her down. Hey, don't worry about it. Losing their backing isn't as big of a deal as you think. Anyway, I'm about to head over to the Tion Trading Company and pick up the 10 million they owe us. Rosie's eyes went wide. What? How do you even know about the Tion family? Listen to me, and listen good. You are not to go over there. Suchin replied with determination. If I don't go, how am I ever going to make your mother bow down to me? I am dying to see that woman swallow her pride. And to do that, I need to get this done. Don't you worry. Before this day is over, that money is going to be sitting in your bank account. Rosie warned, don't you dare go alone. Take Secretary Lu with you, and no matter what happens, do not get into a fight. Suchin flashed a playful grin. My beautiful wife said, no fighting. Now, why would I ever go against her wishes? A short time later, Suchin and Secretary Lu showed up at the Tion Trading Company. The boss of the company sneered, well, look who's here for the money. I'll tell you what, if this pretty little secretary of yours comes to work for me for a week and makes me real happy, then I might just consider paying you back. Otherwise, you could forget about seeing a single dime. So, what's it gonna be? Suchin's face went cold. I had a feeling you'd say something vile like that. Let me give you a little warning. If I don't walk out of here with that money today, you won't be walking out of here at all. The boss roared with laughter. Oh, you've got some nerve, threatening me in my own office, in front of my own men? Guards, show this clown how we do things around here. The guards moved in, looking tough. You picked the wrong day to mess with our boss. We're gonna snap your legs like twigs. But before they could even blink, Suchin moved like a blur, taking them all down without breaking a sweat. Right as the last man fell, Mr. Wong walked into the room. Divine Dr. Su, I finally found you. The boss's face went ghost white. Mr. Wong, what are you doing here? Wong demanded sternly. What is all this? The boss started stammering, oh, it's nothing, sir. Just a little misunderstanding. This guy was stirring up trouble. I was just about to toss him out. I'm so sorry you had to witness this. Just give me 2 minutes, sir, and I'll have this mess cleaned up. Wong completely ignored him and turned to Suchin with a respectful smile. Divine Doctor, it is a true honor to see you at my company. You see, Tion Trading is one of our Wong Group's subsidiaries. If you ever have any issues with them, you just have to say the word. I'll handle it for you in a heartbeat. Suchin replied coolly. I don't need any help. I just came to collect a debt. Your company borrowed 10 million and then decided not to pay it back. Mr. Wong, I've heard you're a man of honor, but I have to say, I never expected your employees to behave like this. Wong's face turned to thunder. He spun around and slapped the boss so hard it echoed. You worthless idiot. How dare you disrespect the Divine Doctor? If he holds a grudge against me because of you, what in the world am I supposed to do with you? The boss dropped to his knees, trembling. Mr. Wong, I swear, I didn't know he was your guest. Please, forgive me. Wong kicked him again and yelled, This is Divine Dr. Su. You burn that name into your brain. If you cross me, I might let it slide once. But if you cross him, I will personally ruin you. Now give him every last cent of that 10 million, or I better never see your face again." The terrified boss scrambled to hand over the money. "Mr. Su, please. I'm so sorry. I'm just a blind fool who didn't recognize a titan standing before me. Here's the 10 million we owe. I'm begging you, please forgive me." Suchin's voice was ice. "Give the money to Secretary Liu. I'd rather not touch anything that's been in your hands." Mr. Wong, on the other hand, spoke with the utmost respect. "Miracle Doctor, there was something else I hope to discuss." A knowing smile played on Suchin's lips. "Let me take a wild guess. This is about your old man, right? Relax. You don't need to get on your knees or start begging. Just get me a pen and some paper, and I'll write out the prescription for him. And listen up, Mr. Wong. A real doctor never wants to see their patients suffer. But we're just people, you know? Life and death are out of our control. All we can do is try our best. So, don't you ever disrespect a doctor like that again." Mr. Wong bowed his head, saying earnestly, "I understand completely. It will never happen again." Then, Wong whipped around, slapped Madao across the face, and roared, "Are you deaf?" The master asked for a pen and paper. "Get it now." As Madao scrambled away, Suchin scribbled down the prescription and said coolly, "Make sure your father takes this 3 times a day after his meals. He'll be back on his feet in no time." Wong bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Su. Thank you so much." Suchin replied, "Remember this. Bad medicine and bad company should both be avoided. They'll ruin you." Wong nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right, Master Su." "Hey, Matao, did you hear that? Now, get out of my face. You're fired. Go on, enjoy sitting at home for the rest of your pathetic life. And I'll make sure you're blacklisted. Not a single soul in this city will ever hire you again." Matao dropped to his knees, begging, "Please, Mr. Wong, just one more chance." Wong turned his back, his voice like stone. "Get this useless clown out of here. I never want to lay eyes on him again. Not near my company, not anywhere in this city." Then he spun back to Suchin, his face all smiles. "By the way, Dr. Su, today happens to be my father's 80th birthday. We're having a little get-together. It would be the greatest honor if you would join us. Here, this is our family's exclusive invitation. Only a handful of these exist. With this card, you'll be welcomed as our guest of honor." Suchin thought to himself, "Hey, all that drama and scheming for this one invitation, and now he's just handing it to me on a silver platter." He then cracked a smile and said, "Well, since you're being so sincere about it, how could I possibly say no? I'll be there. Come on, Secretary Liu, let's go." As they walked away, Mr. Wong watched them leave, thinking, "Secretary Liu, she works for Rosie Mang of the Dream Group, but now she's Dr. Su's assistant." And Suchin shows up in town and instantly cures Mang Hao. That's no coincidence. Dr. Su must be incredibly close with the Mang family. If that's the case, then the Mangs are a much bigger deal than I thought. I need to tell Dad we should pursue a business partnership with them. We can always make more money, but having a connection to someone like Dr. Su, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Meanwhile, back at the Mang family residence, Rosie's mother was furious. "I heard you got into a fight with Li Dong today." Rosie simply replied, "I did. He was being a complete jerk." Her mother shrieked, "Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how critical the Li family is to our business right now? How could you be so stupid as to pick a fight with them? They were supposed to get us into the Wong family's party tonight, and you just flushed that golden opportunity right down the toilet. I don't care who started it or who was right. You are going to march over there and apologize to Li Dong this instant. I'll book a table at a fancy restaurant, you'll put on a nice dress, and you will beg for his forgiveness. Maybe, just maybe, he'll find it in his heart to forgive you and still take us." Rosie finally snapped, completely fed up. "Mom, how many times do I have to say it? I can run the company on my own. You don't have to keep meddling. If I have what it takes, I'll succeed by myself. We don't need Li Dong or anybody else." Her mother just scoffed. "Oh, is that so? Then why don't you prove it? If you're such a business whiz, go get that Wong family invitation all by yourself." Right on cue, Suchin strolled into the room with a cocky grin on his face. "Well, my dear wife might not have been able to get it, but her husband did." Rosie's mother's eyes nearly popped out of her head. What? What did you just say? Is that really the Wong family's invitation? I don't believe you." Secretary Liu stepped forward respectfully. "Madam, it's the absolute truth. The president of the Wong Corporation gave it to us himself. In fact, he was incredibly respectful towards Mr. Su." Rosie's mother was completely floored. How on earth could the head of the Wong family possibly know a country bumpkin like him? "Spit it out. How much did you pay that man to put on this little show?" Secretary Liu stood her ground. "Madam, I am telling you the truth. I know you have your doubts about Mr. Su, but you can trust me. And if you need more proof, here it is. This is the $10 million check from Tion Trading. He got every last cent back for us." Suchin then added calmly, "I've held up my end of the bargain. Now, mother-in-law, it's your turn to keep your promise." Rosie's mother asked with suspicion, "Is this check even legitimate?" I still have a bad feeling about all this. Rosie, however, hugged Secretary Lu and said gratefully, I trust you both completely. Thank you so much for handling the invitation. Her mother glared and snapped, Don't be so gullible. Both the invitation and the check are obviously forgeries. I've already put a call into Li Dong. He's on his way. You're going to apologize to him tonight. Rosie's anger flared. Mom, what is your problem? How many times do I have to say it? Li Dong is a disgusting creep. I can't stand him, and besides, have you forgotten? I'm already married. I have Such Chen, and I trust him with everything. If he says something, I know it's the truth. Come on, Such Chen. Secretary Lu, we're leaving. There's no point wasting our time here, Suchin stated firmly as he turned to go. Mother-in-law, I'll let it slide this once. But the next time you see me, don't forget to bow. Rosie's mother clenched her fists, seething with rage. She thought, that insolent brat. Suchin is poisoning everyone's minds. My husband is already on his side, and now Rosie trusts him completely too. I'm positive he's put some kind of spell on her. Before this, Rosie would hang on my every word, but today, for the very first time, she completely defied me. I will find a way to kick that country bumpkin out of this house, no matter what. Wait, she shouted, I'm coming, too. The scene then shifts to Suchin and Rosie and the others arriving at the Wong family's extravagant birthday gala. Some men standing nearby whispered excitedly, I heard the head of the Wong family is going to personally pick one person from this party to be their new business partner. Whoever gets chosen will be set for life. By the way, Brother Li, where's Mang Rosie? I thought she was your girl. Didn't she come along with you? Liang laughed with arrogance. Girlfriend? You think I'd actually make her my girlfriend? You know your young master's tastes. I get bored of my playthings fast. I never stick with one for more than 2 days. She might be a prize to others, but to me, she's just a used-up toy that I've already tossed aside. Secretary Lu whispered to Rosie's mother in shock. Ma'am, did you hear what he just said? Rosie's mother responded icily. You don't need to make a scene. Besides, no one else heard it but you and me. In the business world, you have to think about the bigger picture. We can't get worked up over trivial matters like this. Then, forcing a polite smile onto her face, Rosie's mother walked over to Liang and said, Young Master Li, it's been far too long since we last saw each other. Why don't you visit our home anymore? Liang's friends began to snicker. Well, look who it is, President Mang. But without an invitation, no one is going to let you in. Unless, of course, you apologize to us. Then maybe we'll help you get inside. But if you try to sneak in and get caught, it'll be incredibly humiliating. Liang smirked. Rosie, your mother is such a kind lady. Out of respect for her, I'm even considering letting you off the hook. Just say you're sorry, and I'll forget the whole thing. Rosie's mother, smiling with hope, said, You really are such a magnanimous man. Young Master Li, Rosie, hurry up and apologize. Opportunities like this don't come around twice, but Rosie and Suchin ignored them completely and kept on walking. Suchin said with a grin, Young Master Li, how's that bladder control of yours? Earlier this morning, when you had that little accident in the car, I thought something so embarrassing shouldn't happen to you again. So, I prepared a special tonic to help you with your self-control. Oh, and I also designed a diaper that can prevent leakage up to 5 times. I call them the Sure Flow Stopper. The tonic also helps with kidney issues. Take it for 1 week and you'll completely forget the feeling of springing a leak. Everyone nearby gasped and started whispering. What? Young Master Li wet his pants? He must have some kind of serious kidney problem. No wonder Rosie kicked him to the curb. Liang's face turned beet red with rage. Suchin, you've gone too far. Meanwhile, Secretary Lu showed their invitation to the security guard. Li Dong froze in utter disbelief. What? They actually have an invitation from the Wong family? How is that even possible? The guard frowned. Sorry, ma'am, but I've never seen this kind of invitation before. Let me check with my manager. Please wait here for a moment. Liang's friends laughed mockingly. What's the point of checking? It's clearly a fake. This is so humiliating for the Mang family. They're a total disgrace. Liang said smugly, Rosie, if you had just stuck with me, none of this would have happened. You can still make this right with a simple apology. Rosie's mother chimed in. That's right, Rosie, just listen to him. I knew from the very beginning that Such Chen was a nobody. You'd be better off just dumping him. Rosie shot back, furious. Mom, that's enough. Every time you open your mouth, you just embarrass me. And you, Li Dong, we were business partners. That's the only reason I ever gave you the time of day. But after all this, you've lost every last bit of respect I had for you. You're repulsive, you wet yourself in my car, made a complete mess, and didn't even try to clean it up. I was nice enough not to kick you out right then and there. But clearly, you have no clue how to save face. Honestly, the fact that a grown man like you still has accidents is just hilarious. How can you even show your face in public? Liang snarled, his voice low and angry. You said enough. It looks like you need to be taught a lesson. He lunged for her, but Suchin snatched his wrist out of the air and said coldly, That little bladder issue of yours can probably be fixed, but if I snap your hand right now, it's never going to heal properly. I'll mess you up so badly. You won't even be able to manage putting on one of those adult diapers. So, back off while you still have the choice. Liang stammered. This is outrageous. That accident last time only happened because of you. It wasn't my fault. Suchin smirked. You mean you were so terrified of me that you lost control? Liang yelled in frustration. That's not it at all. I've had enough of this. Everyone, get him. But before a single person could lay a hand on such Chen, a commanding voice boomed. Who would dare to raise a hand against an honored guest of the Wong family? Everyone turned to look. The Wong family's manager had arrived. Liang let out a nervous laugh. See, Rosie, even the Wong family shows me respect. I'm one of their honored guests. Now you see what a huge mistake you've made by crossing me. But in the very next moment, the Wong family's bodyguards seized Liang and slammed him to the ground. Liang shrieked. You've made a mistake. I'm the guest. Not that loser, such Chen. Throw him out. The manager gave a slight bow and said respectfully, My apologies for the delay, Miss Mang. Here is your invitation. Everything appears to be in order. Rosie smiled with pride. Yes, that's ours. She thought to herself, the Wong family staff usually only shows respect to the most powerful families. For their manager to personally treat us with such deference, just how important is such Chen to them? The manager then continued, We sincerely apologize for the trouble our honored guests experienced at the entrance. Please accept our apologies for this misunderstanding. The onlookers were all stunned. What? The Mang family are honored guests? But they didn't even have an invitation a minute ago. How did things change so fast? Rosie's mother whispered in disbelief, Honored guests. So, the invitation was real after all. Secretary Liu said proudly, I told you so from the very beginning. The president of the Wong family personally gave that invitation to brother Such Chin, and he treated him with the highest respect. Rosie thought, an invitation so rare that practically no one ever gets one, and it was handed to Such Chen personally by the head of the Wong family. Just who is Such Chen, really? Meanwhile, Rosie's mother was thinking, this has to be the old man's doing. There's no other way to explain it. Then, the Wong family's manager announced coldly, Young Master Li of the Li family, you had the audacity to offend our honored guest. If you had merely insulted a regular member of the Wong family, we might have been able to let it slide, but you disrespected an individual whose status is equal to that of our own family head. Therefore, as of this moment, the Wong family is officially blacklisting the entire Li family. I trust that no member of your family will ever set foot on Wong family property again, not even accidentally. Liang stammered, his face pale with panic. How can you do this to us? Our families have been acquainted for years. The manager thought to himself, this idiot has absolutely no idea who he just picked a fight with. That invitation the Mang family is holding, it's a VVIP invitation. In the entire history of the Wong family, only 3 people have ever received one. Our code of conduct is explicit. You can offend anyone, but you must never offend the holder of a VVIP card. Their status surpasses even that of our family head. If Suchin is the one with that card, then his identity must be something truly extraordinary. Soon after, the Mang family made their entrance into the grand party. A waiter greeted them with a bow. Welcome, honored guests. Please, take your seats in the front row. A man standing nearby muttered sarcastically. Well, I never thought I'd see the day the Mang family got front row seats. I guess their patriarch isn't kicking the bucket just yet. Even if he's a total mess, their dream group is somehow still afloat. Well, soak it up while you can. Because once our excellence group inks a deal with the Wongs, you'll be nothing but a memory in the business world. Rosie grumbled under her breath. This creep, Shaoli, can he ever say something decent? Suchin noted silently. So, this clown is from the Excellence Group, the same crew that tried to jump us earlier. Rosie then turned to her secretary. Go get the gift we had fixed up for Elder Wong. The contract isn't set in stone yet. Maybe this present will sway him. Shaoli scoffed. You guys actually think you can whip out some trinket that'll impress the Wong family? Seriously, you all need to get your heads checked. If you had anything the Wongs actually wanted, you wouldn't even be in this room right now. Right on cue, someone called out, Everyone, on your feet. Elder Wong has arrived. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Elder Wong is about to declare the Wong family's new partnership with the Xiao family. It's not official, but it's pretty much a done deal. Shaoli couldn't help but grin smugly. Today is Elder Wong's birthday, and he's one of the biggest shots in this city. So, as a present, I'm giving him the #1 villa in the entire city. The room erupted in gasps. What? The top villa? A legendary master architect built that place. The rumor is, anyone who lives there gets a major upgrade to their luck. We're talking wealth, happiness, the whole 9 yards. No wonder that place costs a king's ransom. The Excellence Group really pulled out all the stops. Shaoli smirked. Why? Thank you for the compliment. We just did what was fitting for a man of Elder Wong's stature. I mean, to him, that villa is probably just a cozy little cottage. That's when Rosie stood up, looking completely unfazed, and announced, I'm Mang Rosie of the Dream Group, and for Elder Wong's birthday, I've brought a masterpiece forged by the great drunken master himself. The crowd absolutely lost it. Did she just say, the drunken master? The legendary artisan who hasn't been seen in public for 10 years? His work goes for hundreds of millions, minimum. The Dream Group has been on the ropes for years. How on earth could they get their hands on one of his pieces? If what she's saying is true, then nothing else at this party even comes close in value. A piece from the drunken master is literally priceless. Suchin had to bite his tongue to keep from laughing. Why are they making such a big deal about my master? Do his trinkets really sell for billions these days? They've got to be confused. That masterpiece she's talking about? My master slapped that thing together while he was half asleep right in front of me. These city folks are so dramatic. Xiaoli let out a mocking laugh. I'll give you this. President Mang, you really went to a lot of trouble for that gift, but let's be real. It's a waste of time. It's not going to change a thing. Rosie shot back firmly. We'll see about that. Just then, Elder Wong took the stage and began warmly, Thank you, everyone, for joining me to celebrate my birthday today. On this happy occasion, I have a very important announcement to make. Xiaoli smirked to himself, full of confidence. After this, our excellence group is going to leave their little dream group in the dust, Elder Wong went on. But before I get to that, I want to offer my deepest thanks to someone very special. You could say the only reason I'm alive and standing here today is because of this person. Without them, my 80th birthday party wouldn't even be happening. Xiaoli frowned, totally confused. Who could have possibly saved Elder Wong's life? Rosie was wondering the same thing. Whoever this person is, they have to be a major player. The entire Wong family must owe them big time. Then, to the shock of everyone in the room, Elder Wong started walking straight for Suchin. Rosie's eyes went wide. Elder Wong is heading right for Suchin, and Secretary Liu did say that President Wong himself showed Suchin a great deal of respect. Could it be? Was the person who saved Elder Wong's life actually Suchin? But before she could process that thought, Suchin suddenly felt a bizarre spiritual energy in the hall. Suchin said calmly, Be right back. At the same time, he was thinking, spiritual energy coming from a regular person? That's never a good sign. I need to track down the source of this weird energy. Meanwhile, Elder Wong was thinking to himself, why did Dr. Su just get up and leave? Does he think I'm not even worthy of his time? Countless great doctors, the best in the nation, have tried to treat me, and every single one of them said my condition was incurable. But Dr. Su, with just a single needle, he cured me completely. What he did is something not even a Grandmaster level healer could pull off. If he's on a level even higher than that, well, then it all makes sense. I'm not even worthy of shaking his hand. Honestly, the fact that he didn't shake mine isn't the least bit offensive. I'm actually just relieved I didn't do anything to upset him. Maybe he just doesn't want to reveal his true identity and prefers to live a quiet life. That's probably why he left so discreetly. Even so, helping the Mang family, who are close to him, is still a way to get on his good side. If I help his people, I'm indirectly helping him. Elder Wong raised his glass warmly and said, President Mang, this toast is for you. Rosie smiled politely. Elder Wong, you're far too kind. Suchin approached a nearby object, thinking, just as I suspected. This spiritual energy is malevolent, not benevolent. Someone's trying to place a curse here, and it seems to be aimed at Elder Wong, likely for supporting the Mang family. I can't just let him get hurt. He quietly released a burst of his power and obliterated the curse. Well, I've got time to kill, and this party is a bore anyway. Now, let's see who brought a cursed artifact into this place. Meanwhile, Xiaoli was getting nervous. Since when did the Mang family get so buddy-buddy with the Wongs, sharing a drink with Elder Wong himself? That's a huge deal. And the fact that he approached Rosie first makes it even worse. Our partnership could be in jeopardy. Still, I already have a verbal agreement with President Wong. A man of his stature has to be good for his word. Elder Wong stood up and announced, It's time for my big announcement. The Wong family already has a presence in nearly every major industry. The only one we have yet to enter is the beauty industry, where the Dream Group already holds a formidable reputation. Therefore, I am pleased to announce a partnership between the Wong Corporation and the Dream Group. We hope to join their legacy and achieve even greater success together. President Mang Rosie, would you be willing to work with us? Rosie replied gratefully, It would be my honor, Elder Wong. Xiaoli froze, completely stunned. What just happened? The members of the Mang family were ecstatic. This is unbelievable. What an incredible turn of events. Elder Wong then turned to the Xiao family and said diplomatically, The Xiao family may not be our partner this time, but that doesn't mean you aren't a worthy candidate. It's simply that we found a more suitable match this time. Inwardly, Elder Wong thought, in the beauty industry, the Excellence Group is actually larger than the Dream Group. From a pure business standpoint, they would have been the obvious choice. But some things are more important than business, like the life I owe to Dr. Suchin. Because of him, this opportunity belongs to the Dream Group. Xiaoli's face twisted in a furious scowl. Wang Jianyu, you've made a huge mistake siding with them. At one time, the Dream Group was far bigger than us, but we used every ruthless tactic in the book to crush them. Now that you've chosen to stand against us, you'll soon live to regret it. Xiaoli suddenly smirked and said aloud, Mr. Wong, I didn't just prepare that villa for you. I have another special gift. Elder Wong looked surprised. Another gift? Rosie thought uneasily. But we've already secured the partnership. Why is Shaoli still trying to stir up trouble? Then, Shaoli ordered his men to bring forward a mysterious artifact. He said proudly, "We heard you have a particular fondness for rare artifacts, so I spent 300 million to acquire this one. Even though our partnership didn't pan out, I still wish to present this to you. This piece will enhance your fortune and prosperity. And the best part is, a famous master infused it with his own spiritual power. It will even improve your health." Mr. Wong, Elder Wong smiled. "I'm touched. You members of the Xiao family are truly thoughtful. I almost feel bad for not choosing you as a partner." Shaoli smirked to himself. "That's exactly why I gave it to you. The moment you touch this artifact, the curse will take hold. You'll fall completely under my control. Once that happens, you'll obey my every command. Partnership, that's nothing. I could make you hand over the entire Wong Corporation if I wanted." Elder Wong reached out and took the artifact in his hands. Shaoli thought triumphantly, "It's done." Then he leaned forward and said smugly, "Elder Wong, could you repeat that for me? I don't think I quite heard you. Who did you say the Wong family's next partner is?" Elder Wong looked at him coolly. "What's the matter, Mr. Xiao? Even at your young age, your hearing is already starting to fail you? Fine, I'll repeat myself. I chose the Mang family." Shaoli's temper finally snapped. He grabbed Elder Wong's arm and shouted, "Old man, have you lost your mind? You were supposed to pick us." Elder Wong shot him a freezing glare. "I'm not the one who's lost it, Mr. Xiao. You are. Get this man out of here and let him cool off." As guards rushed in and grabbed Shaoli's arms, he struggled wildly, shouting, "What in the world is going on? Why isn't any of this going according to plan? I paid that phony master billions for just one spell. Why isn't it working? Did that old fraud cheat me?" Meanwhile, nervous whispers spread through the crowd. "What's gotten into Shaoli? He looks like he's possessed." All the while, Rosie's mother was beaming with pride, saying, "I knew it. My daughter really is the best." Secretary Lu chimed in with relief. "President, all our hard work wasn't for nothing." Elder Wong stood and addressed the room. "My apologies for that little disruption. Let's not let it spoil our evening. Please, let the celebration continue." Meanwhile, Rosie, still completely baffled, thought to herself, what on earth was that with Shaoli? He seemed like he was totally possessed. And where did Suchin suddenly run off to? He's such a strange guy. One second he's right here, and the next he's just vanished. She turned as he reappeared beside her and asked, "Where did you go?" Suchin replied nonchalantly, "Oh, just had to use the restroom." Rosie offered a small smile. "You won't believe it. The Wong Corporation actually chose us as their business partners. But isn't that bizarre? Shaoli was so sure he had it in the bag, yet somehow we're the ones they chose." Suchin just shrugged with a grin. "That's fate for you. It can change in an instant. Anyway, congratulations, Rosie," she asked curiously. "Did you have something to do with this?" Suchin just smirked. "Who's to say? Maybe it wasn't me. Maybe I'm just a lucky guy. But if you're going to call me your good luck charm, the least you could do is treat me to dinner." Rosie's mother cut in irritably. "Darling, you are so naive. Giving credit to this country hick? It was obviously your grandfather who used his influence. He probably called in a favor with an old friend. That's the only logical explanation. This has nothing to do with Suchin's so-called luck." Rosie replied thoughtfully. "But I remember Grandpa always wanted to partner with the Wong family. He just never got the chance. If he really had a powerful friend who could set all this up, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago?" Her mother shot back, "You clearly have no idea what your grandfather is capable of. Let me tell you something. The main estate of the Mang family is in Tanu City. If you want to understand just how powerful our family truly is, you better listen up. Even the four great Wong families combined couldn't hold a candle to a single branch of the Mangs. Your grandfather left the main family ages ago, and you know how stubborn he is. Once he walked away, he never looked back. But if we were to ask for their help, even today, there's not a single problem in this entire country our family couldn't solve." Rosie blinked in surprise, thinking, "We actually have a main residence? Grandpa never told me that. If Grandpa really does have such powerful connections, then maybe he was involved after all. Because if Suchin was the one who pulled this off, why would he have just disappeared like that? Maybe I'm just reading too much into this." Rosie's mother then turned to Suchin and snapped, "All right, Suchin, I've said enough. I'm thirsty. Go get me a glass of water." Suchin replied with a lazy drawl, "I was just gaming on my phone for a bit. My hands are sore, so unfortunately, I can't get you any water right now." Rosie's mother scolded, "You can't do one simple thing for your mother-in-law?" Suchin answered coolly, "You're the one who made a promise. Remember? You said you would officially accept me as your son-in-law, but you never did. Until that happens, I can't exactly treat you like my mother-in-law. The day you accept me as family is the day I'll start acting like it. For now, I'm hungry and I'm going to get something to eat." Just then, a waiter approached Suchin. "Young master, Elder Wong wishes to see you." At that exact moment, Liang sidled up to Rosie's mother and said smoothly, "If you're feeling thirsty, I can get you some water. Why waste your breath on that Suchin fellow? Rosie's mother looked up, surprised. Liang, what are you doing here? Liang just smiled. There was a small misunderstanding earlier, but I've already cleared it up. That's why I'm back. Rosie scowled at him. What are you doing here, Liang? Liang immediately adopted a soft, pleading tone. Please, Rosie, don't be angry. I admit I went too far earlier, but it's only because I've always cared about you. I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. Bribing the guards to get in here cost me a pretty penny, but after she forgives me, I'm going to teach her a lesson she'll never forget, Rosie said with a chill in her voice. You must have heard we're official partners with the Wong family now. So what? You're here to suck up to us? Liang quickly shook his head. No, it's not like that at all. I just came to apologize for how I acted before. If you drink this glass of wine I brought, I'll know we're good. Rosie's mother urged her on. Go on, Rosie. Please, just do it. Rosie sighed. Fine, Mom, but I'm only doing this for you. A small smile crept onto Liang's face. Just as I thought, our Rosie Mang is the most beautiful girl in the entire city. But as Rosie took a sip, her brow furrowed. Something's off about this wine. Why does it taste so weird? Liang leaned in. What's the matter, Rosie? Your face is all red. Are you feeling okay? Rosie's head started to spin. Why am I suddenly burning up? I need to get to the restroom and splash some water on my face before I completely lose it. Liang trailed after her, faking concern. Here, let me help you see a doctor. Rosie struggled feebly. Get your hands off me. Her mother saw her stumbling and asked with worry in her voice, Rosie, what's wrong? Why can't you walk straight? Liang's right. You should let him take you to a doctor. Rosie tried to object. No, I can manage on my own. Liang smoothly reassured her mother. Don't you worry, Auntie. I'll make sure she's well taken care of. Rosie's mother hesitated, a thought crossing her mind. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? No, I must be overthinking things. Liang is an old friend. He would never do anything to hurt her. Meanwhile, Liang was dragging Rosie down to the basement and shoving her into his car. A sneer on his face. Rosie, always acting so high and mighty. Just look at you now, completely helpless. You have no clue what I have in store for you. You're going to be my ticket straight into the Wong family. I can't wait to see the look on Suchin's face when you dump him for me. We'll see how he takes that. But just as he leaned in, a metal pipe came flying through the air and slammed right into Liang's neck, sending him crashing to the floor, his body twitching uncontrollably. Suchin emerged from the shadows, his voice ice cold. You city folk are just pathetic. You find someone weaker than you, and you bully them without a second thought. But the second you run into someone stronger, you grovel like pathetic dogs. You have no backbone. You just get your kicks from hurting people. Now, I'm going to make sure you're so messed up, you won't even be able to lift a glass of water for the rest of your days. With that, he grabbed Liang and tossed him aside like a piece of trash. You're going to regret this for as long as you live, and from this day forward, you'll never hurt another soul again. He then gently lifted the unconscious Rosie into his arms, who was still out cold, and muttered to himself, Good thing I got here when I did. If anything had happened to her, I don't know how I could ever face Grandpa. Even passed out, Rosie instinctively held on to him. Suchin let out a soft chuckle. Well, there are certainly some perks to saving a damsel in distress. As he carried her out, he told a nearby waiter, have my car brought around immediately, and let Elder Wong know I'm taking off. The waiter spotted the VVIP symbol on Suchin's card and bowed deeply. Right away, sir. Just give us 2 seconds. Your car will be here in a moment. Later, back at the house, Grandpa Mang asked anxiously, Suchin, what happened to Rosie? Did she have too much to drink? Why is her face so flushed? Is she sick? Suchin shook his head. No, Grandpa. Someone slipped something in her drink. Grandpa was stunned. What? Who would dare pull a stunt like that? Suchin gently laid Rosie down and said, she'll be fine in about 2 hours. The stuff has no permanent side effects. Grandpa's fists tightened in rage. I want to know who that scumbag is. Whoever tried to hurt my granddaughter is going to pay. Big time. I don't care if I have to burn this whole city to the ground to find him. I will not let this slide. Suchin replied, it was Li Dong, from the Li family. But that's not all. The kind of stuff he used. There's no way a guy like him could get his hands on it alone. It means someone powerful is pulling his strings. Someone who wants to bring our family down. The scene cuts to the Xiao family mansion. Xiao Li asked one of his men, did you handle what I told you to? The man nodded. Yes, young master. Everything went exactly as planned. I gave that moron Li Dong the substance you wanted me to. Even with the Wong family blacklisting him, I still managed to slip him into the party. By now, he's definitely done what we wanted. Xiao Li smirked. Excellent. One way or another, that Wong family partnership will be ours. And as for that Rosie girl, she's going to pay dearly for crossing us. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Liang's father. Xiao Li frowned, thinking, why would old Mr. Li be calling me at a time like this? That idiot Dong must have screwed something up. He answered the call. Mr. Li, what a surprise. To what do I owe the pleasure? Liang's father screamed into the phone. You have the gall to ask me that after what you've done? You really have no idea, do you? What did you do to my son? Do you have any clue what kind of state he's in? Ever since he got home, he hasn't said a single coherent word, just spouting nonsense. Shaoli was floored. What are you talking about? His mind is broken, Liang's father roared. He came back a complete wreck. The doctor said he might never be the same. I asked around at the party. People told me he only talked to 2 people before it happened, your boy Hao and Mang Rosie from that Mang family. That's why I'm calling you. You better start explaining everything right now. Shaoli sighed and said smoothly, well, since it's come to this, I won't hide anything. I don't think you're aware of what your son was up to. He was completely obsessed with Mang Rosie, but she turned him down and married someone else. That humiliation drove him over the edge. From what I've gathered, he tried to pull some underhanded stunt at the party tonight. So naturally, the Mang family must have pushed back. Or maybe one of Rosie's many admirers decided to teach him a lesson, personally. No matter how you slice it, this all started because of Rosie, Liang's father growled. So, it was because of that girl, Mang Rosie. We did so much to prop up that pathetic Mang family, and this is the thanks we get. They are going to regret this. I swear, I'll bring them to ruin. Shaoli replied with confidence, Mr. Li, we've been partners for years. What happened to your son genuinely breaks my heart. Give me 1 week, and I'll have the entire Mang family on their knees begging you for forgiveness. If I can't do that, then I'm not worthy of being called Shaoli. Liang's father said coldly, fine. Since you're my son's best friend, I'll give you this one chance. I want to see results in 7 days. After hanging up, he gazed at his son and muttered, my boy, don't you worry. The people who did this to you won't be around to see another week. Meanwhile, Li Dong, lying paralyzed in his hospital bed, could only dart his eyes around. Dad, help me. I'm not in a coma. I can see and hear everything, but I can't move a muscle. I can't even make a sound. I have no idea what that Suchin guy did to me, but I'm completely trapped in my own body. The scene changes to the Wong family's hotel. Elder Wong said, Brother Jian, Master Suchin will be arriving any moment. I'm positive he can help you with your problem. Jiang replied, I'm very curious to meet this young man who earned your complete trust so quickly, Elder Wong. Talented young people like him are a rare breed these days. This man was Jiang Ju, the director of the Food and Medicine Department. Just then, Suchin walked in and said politely, Elder Wong, you sent for me. Elder Wong smiled warmly. Ah, Master Su, please, come in. Yesterday, you mentioned needing some medicinal herbs. I've gathered them all for you in this box. Suchin thought to himself, there's an incredible spiritual energy radiating from this box. I have to say, the Wong family's network is seriously impressive. He said aloud, you've gathered everything I asked for. This is perfect. Elder Wong nodded. I'm happy I could be of service, Master Su. Actually, I invited you today to introduce you to my good friend, Mr. Jian. He's been suffering from a debilitating headache and fever for some time now. He's been to countless doctors, but nothing seems to work. Is there anything you can do for him? Suchin replied thoughtfully. Physically, he appears to be in good health. The problem isn't with his body, it's with his spirit. There is a malevolent entity attached to him. Elder Wong was shocked. What, a malevolent entity? Suchin asked calmly. Mr. Jiang, did you happen to move into a new home recently? Jiang shook his head. No, I haven't moved. Suchin pressed on. Then are you staying over at a friend's house? Perhaps? Jiang scowled with irritation. That's enough. What is all this nonsense you're spouting? Elder Wong jumped in. Brother Jian, why are you getting so worked up? Jiang snapped back. How am I supposed to react, Brother Wong? You must be going senile from your own sickness. My head is killing me, and now this kid is telling me I'm haunted by a ghost? Who in this day and age believes in that kind of garbage? I sure don't. I'm out of here. Suchin sighed. Look, it makes no difference to me whether you believe me or not, but since you've questioned my skills, please accept this as a gift. It will shield you from harm and keep that entity at bay. Here, take this talisman. It'll shield you from danger 3 times. Jiang scoffed. Oh, let me guess. Now you're going to tell me this little piece of paper is worth 10 or 15 million? Isn't that your whole scam, trying to squeeze money out of people? Suchin replied firmly, I don't want your money. Just take it. Jiang's eyes widened just a bit. What in the world is with this guy's strength? He's barely even holding my wrist, but I can't break free no matter how hard I try. Elder Wong then spoke with a serious tone. Brother Jiang, we've known each other since we were kids. For old time's sake, please just accept what Dr. Su is offering and keep it on you. Jiang grumbled in response. Fine, old Wong. The only reason I'm taking this is for you. I can't believe you'd pull the friendship card to make me take something this ridiculous. With that, he stormed off. Elder Wong turned to Suchin, his expression apologetic. Divine Dr. Su, please forgive him. My friend hasn't been well for a while now, and it's made him quite irritable. He didn't mean any offense. Suchin replied calmly, he's not at fault. It's rare for anyone these days to believe in things like spirits or curses. However, I strongly advise you to watch him closely. He's in grave danger. The negative aura around him is already draining his vitality. So if he says anything strange or harsh, please don't take it personally. He isn't in his right mind. Elder Wong nodded. I understand. Divine Doctor. I'll be sure to watch over him. As for the herbs you requested, I'll have them ready for you shortly. The scene then shifts to the Mang mansion. Rosie's mother was pacing back and forth, consumed by anxiety. Old Wong told me Rosie and Suchin left the party early last night. I have no idea if they even made it home. Just then, Grandpa Mang walked in and said sternly, well, look who finally decided to grace us with her presence. The queen herself has arrived. Rosie's mother looked flustered. Dad, I had a little too much to drink last night, so I just crashed at a friend's place. Anyway, where's Rosie? She okay? She went with Leong to see a doctor last night, didn't she? Without warning, Grandpa Mang slapped her hard across the face, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Dad, why would you hit me? Grandpa Mang roared. You're asking me why? Your daughter's life was almost ruined last night. How could you possibly leave her alone with that animal? Leong, do you have any idea what he tried to do to her? Rosie's mother was in shock. What? Dad, what are you talking about? That monster, Leong, tried to hurt Rosie? I have to see her. She's okay, right? She bolted towards Rosie's room, calling out, My baby, are you all right? Rosie just gave a faint nod. Yes, I'm fine, Grandpa Mang said sternly. Of course she's fine. That's because Suchin was there to protect her. If he hadn't been, I don't even want to think about what might have happened last night. Rosie's mother stammered. But Dad, how could I have known what kind of person Leong really was? It's not my fault. My friends swore he was a decent guy. That's the only reason I trusted him with Rosie. But don't you worry. I'm going to make that so-called friend of mine pay for this. Then, turning to Rosie, her voice softened. Rosie, please, can you forgive your mother for this? Rosie's reply was ice cold. I'm leaving. I'll be gone for a few days. I'm going to stay at the office. I just can't be here right now. Her mother pleaded, Please don't go, sweetheart. Rosie stated firmly, I already told you. I'll be at the company. Her mother said, her voice filled with desperation, Trust me, Rosie. I'll cut off that friend who told me about Leong completely. At that, Rosie finally snapped. Her voice shook with rage. Just stop pretending, Mom. Even after you saw the state I was in last night, you still left me alone with that monster. If something had actually happened, it would have been all your fault. You've already done more than enough. Please, just don't do anything else. Her mother stood there, frozen, as Rosie turned her back and walked away. She whispered to herself, I never imagined Rosie could hate me this much. Grandpa interjected angrily. After everything that just happened, you seriously think your daughter has no right to be angry with you? What kind of a mother are you? You abandoned your own child with a predator like Leong and didn't even bat an eye. You were out partying all night while Rosie's life was on the line. Her anger is more than justified. As Rosie stormed out of the house, Suchin, who was watching, called out jokingly, Well, it looks like Miss Mang is off on an adventure. So, where are you headed, Miss Mang? Rosie replied calmly, I'm going to stay at the office for a few days. There's just too much work to get done. Suchin effortlessly picked up her bag and put it in the car, remarking, trading a cozy home for a stuffy office. Huh? Now that's what I call true dedication. As he turned toward her, Rosie grabbed his hand, saying, There's a shareholders meeting today. You're coming with me. Suchin groaned. I literally just got in the door, and you're already trying to drag me back out? Nevertheless, they soon arrived at the Dream Group headquarters, where Secretary Liu rushed over, her face clouded with worry. President, we have a major problem. The Food and Medicine Department has launched a surprise inspection on our project, the very one we've been pouring everything into for 6 months. They're claiming we never had permission to start production. Rosie frowned. Asterisk. What kind of nonsense is this? Asterisk, she thought. We've been working on the White and Lovely Cream project for 6 months straight. All the paperwork was completed and approved. How could this possibly happen today? Of all days, the same day as our shareholders' meeting? This is too much of a coincidence. Someone inside this company must be behind it, Rosie said firmly. Take me there. I want to see for myself exactly what's going on. As they walked, Xiao Fan appeared, putting on a show of concern. Rosie, what's all this about? The entire White and Lovely project was finished and just about ready for launch. How could a problem like this just pop up now? If this cream fails the inspection, we stand to lose billions of dollars. You do understand the company's financial situation, right? We only had the budget to develop this product one time. If it gets scrapped, we can't afford to make it again, Rosie replied sharply. Yes, I'm well aware, and for the record, I am the owner of this company. I think I know how to handle my own business. Suchin leaned closer to Rosie and whispered, Who is this guy? The secretary whispered back, His name is Xiao Fan. After the Mang family, he's the second largest shareholder in the company. Meanwhile, Fan smirked to himself. Asterisk. You worked so hard on this, poured all your money and effort into it. Asterisk. Asterisk, and you never even realized I was plotting against you the whole time. Once this project implodes, your precious Mang family will be completely ruined. Asterisk. Asterisk. The shareholders will force you out, and I'll take full control of the company. Asterisk. Just then, a female officer stepped forward. Stop right there, Miss Mang. You cannot interfere with our work. She was Officer Key and Bing from the Food and Medicine Department. Rosie greeted her politely. Hello, I'm Mang Rosie, president of the Dream Group. Regarding this product you're inspecting, we already secured official approval a long time ago. The product is complete. So, what's the issue? Officer Kian replied sternly. We've already checked your documents. Interestingly, your approval papers are missing our department's official seal. Can you explain that? It looks like your company might have used a forged document. Therefore, we'll have to take you downtown for questioning. Rosie was in shock. Asterisk. How is that possible? Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk. Only 2 people handled the approval papers, myself and Secretary Liu. Asterisk. Asterisk. Grandpa was too sick at the time, so I had Liu submit the documents. Asterisk. Rosie turned to her secretary and asked, Liu, who did you give the approval documents to? Liu replied nervously. I handed them to Director Feiyan. He said he would submit them personally, claiming he had the support of several shareholders, so I gave them to him. Rosie's eyes widened in realization. Asterisk. That means Feiyan never actually submitted the documents. He filed fake ones instead. Asterisk. Asterisk. This was his scheme from the very beginning. Asterisk. Rosie said calmly, trying to reason with Officer Kian. Officer, I think there's been a misunderstanding. We do have the genuine approval papers. If you give us a little time, I can bring you the copies. Officer Kian hesitated. She knew Rosie was telling the truth. She thought, asterisk, it's true. The company did have the proper documents. They just weren't submitted. What I'm doing right now is wrong, but I have no other choice. Asterisk, her father was gravely ill, and the doctor treating him was under Fan's control. Asterisk, if I defy him, my father could die. I can't let that happen. I have to play along. Asterisk, at that moment, Kian's phone buzzed. It was a message from Fan. It read, Your father's life is in our hands. I hope you don't make a mistake. You'll regret it. Kian's hands trembled. Asterisk, that bastard is threatening me, but I have no other choice. Asterisk, she looked up, her expression turning to ice, and said, You're out of chances. Guards, detain them. The guards stepped forward. Miss, if you refuse to cooperate, we'll be forced to use physical means. But before they could move, Suchin stepped in front of Rosie and said calmly, Step back. There's no need for violence. We only asked for a fair chance, and you wouldn't even grant us that. It seems you people have no idea how to do your jobs properly. Rosie glanced at Chen, realizing he was right. He's completely right. We shouldn't resist now. If Feiyan planned all this, these officers must be connected to him. We need to stay calm and find a way out of this situation carefully. Secretary Liu said nervously. President, this is all my fault. Because of me, you're facing so many problems. Rosie replied calmly. If we haven't done anything wrong, then we have nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Feiyan watched everything unfold and smirked to himself. Finally, that thorn named Rosie is out of my way for good. When everyone believes the project has failed and that she's unfit to lead the company, I'll step in, present the real documents, and save the situation. The company will be mine, and I'll become president. Just then, Chen's phone rang. As he reached for it, Officer Khan stopped him. You're not allowed to answer this call, she said, grabbing the phone. She picked it up, and on the other end was Director Jian. Khan said, I don't care who you are, but Suchin can't take this call right now. We're taking him to the Food and Medicine Department for investigation. If you have any important business, meet him there. She hung up and handed the phone back to Suchin. Director Jiang frowned. My department's officers have detained Suchin. What on earth is going on? I need to look into this immediately. Scene shifts inside the interrogation room. Officer Kian asked sternly, Tell me, why did you people submit fake documents? Suchin replied calmly, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've only been working at the company for a few days. I have nothing to do with any of the older materials. Kian folded her arms. We've discovered that you have 0 work experience. So tell me, how did someone like you get a job as the president's assistant in such a big company? She thought to herself. He must be some spoiled young master from a rich family who got this position through connections. If I pressure him a little, he's bound to spill something. Anything I get out of him could be enough to destroy Rosie completely. Suchin smirked and said lightly, How should I know why such a big company hired me? Maybe they just like my handsome face. Kian snapped angrily. You think this is a joke? Your boss has already confessed everything. Start talking now or we'll have to use force. Suchin replied coolly. Do whatever you have to, but I can't tell you something I don't know. Kian clenched her fists. Then you leave me no choice. You need to be taught a lesson. Suchin leaned back and smiled. Oh, really? What lesson will you teach me? Officer, if it's something new, I'm all yours. Kian was getting frustrated. No matter how I threaten him, he doesn't even flinch. He's too calm, as if he's used to this. Am I really going to have to use force? Just then, the door opened and Director Jiang entered the room. He said sharply, Officer Khan, what exactly do you think you're doing? Khan froze in panic. Director, what What are you doing here? Did you need something? Director Jang said sternly. Yes. If you're detaining the man who saved my life, then of course I had to come here myself. Keen blinked in shock. What? The man who saved your life? Who are you talking about? Suchin smiled faintly. Director Jian, you've changed a lot. Weren't you the one who called me a fraud? Since when did you start respecting me so much? Director Jang immediately bowed slightly. Divine Dr. Su, please forgive me. You're not just an excellent doctor, you're a true spiritual master. Everything you said to me came true today. First, my car was hit in a high-speed accident, but no one was hurt. Both cars were destroyed, but we survived. My talisman burned slightly just as you said it would during the first danger. Then, when I was walking home, a flower pot fell from the 7th floor. It landed right in front of me. I missed it by mere inches. The talisman burned again, and finally my car brakes failed while driving, but somehow the car stopped on its own. The talisman caught fire completely and turned to ash. You told me I'd faced 3 great dangers, and that the talisman would protect me each time. You were absolutely right. After the 3rd, it disappeared. And that's when I realized how wrong I was to doubt you. Please forgive me, Divine Doctor. I was blind to your power. A stupid man like me has no right to stand before you. I don't even know how to properly apologize. Officer Kian is less than Unk is greater than S face turned pale. Director Jian is bowing to such Chen. I'm finished. There's no way I'm keeping my job after this. Suchin said calmly, there's no need to apologize. I forgave you a long time ago for old Wong's sake. Besides, you weren't in your right mind. I understand why you acted that way. Director Jang said with gratitude, thank you. Dr. Su, I owe you a great deal. Then he turned. And as for Officer Khan, the person you were told to have come meet Suchin at the department, that was me. And that's precisely why I've personally reviewed this entire case. The Dream Group project you brought these people in for, it was already approved. Yes, they were late submitting the official documents. For that, you should have issued a warning or a minor penalty, not drag them down here like common criminals. You didn't even give them a chance to submit their paperwork. Tell me, Officer Khan, did you abuse your authority? Are you working for Fian now instead of this department? He glared at her. Did you really believe I wouldn't uncover your little side deal? Khan pleaded desperately. Director, please, just give me a chance to explain. Director Jang cut her off coldly. Take her away. I have no interest in hearing excuses from someone who can't even perform their duty with integrity. The guards immediately escorted Officer Khan out of the room. Suchin then said quietly, thank you for your assistance, Director. So, do you believe me now? By the way, the negative aura around you has only been suppressed. It hasn't been permanently cured. Director Jang nodded respectfully. Understood, Dr. Su. I'll make sure to get that handled. But first, let's settle this Dream Group matter. The scene shifts to the Dream Group shareholders meeting, where one shareholder was speaking nervously. I heard a rumor that President Mang Rosie has been arrested. Is that really true? Another replied with anxiety. If it is, our company's reputation is completely ruined. What's going to happen to us now? Fine spoke with a smug tone. It seems most of you are still in the dark about what's really happening. Let me spell it out for you. Rosie has been detained by the Food and Medicine Department. They're claiming there's a problem with our approval documents, which, by the way, Rosie prepared herself. To be blunt, I don't see her coming back from this. She's done for. Rosie's father sat in silence, deep in thought. When I heard about my father's illness, I rushed back immediately, only to find the company in complete chaos. Ever since Rosie became president, she's managed everything perfectly. So, how on earth could something like this have happened? Fine continued confidently. There's no point in denying the truth. Our company's reputation has taken a massive blow. If Rosie remains our president, it will be impossible for us to recover. At that moment, one of the shareholders shot to his feet and declared, everyone in this industry knows how serious this is. Once the Food and Medicine Department gets involved, the company is finished. We have invested billions into this project. Why didn't Rosie handle the approval correctly? We deserve an explanation. Another shareholder added, and if she's found guilty, do you honestly think she'll ever get out? I've said it from the beginning. A woman can't manage a corporation of this size. We should have chosen Fian as president from the start. Making Rosie the president was a colossal mistake. Rosie's father stood up in a rage. Will you all just shut up for 2 minutes? She's not even in the room, and you've already started to crucify her. I have complete and total faith in my daughter. Rosie would never do anything wrong. Until she arrives and we hear from her directly, no one is allowed to jump to any conclusions. One of the shareholders retorted, President Mang, it's not that we don't trust your daughter, but when the facts are laid out in front of us, we have to accept the truth. Fian smirked and said, Director Mang, you need to face reality. Just wishing your daughter isn't guilty won't magically make her innocent. The Food and Medicine Department didn't just arrest her for no reason. They aren't incompetent. If we waste time trying to save Rosie, this company will be destroyed. I suggest we focus on saving the company first. We can worry about Rosie later. If the company collapses, we all lose everything. Just then, a female employee entered the meeting room and announced, Director Jiang from the Food and Medicine Department is here in person. The shareholders were aghast. What? Director Jiang himself is here? This is bad. This has to mean Rosie's situation is even more dire. Fian stood up quickly, feigning a look of concern. In this difficult time, I will take responsibility for the company and go speak to the director. As he walked out, he smirked to himself. Seeing you fall from grace like this. Rosie, this is just too sweet. The second I give the director the genuine approval documents, this entire mess will be over, and everyone will see me as the hero who saved the company. And then, the president's chair will finally be mine. Stepping outside, Fume put on his best fake smile and walked up to Director Jiang. Director Jiang, it's a true honor to finally meet you in person. My name is Xiao Fun, a director at Dream Group. As of now, I'm managing all of the company's affairs. Director Jiang responded with a calm, level voice. So, you're Xiao Fun? I have to say, I didn't think our paths would cross again this quickly. Fume put on a show of being flattered. Oh, you've heard of me? That's a real honor, Director. But internally, his mind was racing. Based on his reaction, Rosie is completely done for. There's no way she's coming back from this. At long last, I'll claim the president's seat, something I could only dream of while she was in the picture. A proud smirk spread across his face, but it vanished in an instant when Director Jiang suddenly snapped a pair of handcuffs on his wrists. Fune's expression froze in disbelief. Director, what is the meaning of this? Director Jiang's voice was ice cold as he replied, I'm doing what I should have done a long time ago. Xiao Fun, you are under arrest for the bribery of officers Key and Bing. You're coming with us for questioning. Panic washed over Fun. This has to be some kind of joke. Don't tell me that woman, Key Bing, sold me out. Whatever she told you, it's all a pack of lies. I'm completely innocent. I had nothing to do with any of it. Right on cue, Rosie and Secretary Liu walked in. Fun's eyes blazed with fury as he yelled, Rosie, who in the world let you out? You're the one behind this, aren't you? What is your problem? Why can't you stand the thought of me being president? You've been in charge of this company forever. Would it really kill you to let someone else have a turn? Rosie gave him a look that could freeze fire and said, Fun, let's be clear. The reason you were never considered for president is simple. You are not, and have never been, qualified. Did you really think you could just take this position from me? You don't even come close to matching my qualifications, my skills, or my track record. To be perfectly honest, you're not even worthy of being called my rival. As the officers started escorting a stunned Fun out of the building, Rosie turned to Director Jiang and said with genuine gratitude, Director Jiang, thank you so much for all your help. I promise, from this day forward, I'll manage my company with greater care to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. If you ever have some free time, please allow us to host you for lunch at our home. Director Jiang smiled warmly and replied, if you truly want to thank someone, your thanks should go to the incredible Dr. Su, not me. Without his intervention, I never would have learned the truth behind this whole affair. Rosie was completely taken aback. What? Suchin was the one who solved all this? I just assumed we got incredibly lucky when you decided to step in. But you're saying he's the one who set everything straight? Director Jiang nodded. That's right. If it hadn't been for the talisman that Dr. Su gave me, I likely wouldn't even be alive to stand here today. My actions today are nothing compared to the debt I owe him. Suchin interjected calmly. Well, that's enough of that. We still have some unfinished business to attend to. He thought to himself, the sinister energy clinging to Director Jiang is getting stronger. The source must be a place where he spends a lot of time, most likely his home. After saying their goodbyes to Rosie, Suchin departed with Director Jiang to investigate his house. Rosie watched him go, thinking, well, at least the biggest crisis is over. Now I need to get back to the company and assess the situation. As they stood before the house, Suchin asked, Director Jiang, have you had any renovations done here recently? The director replied, yes, as a matter of fact. The old place was getting pretty run down, so I decided it was time for an overhaul. While scanning the property, Suchin thought, I knew it. There's a powerful, dark aura emanating from this house. Director Jiang, has anyone ever died on this property? Because the energy here is practically screaming it. Director Jiang's brow furrowed in confusion. Dr. Su, I've lived in this house for many, many years. It's impossible that someone died here. Suchin noted silently. His reaction confirms it. He genuinely has no clue what happened on his own property. No matter, I'll just have to find out for myself. He placed a hand flat against the wall and muttered, someone most definitely died here. Director Jiang is oblivious, but this place is saturated with the energy of death. He then turned and asked, Director Jiang, you mentioned you had the house renovated recently, correct? Was this particular wall part of that renovation? Director Jiang nodded. Yes, I had this wall completely rebuilt. Suchin stated firmly, then this wall is the source of all your problems. It has to come down. Director Jiang hesitated for a moment. Are you absolutely sure? I just paid a fortune to have that rebuilt. But before he could even finish his sentence, Suchin drew back his fist and punched the wall a single time, and it completely shattered. Suchin then said calmly, if you want to keep on living, you're going to have to learn to let go of your attachment to money. He reached into the shattered wall and pulled out a human skeleton. Director Zhang gasped, completely stunned. A human skeleton? Suchin confirmed with a nod. This person was murdered and sealed inside your wall, along with the weapon used to do the deed. The thing is, when they were buried, they weren't entirely gone. That's why their soul latched onto you, mistaking you for the killer and becoming a vengeful spirit. Right then, the lights in the house suddenly flickered out, and Director Zhang grabbed his head, groaning in agony. Divine Dr. Su, you have to help me, he pleaded. Suchin quickly replied, the killer had to be one of the workers who did the renovation. Took this man's life and stashed the body here to cover his tracks. Pulling out a glowing talisman, Suchin declared, this is my absolute nullification talisman. No evil spirit can withstand its power. He pressed the talisman firmly onto the floor. Just a moment later, the dark aura completely dissipated. Suchin said softly, the vengeful spirit has been pacified. It won't harm you any longer. But you need to remember this. The one who did this to them must be brought to justice. Only then can their soul truly find peace. Director Zhang let out a deep breath. The headache. It's completely gone. Divine Dr. Su, thank you so much. I have no idea what I would have done without you. Suchin replied humbly, there's no need for thanks. You were only safe because you've lived a good life. Your own good deeds were what kept the spirit's wrath at bay. If you were just an ordinary person, you would have been a goner a long time ago. I'll take this cursed object with me to ensure the spirit never gets out again. But remember this, if you want to stay safe, you need to find the culprit and report them. If that murderer is brought to justice, the spirit will never return. But if you fail to do that, then the moment I'm gone, or my power weakens, that spirit will absolutely come for you again. Director Zhang nodded nervously. Don't you worry, Dr. Su. By tomorrow, that criminal will be hunted down. The scene changes. The next morning, Suchin was sitting cross-legged, thinking to himself, the morning is the absolute best time for cultivation. Just 30 minutes of focused meditation can strengthen my energy immensely. Suddenly, Roz's father walked in. Suchin smiled. Ah, father-in-law, it's great to see you. Roz's father let out a chuckle. Father-in-law, huh? That's the first time I've heard that one, but I guess I'll get used to it. Anyway, I heard from Director Zhang that you were the one who solved that problem at the company yesterday. Suchin replied modestly, oh, that. It was nothing major, really. Just a minor issue that I handled easily. Roz's father laughed. You call that times minor asterisk? You have no idea what a huge favor you've done for our family. First, you saved my father's life, and now you saved my daughter's. I honestly don't know how I can ever thank you. Anyway, I was just heading out to shop for some herbs and antiques. Would you care to join me? I hear you're pretty interested in that stuff yourself, too. Suchin smiled. Sure, let's go. Roz's father said proudly, you know, in our entire house, I'm the only one who really loves collecting antiques. But now that you're here, I finally have someone to share that passion with. A little later, they arrived at an antique shop. As they walked in, Roz's father said, Suchin, antiques are tricky business. They might not look like much, but their true value can be astronomical. If you don't know about something in here, it's best to just keep quiet. Antique masters tend to get offended easily. Oh, and speaking of which, I recently bought a painting that was personally authenticated by the one and only Master Yu Ziling. You'll see just how magnificent it is. The moment they stepped inside, Master Yu Ziling himself came forward with a smile and brought out the very painting for them to inspect. Yu Ziling said excitedly, Mr. Mang, you're finally here. You know, it's been less than half an hour since this painting even arrived, and I've had at least 10 people already ask me for the price. Mang Jian smiled confidently. You said this piece was by that famous ancient painter, correct? There's no question about its authenticity, I hope. Yu Ziling replied proudly, Mr. Mang, you've bought plenty of items from my shop before. Have you ever once had a problem? Don't you worry. It's completely genuine. The price is 2 million. Take it. It's an incredibly rare find. He smirked to himself, thinking, yeah, take it. Take this perfect fake for a cool 2 million. It's such a flawless replica that even the top experts wouldn't be able to spot the difference. It only cost me a few thousand to make, but I'll fleece him for 2 million without breaking a sweat. Mang Jian said cheerfully, just a moment, I'll write you a check right now. But before he could, Suchin quickly stepped in to stop him. Father-in-law, please wait just a moment. There's something not right with this painting. Mang frowned. What are you talking about, boy? I've already shown this painting to several masters, and every single one of them approved it. There's no way it's a fake. Yu Ziling shot him an irritated look. Mr. Mang, am I to believe you're not here to buy, but to insult me? I normally wouldn't stand for anyone calling my merchandise fake. The only reason you're still here is because you're a regular customer. Otherwise, you'd already be out on the street. Mang let out an awkward laugh. Now, no need to get angry. I'm definitely buying it. The kid just spoke out of turn. He then turned to Suchin and whispered, I told you to keep your mouth shut in here. You nearly cost me this painting. Suchin sighed inwardly, thinking, it's pointless. He's completely blinded by greed. He's not going to listen to reason. Just then, Yu Ziling's phone rang. He stepped aside to answer it, a smirk playing on his lips. Old Mang, you absolute fool. If you just bought it quietly, I would have sold it to you for 2 million. But since you wanted to play smart, I'm going to squeeze you for every last penny. Mang Jian scolded Suchin. I told you never to talk in these kinds of shops. These are limited collectibles. You have thousands of buyers, but only a few sellers. That's precisely why antique dealers have such short fuses. Right then, another man entered the shop. Suchin knew immediately. He's a plant from the shopkeeper. He's going to pretend to bid on the painting just to drive the price up. The man looked at the painting and exclaimed dramatically, "What a masterpiece." Suchin muttered to himself, called it. Only a handful of people actually understand antiques. It's way too easy to fool rich guys with a fancy shop and a good story. The man announced loudly, "Shopkeeper, I want this painting." Yu Zizzling replied in a flash, "I'm sorry, sir, but this piece is already sold." The man countered, "But it's not even wrapped up yet, which means you haven't been paid. If you haven't received the money, it's not sold. I'll offer 5 million for it. Just wrap it up for me. Heck, make it 6 million if you want." "Deal." Sujin turned to Ming Jiang urgently. "Uncle, trust me, let this man have it. Honestly, I could paint something better myself." But Mang Jiang, now fuming and competitive, slammed a check for 10 million on the table. Yu Siling's inner voice sneered, "Hook, line, and sinker. I just made a cool 10 million off this idiot." The fake bidder shouted as he ran out, "I don't have 10 million on me right now, but don't you sell it. I'll bring the money right back from home." Mang Jiang declared proudly, "Shopkeeper, take my payment and give me the painting." "You," Xiling replied smoothly, "Well, he's gone now. And since you're a valued customer, I'll let you have it for 10 million. Inwardly, he grinned wickedly. "I just robbed him blind and made it look like I did him a favor. Suckers like this don't walk in every day." After receiving the painting, Mang Jian admired it. "This painting looks even more magnificent now that it's mine." Suchin muttered under his breath, "I guess when you pay 10 million for trash, even garbage starts to look beautiful." Mang Jiang frowned. "Boy, because of you, I almost missed out on an 8 million gain." Suchin corrected him. "No, father-in-law, you just flat out lost 10 million. Once you realize how badly you were duped, you'll understand." Right then, some of Mang's old friends walked into the shop. "Old Mang, did you buy another antique? Come on, let's see it." Mang smiled with pride. "Just wait until you lay your eyes on it. It'll blow your minds. It's a true masterpiece." Suchin muttered sarcastically, "Oh yeah, a masterpiece of forgery." Mang snapped, "Why do you keep calling it fake? Just look at this. It's a masterpiece by a legendary ancient artist." He proudly unrolled the painting for the crowd. Everyone gasped. "Wow, Brother Mang. This is unbelievable. We're all seriously jealous. You really have a talent for finding treasures." As they admired it, an old man with a commanding presence entered the shop. A young girl beside him announced, "This is my grandfather, Mr. Sun, one of the foremost antique masters in the capital. Even famous archaeologists consult him. You're incredibly lucky, Mr. Mang. He'll personally examine your treasure." The crowd cheered. "Yes, Master Sun. Please take a look." They placed the painting before him. Master Sun examined it carefully and said, "The artist you mentioned does indeed have a similar style. The color palette and the brushwork are certainly very close. The painting is quite well made." Mang asked eagerly. "So, Master Sun, what do you think its value might be?" Master Sun replied calmly, "In my opinion, it's worth about 50 to 60. Mang's eyes went wide. 50 to 60 million. His friends whistled. "Brother Mang, you've hit the jackpot. Next time, you have to help us find treasures like this too." But Master Sun raised a hand and said dryly, "You've misunderstood," I said. 50 to 60. Thousands, not millions. The only reason it's even worth that much is because it's a well-drawn forgery." A shocked Mang Jiang cried out, "What are you talking about? This painting is fake?" Master Sun replied calmly, "That's right. This painting is a counterfeit." A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd. "How can it be a fake? It looks absolutely genuine." Someone muttered, "Maybe this old geezer is just lying." Another person asked, "Brother Mang, how much did you even pay for this?" Mang Jiang stammered nervously. "No, that's impossible." As he grabbed Master Sun by the arm, he demanded, "How can you say it's a fake? Are you absolutely certain you're not mistaken?" Master Sun's granddaughter shot back at him. "Hey, back off. There's no reason to be grabbing my grandfather like that. And just so you know, my grandpa is one of the most respected antiques experts in the entire nation. If he says it's a fake, you can bet your life it's a fake. Once word gets out that Master Sun himself declared this a fake, no one would touch it for even 10,000. Master Sun then said, "Ruru, calm yourself. Don't get worked up. And as for you, sir, if you still don't believe me, there's a very simple way to prove it. Go on, tear a small piece of the painting. You'll see the truth with your own eyes. First off, just look at the colors. They're way too vibrant. How could a painting that's supposedly thousands of years old still have colors this bright? Secondly, the paper itself looks brand new. Back in ancient times, artists used thick, coarse paper to ensure their work would last. This kind of thin, delicate paper didn't even exist back then. So, where could it have possibly come from? Sweating bullets, Mang Jiang tore a corner of the painting, declaring, "I'll see the truth for myself." Master Sun pointed to the tear and said, "Now, look closely. Do you see those tiny threads? Those are polyester fibers. Adding polyester to paper makes it more durable, but that's a technique that's less than 100 years old. So, you tell me, how could this painting possibly be 1,000 years old?" Mang Jiang's face went pale as a ghost. "You're right, it's a fake. Suchin was right all along. That scumbag tricked me," he roared, glaring daggers at Yu Siling. "You're not getting away with this." He lunged forward, grabbing the shopkeeper by the collar. Mang Jiang shouted, "Where do you think you're going, you con artist? You scammed me and thought you could just walk away. Give me my money back, right now." Yu Siling just sneered. "Mr. Mang, have you already forgotten the rules of my establishment? Once an item is sold, we bear no responsibility. This is an antique shop, after all. If you were foolish enough to buy a fake, that's your problem, not mine. However, since you're such a loyal customer, I'll give you one more chance. I'm not refunding your money, though. You can pick any other single item from my shop, free of charge. How about it?" Mang Jiang yelled back in a rage, "I don't want your junk. I want my money." That's when Suchin calmly stepped in. "Father-in-law, don't waste your breath on him. He has no intention of giving the money back. Let's just take an item and get out of here." As they began to look around the shop, Suchin's gaze fell upon a dusty, spherical object tucked away in a corner. "All right then, I'll take this." Yu Siling burst out laughing. "You idiot. That thing has been sitting there for 6 months. Nobody's even offered me 1,000 yuan for it, and you're taking it in exchange for 10 million? Fine by me. Consider our business concluded." Suchin just offered a slight smile. "Just make sure you don't go back on your word," he said. "A fair trade. 10 million for this item." He then channeled his spiritual energy, causing the ball's outer shell to crack open. Nestled inside was a flawless, glowing, luminous pearl. Everyone gasped in sheer awe. A luminous spirit pearl. The quality is unbelievable. It has to be worth at least 50 million on the market. Ruru exclaimed in amazement. "That's incredible. Who would have ever guessed a treasure like that was hidden inside some worthless-looking rock?" Master Sun nodded, a look of approval on his face. This young man scanned the entire shop in less than 2 minutes, and yet he pinpointed the single most valuable item here. "In all my years, I've never witnessed such sharp intuition." Yu Xiling started to panic. "No, wait. You can't take that. That pearl is mine." Suchin shot him a cold glare. "Don't you even think about going back on your word." Yu Xiling shouted. "No, it's mine. Give it back." Mang Jiang roared in fury. "Have you no shame? When we were the ones who lost money, you said all sales were final. And now that we've come out on top, you want to take it back?" The shopkeeper growled, "It looks like being nice isn't going to work. Do you have any idea who I am? Or who backs this shop? If you don't leave that pearl here right now, I'm calling Boss Li of the Key and Shing Hall. Once he gets here, none of you are walking out of this place alive." Suchin then asked, with genuine curiosity, "Key and Shing Hall? What's that?" Mang Jiang quickly whispered, "The Key and Shing Hall is one of the most powerful gangs in this city. Their leader, Xiao Li, is the head of the Excellence Group. If our bodyguards were with us, we might stand a chance, but we're on our own right now. It's not worth getting killed over this. Forget it. 50 million or not, our lives are more important. We can make that money back in a month. Let's just go." Just give him the pearl. But before they could, Master Sun stepped forward. "Young man, how about you sell me that pearl instead? If you do, I'll personally guarantee that no one here will lay a hand on you." Suchin offered a slight smile. "No thanks, sir. I've grown quite fond of this pearl. I think I'll hang on to it. Besides, I'm curious to see if these clowns from the Key and Shing Hall can actually do anything to me." He then turned to Yu Xiaoling, his voice dropping to an icy tone. "Go on, call your boss. Let's find out what happens when I dismantle your entire hall today." Master Sun sighed to himself, thinking, "Ah, young people, always so impulsive, so quick to anger, so eager to fight." As they walked out of the shop, Mang Jiang asked nervously, "Suchin, what do you think? Are they actually going to come after us? Or was that shopkeeper just running his mouth?" Suchin replied calmly, "If they show up, they'll get a beatdown. If they don't, it's their lucky day." Right at that moment, a car screeched to a halt right in front of them, forcing them to slam on the brakes. Li Hao yelled furiously, "Who the hell is dumb enough to mess with my Key and Shing Hall? You must have a death wish. Get out of the car, now." Suchin calmly stepped out and said, "So, you're the one making all this noise." Li Hao froze on the spot, stammering, "What are you doing here?" One of Li Hao's goons swaggered forward, cracking his knuckles. "Looks like you're in a real hurry to meet your maker, kid. Let me show you what it looks like when I crack a skull open." Two thugs rushed at Suchin, but before Liao could even shout a warning, Suchin sent both of them flying with one fluid motion. Suchin smirked, 2 down, 1 to go. Liao immediately dropped to his knees, trembling. "Please, don't end me. I know I made a huge mistake getting in your way. Suchin's voice was cold as ice. Oh, you have no idea just how big your mistake is. Last time, Grandpa Mang was gravely ill, so I didn't bother dealing with you properly. You got lucky and slipped away then, but this time, you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. If you learned your lesson, you would have stayed hidden. But the fact that you're here tells me you still don't take me seriously. Utterly terrified, Liao slammed his forehead on the ground. Please, boss, forgive me. Just this once. I'll do anything you ask. Suchin gave a slight nod. Fine, take me to your headquarters. Thanks to your little gang, the Mang family has suffered more than enough. Frankly, I'm in a foul mood today. So, I think I'll fix that by knocking some sense into all of you. Today, I'm putting an end to the Key and Shing Hall and my family's troubles in one fell swoop. Suchin thought to himself, Grandpa Mang was poisoned, and I'd bet good money the Key and Shing Hall was behind it. If I'm right, I need to confirm it with my own eyes. A little while later, Liao nervously led Suchin to the gang's headquarters. Boss, I'm seriously terrified. If Wang Key and Shing finds out I'm the one who brought you here, he'll have my hide. Suchin raised an eyebrow. I'm not the one you should be worried about, so what's the problem? Li Hao explained, his voice shaking. You just don't get it. I'm just the public face of the Key and Shing Hall. The real boss is Wang Key and Shing, and he's a young but terrifyingly strong fighter. He's so powerful that nobody in all of Tangui City can even touch him. Everyone says he's on track to become a grandmaster within the next 20 years. If he finds out I led you here, he'll beat me within an inch of my life or worse. Just finish me off. Look, I did my part and brought you here, so please, just go in by yourself. Suchin said reassuringly, what are you so scared of? I'm right here with you. Don't worry, I don't care who this Wang Key and Shing guy is, he won't be able to lay a single finger on you. The scene then shifts inside the Key and Shing Hall headquarters. Wang Key and Shing growled impatiently. Where is that moron? It's been forever. I sent him to handle a couple of nobodies at that antique shop. A child could have handled that job, and he's taking this long. Last time, I sent him to the Mang family to get the Wong family's invitation from a couple of women, and he completely screwed that up, too. I swear, I should have just gone myself. Maybe I should head over and see what's taking him so long. Just as he finished his thought, the doors flew open, and his guards were tossed inside like a bunch of rag dolls. Suchin strolled in and said, So, you must be Wang Key and Shing, the owner of these pathetic mutts. Wong snapped, Who the hell do you think you are? Suchin replied coldly, Answer me this. Was it your men who poisoned Grandpa Mang? Tell me the truth, and I'll go easy on you. But if you lie, I'll make you wish you were never born. Wang Key and Shing frowned, thinking to himself, I can't read his cultivation level at all. That only happens in two scenarios. Either his power is light years beyond mine, or he's a complete nobody. But he's way younger than me. If he were really that strong, I would have definitely heard his name by now. So, he's just some random fool who's come here to get himself erased. He smirked, taking a step forward. If you really knew old man Mang, he would have warned you. You can't just waltz into Key and Shing Hall. He sent you on a one-way trip. Kid, tell me, who's gonna come to your rescue now? Suchin replied with ice in his voice, So, it really was you. You were the one behind my grandpa's poisoning. All right then. I've just decided how I'll deal with you. And just like that, Suchin disappeared. Wong whipped around, yelling, Where'd you go? All that big talk, and now you're running? Suchin's voice seemed to come from right behind him. This is the first time I've ever heard a lecture from a dead man. Before Wong could even process the words, a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. The blow was so fast, he never even saw it coming. Wong choked out weakly. What just happened? How can anyone move that fast? He's just a kid. Yet his level of cultivation is leagues beyond my own. Li watched, his face a mask of pure terror. What? Wang Key and Shing was taken down that easily? If he couldn't handle it, then I don't stand a chance. I've got to get out of here now. Staying means I'm a dead man. Just as he tried to slip away unnoticed, Suchin's voice thundered. And just where do you think you're going? Li stammered, sweating bullets. Oh, I just remembered. I've got chickens back home. If I don't feed them, they'll starve to death. That's why I was leaving. But, boss, what is it you need from me? Suchin let out a small chuckle. You know, you guys have so many goons. If they ever stop being criminals, they'd probably be useless. In this job market, I can't just put them all out of a job. So, I'll let you all live. But from this day forward, you're going to run this place for me. You'll be taking your orders directly from me. But you'll still collect your paycheck from Xiaoli. Li asked nervously, So, you want me to be a double agent? Suchin replied calmly, Why not? You got a problem with that? Li burst into tears, blubbering. No, I'll do anything you say, boss. Inside, his mind was racing. Boss Xiaoli is going to skin me alive for this. But I like breathing more than I like being loyal. I don't have a choice, Suchin continued. I've placed a curse mark on you. As long as you remain loyal and do your job for me properly, you'll be perfectly fine. But the second you even consider betraying me, you'll find out exactly why. That's a terrible, terrible idea. Li thought in sheer panic. What the hell was that? Why does my arm feel so weird? Suchin said nonchalantly. All right, I'm heading out. I'll be in touch when I need something. As Suchin vanished from view, Li trembled uncontrollably. I'm so screwed. Playing double agent. I'm going to end up dead one way or another. Scene shifts to the antique shop. The shopkeeper thought with a smug grin. By now, Li must have beaten that punk to a pulp. I bet that kid is on his knees, begging for his life right now. Right on cue, Li walked back into the shop. The shopkeeper beamed. Brother Li, you're back. I'm sure you taught that Suchin kid a lesson he won't forget. I'll bet that punk can't even stand up straight anymore, Li thought darkly. He's not wrong. Plenty of people can't stand right now, but they're all on our side, not Suchin. He shot a death glare at the shopkeeper and said icily, This is all your fault. You're not walking away from this. If it wasn't for you, I never would have had to cross paths with Suchin at all. Wait a minute. Suchin's not here. Maybe I should call Boss Xiaoli and tell him what happened. Maybe someone can get me out of this mess. But before he could even reach for his phone, a searing jolt shot through his body as the curse flared to life. Li screamed in agony. Please, forgive me. I'll never think of betraying you again. I get it now. I'm not making it out of this in one piece. But before I go down, I'm taking you the guy who dragged me into this hell with me. You're going to pay. He lunged at the terrified shopkeeper, yelling, You've caused me nothing but trouble. Now it's time for some compensation. He then started snatching up anything and everything of value in the shop. A few moments later, Li stormed out, his arms overflowing with priceless antiques. The shopkeeper collapsed to the floor, wailing, I'm ruined. He took it all. There's nothing left to sell. Scene shifted. Excellence Group headquarters. Xiaoli was trying to call Li, but the phone just kept ringing. Xiaoli growled in frustration. Where the hell is that useless idiot? How dare he ignore my calls? Just then, his own phone began to ring. It was Liang's father, Xiaoli. I told you to handle the Mang family, and to do it quickly. Yet, they're still walking around without a scratch. What's the holdup? Xiaoli replied nervously. Sir, I did make a move, but they somehow managed to get through it. I set a trap for the Mang family's company. I even had Rosie arrested, but the director of the business department, Chen, he personally stepped in and had her released. I still have no idea how the Mang family pulled strings with a man that powerful. Liang's father's voice turned cold as steel. The details are irrelevant, Xiaoli said with a confident smirk. All I care about is watching the Mang family burn. And don't you worry, their downfall is coming very soon. Even after Xiaofian's failure, his father, Xiao Ziming, is still an employee at their company. He absolutely despises them for what happened to his son. At this very moment, the Dream Group is pouring everything into a massive project, their new white and lovely cream, and Xiao Ziming is the one managing the entire production team. He's planning to resign any day now, and when he does, he's taking all the key members of his team with him. They've got the formula and the specialists who know how to make it. The Dream Group won't be able to survive it. Their $1 billion investment will go up in smoke. So don't worry. The Mang family's ruin is imminent right here in this city. Over at the Mang family mansion, Mang Jian approached Suchin, beaming with joy. Ah, Suchin, fantastic. I was just looking for you, he said, as Suchin returned his smile. You look incredibly happy, Suchin noted. Something wonderful must have happened. Mang Jian's grin stretched even wider. Wonderful is an understatement. It's fantastic news. You remember that antique shop? Well, the owner refunded all our money, and on top of that, as an apology, he gave us a genuine famous painting. Internally, Suchin thought, looks like Leia carried out his task perfectly. That explains why the shop owner was so quick to pay them back. Mang Jian went on, I didn't pay a single cent for it, but I want you to have a look and tell me if it's authentic. Suchin replied warmly, Of course, for my father-in-law, I would be more than happy to. But just as Suchin began to carefully examine the painting, Rosie burst into the room looking completely distressed. Rosie, what's the matter? Mang Jian asked. You look so worried. Did something happen? Rosie asked anxiously. Dad, where is Dr. Zhang? Mang Jian replied, He's in the lab, preparing medicine for your grandfather. Why? What's going on? Rosie quickly explained, Xiao Ziming and his entire team just abandoned the project. They took the secret cream formula and all of our skilled technicians with them. Without that formula, we can't continue production at all. I was just heading over to ask Dr. Zhang if he could analyze the samples we have left and try to recreate the formula. Suchin spoke up reassuringly, If it's that serious, I'll accompany you. At this, Mang Jian smiled with confidence. With Suchin by your side, I'm certain everything will be all right. A short while later, they reached the company's laboratory, where Dr. Zui greeted them, Miss Mang, I understand the predicament you're in, but the white and lovely formula was a very closely guarded secret, and I wasn't the one who developed it. Even if I were to start completely from scratch, it would take me at least a full year to redevelop anything close to it. Rosie's expression grew even more worried. Xiao Ziming has already joined the Excellence Group. At this pace, White and Lovely will be completely out of stock soon. If it takes us a whole year to recreate it, the Excellence Group will be miles ahead of us. Suchin, meanwhile, picked up a bottle of the cream and examined it with curiosity. Let's see what's so special about this cream, he mused, the one that allegedly takes a year to formulate. Dr. Zoe explained, to produce this cream, we require exceptionally skilled chemists and pharmacists. Even if I handed you the written formula, you wouldn't be able to find enough qualified people to produce it correctly. To be honest, it's probably best to just give up on the idea. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I can't keep working for the Mang family any longer. Your grandfather was exceptionally kind to me, and we worked side by side for many years, but I've gotten old. I simply can't handle this kind of immense responsibility anymore. I hope you can understand my position. Rosie thought to herself, Dr. Zoe has been with our family for over 30 years, and even he can't crack this formula. This means we're in some really serious trouble. But then, Suchin just smiled. To be honest, when I heard there was a problem, I was expecting a genuine crisis. But this, you're all making a huge fuss over something so trivial. He grabbed a piece of paper and quickly scribbled something on it. Here, he said, I've written down a formula that's far better than the one you're using now. Rosie just frowned in disbelief. Suchin, please, she said, exasperated. This is not the time to be joking around. If you're just trying to lift my spirits, I appreciate it, but this is no laughing matter. Look, this isn't some manhwa, and you're not some all-powerful hero. Creating a complex formula in just a few moments is impossible. Suchin just grinned. Maybe this isn't a manhwa, but I am a hero. Just take one look at it, and then tell me what you think. Dr. Zoe, now intrigued, said, You certainly seem confident, young man. Let's have a look at what you've written. The instant he laid eyes on the notes, his hands began to tremble. His eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Rosie asked, What is it? Why do you look so shocked? Dr. Zoe exclaimed, This isn't just a formula, it's a priceless treasure. If we manufacture a cream based on this, every single competing brand on the market will be wiped out overnight. Suchin just shrugged. Oh, this? I can definitely make it even better. He scribbled down a new version in a flash and passed it over. Dr. Zoe's jaw practically hit the floor. This can't be. It's the legendary Shenzhou formula. The stories say that empresses from ancient dynasties use this very thing. Major brands like Bonds, L'Oreal, and Garnier have only ever found tiny pieces of this formula, and even those little scraps built them into multi-billion-dollar empires. And now we have the whole thing. Miss Mang, why were you holding out on me? You have to let me be the one to prepare this. I'll be the most loyal employee you've ever seen, I swear. You can even cut my pay in half. Just please, let me work on this formula. Rosie cracked a small smile and said, All right, it's all yours. Dr. Zoe looked like he was about to jump out of his skin with joy. This is the best day of my entire life. From now on, my name will go down in history with the greatest scientists of all time. Looking down at the paper, Rosie whispered, Suchin, is this stuff really that incredible? Seriously, where on earth did you find this formula? I thought White and Lovely was a game changer, but based on Dr. Zoe's reaction, this is on a whole other level. Suchin explained, He's freaking out because this is literally the greatest beauty formula in all of recorded history. You've heard of the Shenzhou secret formula, right? Rosie nodded slowly. I've read about it in some old history books. The legends say there was this incredible doctor back in ancient times, and his masterpiece was the Shenzhou secret formula. They said it could give a person's skin an almost otherworldly glow. For centuries, empresses used it to stay young, but the formula was eventually lost. She paused for a moment. So now, I get why Dr. Zoe was so over the moon. A formula like this has to be worth billions. She gave Suchin a curious look. But for real, where did you get your hands on it? Suchin smiled. Well, my master wasn't about to let me leave the mountain that easily. Before he'd let me come down, he handed me 2 tiny fragments of this formula and told me to restore the whole thing. Only after I finished the job did he finally let me leave. Rosie's eyes went wide. Wait, you recreated the entire formula from just 2 little pieces. I remember reading that a major beauty corporation hired the world's best pharmacists and sank billions of dollars into trying to recreate this exact formula, and they still came up empty. She thought to herself, Grandpa always said Suchin's master was some kind of unbelievably powerful figure. It's totally possible he taught Suchin all this himself. And now, Suchin is just handing this priceless formula over to us. A determined smile spread across her face. Who even cares about White and Lovely anymore? With this, we're going to make White and Lovely 2.0, and I bet that within 5 years, there won't be a single cream on the planet that can even touch what we have. Rosie then asked softly, Suchin, you've helped us out so much. Tell me, what do you want in return for all this? Suchin just smiled and replied, What I wanted, I've already got it. At that, Rosie blushed, her mind racing. Wait a second, is he talking about me? But then Suchin casually added, Although, if you're really insistent on giving me something, I could probably use a few million. I've got to buy some medicinal herbs for my grandpa. Rosie nodded and handed him a credit card. Here, this has 50 million on it. I hope that's enough for what you need. Suchin grinned and teased. See, when your wife is a powerful CEO, you've really got nothing to worry about, right? A little later, Suchin showed up at Dr. Lee's herbal shop. He found Dr. Lee poring over a formula, muttering to himself, "Something's missing. It's something small, but it's absolutely essential. The second I figure it out, this formula will be perfect." Suchin casually suggested, "Have you tried adding lotus root? That should balance it out." Dr. Lee's face instantly lit up. "Yes, that's it. You're absolutely right. Lotus root has every element I need to complete the formula. I've been wrestling with this problem for 2 days, and you just solved it in a matter of seconds." He looked up at Suchin, his eyes filled with gratitude. "So, you have to be the divine Dr. Su I've been hearing so much about. Tell me, Dr. Su, what can I do for you today?" Suchin said, "I'm in the market for some top-tier medicinal herbs." Dr. Lee asked with curiosity, "And what exactly do you mean by top tier?" Suchin replied, "I'm talking about herbs that are at least 1,000 years old." Dr. Lee let out a nervous chuckle. "Well, if you're going to find herbs that ancient anywhere in this city, this would be the place. But even here, the truly 1,000-year-old herbs belong to my master, and they aren't for sale, not for any amount of money." Suchin gave a faint smile. "So, money's no good, huh? All right then. How about I teach you a secret refining method? It'll completely revolutionize your alchemy process." A short time later, two of Dr. As Lee's students followed him out, they immediately started complaining. "Master Lee, why on earth did you let a stranger into our alchemy lab? His refining technique was completely bizarre. What if he wrecks all our equipment?" Dr. Lee snapped back, "You foolish kids, do you have any idea who you were just talking to? That man is on a completely different level than you. He's more knowledgeable than even my own master was. All of our knowledge combined doesn't even amount to a fraction of his wisdom." The students were absolutely floored. "But he looks so young. How can someone our age be that skilled? Master, are you sure you didn't get scammed?" Just then, a sweet yet powerful fragrance wafted out from the alchemy lab, filling the air. The students gasped. "What is that smell? He was only using a 100-year-old ginseng. How could it possibly produce such an incredible aroma? Could he be using a 1,000-year-old ginseng?" Dr. Lee shook his head in disbelief. "Even if we used a 10,000-year-old ginseng, we could never create a scent this pure. Only a divine-level alchemist could refine something of this quality." A moment later, Chen stepped out and said calmly, "Your equipment is pretty low grade. With tools like these, even I can't achieve the best possible refinement." Dr. Lee was completely blown away. "You created something this extraordinary, and you're still saying it could have been better? Even a true master in this day and age couldn't achieve that level of refinement. My own grandmaster once told me, thousands of years ago, martial artists and alchemists were 100 times stronger than those of today. But over time, their power dwindled with each passing generation. Now I finally understand what he meant. Those ancient masters. They must have been people just like you, Dr. Su." Chen replied modestly, "Yes, the technique I used is over 10,000 years old." Dr. Lee's eyes widened in sheer awe. "In that case, Dr. Su, whatever medicinal herbs you need, no matter how rare, we will provide them for you. From now on, our entire hall recognizes you as our greatest benefactor. If you ever need anything from the medicine hall, we'll always be at your service." Later, Dr. Lee went to meet his grandmaster. The old man asked, "I just saw you 1 week ago, and now you've come back with this amazing ginseng. Judging from its fragrance, it's at least 8 to 10,000 years old. Where in the world did you find it?" Dr. Lee shook his head. "Master, you've misunderstood. I'm not skilled enough to find something that ancient. Actually, this medicinal liquid was refined from a 100-year-old ginseng." The grandmaster scowled. "Do I look like a 5-year-old to you? You think you can fool me with that nonsense? This scent alone proves it's no ordinary ginseng. Now stop joking and tell me where you really got it." Dr. Lee insisted. "I swear it's the truth, master. It was only a 100-year-old ginseng, but it was refined by a divine doctor, not by me." The grandmaster froze. "A divine doctor? For real? Then give him everything. Whether it's a 1,000-year-old ginseng or a 10,000-year-old one, hand them all over to him. Every valuable item we own, offer it to that man in exchange for his refining method." A short time later, the disciples were loading crates of herbs and treasures into Suchin's car. The grandmaster said respectfully, "Divine Dr. Su, I hope we can do more business together in the future. If you ever wish to trade again, please consider us first." Suchin smiled. "Of course, I'll remember that." The students stood speechless as he left. "Who is that guy?" The grandmaster just handed over all our priceless treasures to him and still bowed respectfully as he left. The other student whispered, "I think both our master and grandmaster got scammed. Some guy our age fooled them completely." The grandmaster overheard and barked, "The only fools here are you two. Do you realize how fortunate we were today? Forget the treasures. Just gaining the favor of such a great master is a blessing from the heavens. With his refining method alone, our medicine hall will rise to heights we've never seen before." Next, we see Suchin sitting at home, deeply focused on his cultivation. He murmured to himself, "Thanks to this luminous pearl, I'm getting really close to my breakthrough. Not only has it enhanced my cultivation, but this location has also helped tremendously." The spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius is extremely dense here. Now that my cultivation session is complete, it's time to prepare medicine for Grandpa. Just as he began mixing the ingredients for the medicine, he suddenly heard shouting and gunfire outside his window. Looking out, he saw Mr. Sun and his granddaughter Ruru under attack. Suchin thought, "What's going on? Who are these people? So, why are these two getting jumped?" From the looks of it, they're both trained fighters, which explains how they're holding their own. Just then, one of the goons yelled out while letting his piece sing, "Old Master Sun, you should have just done what you were told. Your stubbornness is going to get you sent to the afterlife." Old Master Sun whipped out his sword and started swatting the projectiles out of the air, but one slipped through and tore into his shoulder, sending him to the ground. Ruru, completely horrified, saw her grandfather get hit and let her guard down for a split second. The attacker pounced on the opening, landing a nasty blow. The goon sneered, "Don't you worry, little lady. You two won't be apart for long. I'll be sending you both on a one-way trip to meet your ancestors." Suchin's hand tightened into a fist. Asterisk. Looks like fate decided to drop these two right in my lap. Asterisk. Asterisk, which means today is not their day to check out. Asterisk, just as the hitman raised his weapon for the final shot, Suchin materialized out of thin air, his blade flashing as it split the incoming slug right down the middle. The attacker was frozen stiff, completely stunned. "Who the hell are you? Where did you come from?" "Look, kid, you have no idea who you're messing with. If you knew who sent us, you wouldn't have the guts to get involved." A smirk played on Suchin's lips. "You're right, I don't know who your boss is. But it doesn't matter, because there's not a single thing they could do to me." Before the guy could even blink, Suchin was gone, reappearing behind him and taking him out in a single, fluid motion. The other attackers started to panic. "What is this speed? We can't even track his movements." In the blink of an eye, Suchin had effortlessly dealt with the rest of them. He calmly said, "If you're going to call yourselves assassins, at least get stronger first. Go on home, get some proper training, and then maybe you can try again." Old Master Sun, clutching his bleeding shoulder, asked, "Young man, why did you save us?" Suchin replied, "Because we met at the antique shop." The old man's eyes widened in recognition. "Ah, of course. I remember now. You're the one who discovered the luminous pearl. Thank you, truly, for saving our lives. Honestly, I never would have guessed someone your age could have reached the Grandmaster level." Suchin just blinked at him. "Grandmaster level? What's that? Never heard of it." Old Master Sun began to explain. "In the world of martial arts, power is categorized into different ranks. Those thugs you just took down, they were all at the Menning level. In my prime, I could have dealt with them myself, no problem. But my cultivation has been erratic lately, so I just couldn't hold my own. But the way you dispatched them so easily, it's undeniable. You are without a doubt at the Grandmaster level." Asterisk. So asterisk, Suchin thought to himself. Asterisk, the power system here is totally different from what I learned on the mountain. Asterisk, he then said out loud, "I have no idea what this Grandmaster level is, but I'm just glad I was able to help. You helped me out last time without even knowing who I was. Just consider this me returning the favor." With that, Suchin placed a hand on Old Master Sun and began using his divine healing technique. Ruru freaked out. "Grandpa, what's going on?" "You look like you're in agony," Suchin replied coolly. "Just give it 2 seconds. You'll see." A moment later, Master Sun's wound vanished completely. Ruru's jaw dropped. "But he was shot. How did he heal that fast?" "Grandpa, we need to get you to a hospital." Master Sun cut her off, a huge smile on his face. "There's no need. I don't feel a thing. For the past 2 weeks, my body has felt so heavy and weak, I couldn't even cultivate properly. Now, after his treatment, I feel totally refreshed, light as a feather." Suchin nodded knowingly. "Just as I suspected. You've been practicing the Wanmang technique, haven't you? For the past 2 weeks, you've been unable to circulate your inner energy correctly. The more you tried to practice, the more exhausted and weighed down you felt. That can only mean one thing. Your technique is a counterfeit." Master Sun was floored. "A counterfeit? But someone gave it to me just a couple of weeks ago. Please, take a look and tell me if it's true." He handed the manual over to Suchin. After a careful read-through, Suchin spoke up. "The first half is perfectly sound, but the back half is riddled with critical errors. Got a pen? I'll fix it for you." He then quickly scribbled in some corrections, perfecting the entire sequence. "There. Perfect. The moment you start practicing this version, you'll feel the change." Master Sun, completely astonished, scanned the corrected manual. Finally, it all makes sense. He channeled his energy through a single punch and blasted a clean hole straight through a nearby wall. A random bystander yelled, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? That's public property." Master Sun just laughed with pure joy. "Young master, thank you. Thank you so much. You've done me an incredible service by perfecting this technique." Suchin gave a modest smile. "Oh, it was nothing. I mean, I did write the original myself, back when I was 10. My master had me doing drills like this daily. Cultivation really isn't as complicated as everyone makes it out to be. If you just pay close attention, you can even craft a technique perfectly suited for yourself." Master Sun responded, "That might sound simple coming from you, but for regular cultivators like us, that's a monumental task. Still, I have to say, I was incredibly fortunate to run into you today. Please, allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Sun Fu, the head of the Sun family from the capital, and this is my contact information." Suchin offered a polite smile and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Suchin." As he said it, he was thinking, the Sun family. They're a huge name in medicinal herbs. They could be incredibly useful when I need to find rare ingredients down the line. Just then, Ruru spoke up. "Grandpa, it's Shaoli on the phone. Don't you remember? We promised we'd partner with his Excellence Group. He wants to talk about the details." Old Master Sun's face darkened as he grumbled, "Shaoli. He's the one who gave me that worthless Mang technique, the same phony method that nearly sent me to an early grave. And now that punk has the audacity to call me for a chat." Suchin's curiosity was piqued. "So, Shaoli was the one who gave you that technique?" Old Master Sun nodded grimly. He was. "The beauty industry here in Tangui City has been exploding recently. So, we figured we'd get in on the action. We heard that Shaoli's Excellence Group is a major player around here, which is why we reached out to them about a potential partnership. He's the one who offered me that technique, and while I couldn't figure out his angle, I felt obligated to at least consider his proposal." Ruru's brow furrowed in concern. "So, wait, Grandpa. Are you saying Shaoli doesn't really want to partner with us? That he gave you a bad technique on purpose just to mess with you? If that's the case, then meeting him sounds like a terrible idea. Master Suchin, you're so powerful. Would you be willing to go with my grandfather to meet this Shaoli? I just know he'd be safe if you were there with him. And please, don't worry, we'll make it worth your while. We'll pay you very well for your time." Suchin shook his head, his voice calm. "This isn't about money. I would have helped you for nothing. The problem is, Shaoli and I, we have a history. You're trying to partner with my rival, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to interfere. You did me a favor at the antique shop, and by helping you today, I consider that debt repaid. So, I should be on my way now. If our paths are meant to cross again, they will." He started to walk away, but then paused. "Oh, and don't worry. That technique Shaoli gave you wasn't intentionally malicious. The person who designed it was simply ignorant, which led to some critical flaws. It was incompetence, not malice." After he left, Old Master Sun turned to Ruru and spoke gently. "Ruru, that was a little rash. A true master like him has no interest in money. To even bring up payment to someone of his stature is, frankly, an insult. For people like Suchin, worldly wealth is meaningless. They could amass a fortune in the blink of an eye if they wanted to, but money itself has no real value to them. If you ever have the honor of meeting someone of his caliber again, you must remember, never, ever mention money. We're fortunate that he's a kind and gracious person. If he had been offended, wiping out our entire Sun family would have been trivial for him." He then stood up and said, "All right, let's go see this Shaoli. We'll just have to be on our guard." As Suchin watched them go, he thought to himself, "It's a small and bizarre world. You take one wrong turn, and suddenly you're tangled up with the exact people you were trying to avoid. In any case, I need to wrap up this Mang family business fast so I can get back to collecting my herbs." A short while later, Suchin is seen arriving at the Dream Group office. Suchin, looking surprised, said, "Rosie, hold on a second. Did you just say you need Mr. Sun Fu's contact information? What for?" Rosie started to explain, "The head of the Sun family is in Tanchu City, all the way from the capital, looking to break into the beauty market. Whoever lands a partnership with him gets a direct line to the capital's market, which is a massive opportunity. The only problem is, I don't have many connections outside of Tanchu City, so I haven't had any luck tracking down his contact details." A small smile played on Suchin's lips as he handed her a piece of paper. "Here you go, his contact info." Rosie's eyes went wide. "Wait a minute, is this for real? Is this actually Sun Fu's number? Suchin, you're not pulling my leg, are you? This is really the head of the Sun family?" Suchin replied calmly, "The number is on the paper. You're holding your phone. Why don't you give it a call and find out for yourself?" Then, he thought to himself, "I swore I wouldn't get mixed up in this again. But when Rosie asked me for help like that, how could I possibly say no?" The following day, at Tanki Villa, Shaoli and Zimming showed up for their business meeting. Shaoli remarked, "Mr. Sun turned down our first invitation, but now he's suddenly asking to meet us here. I have to wonder what changed." Zimming let out a little laugh. He must have scouted every other company in town and figured out that while there are plenty of decent ones, we're the cream of the crop. After all, nobody else has a boss as brilliant as you. Shaoli shot him a nasty look. "Save the flattery. You think I've forgotten about the financial hole your son dug for me? If we don't lock down this deal with Mr. Sun today, you can start packing your desk." Zimming, breaking out in a nervous sweat, stammered, "Don't you worry, boss. I've handled all the arrangements. Besides, this whole mess is the Mang family's fault. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be in this situation to begin with." Right on cue, Rosie and Suchin walked up to the villa. Xiaoli's eyes widened in mock surprise. "Well, look what the cat dragged in. President Mang, to what do we owe the pleasure? Let me guess. You're here to try and pitch your company to Mr. Sun, aren't you? You can give it your best shot, but I hate to break it to you, he's already chosen us. You're a little late to the party. Rosie replied coolly. We'll see about that, won't we? Time has a way of revealing things. Mr. Sun personally invited me, so the real question is, what are you times doing here? Xiaoli, with a smug grin plastered on his face, said, Ma'am, I'm here to finalize the collaboration between Excellence Group and Sun Corporation. I've already had a private, one-on-one meeting with Mr. Sun, so my presence here is perfectly logical. You, on the other hand, crashing the party uninvited? Now that's times what doesn't add up. Oh, come on, President Mang, don't embarrass yourself. If your white and lovely cream hadn't been such a spectacular failure, maybe Mr. Sun would have given you the time of day. But after that train wreck, you honestly believe he'd waste a second on you? You're just setting yourself up for humiliation, and frankly, I'm here for it. Rosie met his gaze, her voice dripping with confidence. Then let's see who ends up with egg on their face, shall we? Inside, she was thinking, it looks like he has no idea I've already spoken with Mr. Sun. That explains his ridiculous overconfidence. Just then, the door swung open, and Mr. Sun and Ruru emerged. Xiaoli immediately put on a polite smile. Mr. Sun, it's wonderful to see you. Sun Fu replied flatly. President Xiao, what are you doing here? Ruru, didn't I tell you to inform him our partnership was cancelled? Rosie instantly understood that Xiaoli was completely out of the loop. Xiao's face was a mask of shock. Cancelled? When did this happen? Mr. Sun looked at his granddaughter. Ruru, explain this. Ruru bowed her head in apology. I'm so sorry, Grandpa. It completely slipped my mind to inform President Xiao. Sun Fu stepped forward. President Xiao, please accept our apologies for this misunderstanding. Don't worry, my driver is waiting to take you home safely. Xiaoli protested, but Mr. Sun, why would you cancel? You said you wanted to break into the Tangu City beauty market, and everyone knows Excellence Group is the top choice. So why would you pick someone else over us? Sun Fu's expression grew cold. President Xiao, that's enough. Do you want to know the real reason I decided against working with you? It's because you're suffering from a massive delusion of grandeur. You think you're untouchable. That arrogance will be your ruin. And that is precisely why we have chosen to partner with the Dream Group instead. He then turned to Rosie, his expression softening into a calm smile. President Mang, my apologies for making you wait. Rosie quickly replied, Oh no, not at all. There's no need to apologize. I must admit, I was surprised. We only spoke on the phone yesterday, yet you've already decided to partner with us. What made you come to a decision so quickly? Sun Fu explained, After our call, I did a thorough review of your company's profile. I was very impressed with everything I saw, but the deciding factor is the man standing right next to you. I owe him a great debt, and since you are his wife, that means I can place my complete trust in you. Rosie was taken aback. Wife? Wait a minute, are you talking about Suchin? Meanwhile, Suchin was thinking to himself, this old man is a sharp one. Having me and Xiaoli show up at the exact same time was no accident. He obviously orchestrated this whole scene to humiliate Xiaoli publicly, making it crystal clear that he's cut all ties with him. It's a clever move to earn my complete trust. A slight smile touched Suchin's lips as he said to Rosie, What's on your mind? Everything is settled. All that's left is to sign the contract. Mr. Sun nodded in agreement. It will be a pleasure doing business with you. Rosie replied with confidence, and I assure you, we won't let you down. Meanwhile, Xiaoli stood by, absolutely seething with rage as he watched the exchange. Ruru stepped forward politely. President Xiao, your car is here. You can leave whenever you're ready. As Xiao turned and walked away, he muttered venomously under his breath, Mang Rosie, you've made a huge mistake. It might not be today, but one day soon I'll make you regret this. And when I do, it's gonna hurt, big time. Suchin let out a quiet chuckle. My car's exhaust has got nothing on the steam coming off Xiaoli's back right now. Xiaoli whipped around, his face a mask of fury. Suchin, you are not getting away with this. Just then, Zimming stepped forward, trembling. President Xiao, please, wait. Whatever happens, please don't fire me over this. But it was too late. Xiao's bodyguards grabbed Zimming by the arms. Xiaoli snarled, a man who can't even do his job right. I don't just fire people like that from my company, I erase them from the world. Because trash like this doesn't deserve to exist. He turned to his guard, his voice ice cold. Bring him in. Make sure Xiao Zimming is taken care of. Later, Secretary Liu received some terrible news. Xiao Zimming was dead. Suchin was in shock. What? Zimming is dead? But we just saw him today. What happened to him? Rosie asked, completely alarmed. And why do you look so worried? Secretary Liu explained, Zimming handled all the loans for our company. We just discovered that 8 months ago, he secretly took out a loan without telling anyone in management, and now he's dead. Before he could repay it, I asked a friend to look into his whereabouts, and she just called me. They found his body sealed inside a wall at a construction site. Suchin frowned. Getting rid of Zimming like that? It's bizarre. Something feels really off here, Rosie sighed. Now that he's dead, there's nothing we can do about it. We need to focus on securing a new loan immediately. Secretary Liu added, we've been waiting for Mr. Hua for over an hour. I wonder when he's going to show up. Right on cue, Mr. Hua walked in. Rosie said with a hint of relief, finally, you're here. Mr. Hua frowned. On my way here, I heard you were complaining about me being late, so let's just do this. If working with me is such a problem for you, then we won't be working together at all. Go find your loan somewhere else. Rosie quickly interjected, Mr. Hua, you're overreacting. There's no issue, but Hua held up a hand. I don't have time for this. You've got 10 minutes. Tell me exactly what you need, how much, and why. If your reasoning makes sense, I'll approve the loan right away. Rosie turned to her secretary. Show him the papers. Then she explained, Mr. Hua, our dream group has started several new, large-scale projects. Each project is valued in the billions, and for our next development, we only need a $300 million loan. Once our new product launches, we'll be able to repay you in full immediately. Mr. Hua said, examining the documents. These papers actually look pretty good. Secretary Liu, irritated, thought to herself, I'm sure that creep wasn't even looking at the papers. As Hua read through the documents, he muttered, they're working on some impressive projects, but their cash flow is weak. That's why they're struggling. Mr. Xiao was right. If they manage to get the money, they'll pull it off easily. That means I have to make sure they never get this loan. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure no bank in this city lends them a single cent. Saying that, he tossed the papers across the table. Hua said arrogantly, what's the point of looking at these? I've already reviewed your situation, and I don't see anything of value. 8 months ago, your company took a $300 million loan, and you haven't repaid it yet. So, tell me, on what basis should I approve another one? Rosie thought angrily, this must be the work of that lowlife, Zimming. He and his son have caused us nothing but problems. Hua smirked. It's not just me. No bank in this city will lend you money. And if any of them tries, I'll personally make sure they don't. Let's see how you manage to finish your project without funds. Rosie said firmly, but, Mr. Hua, why are you doing this? It's only been 8 months. That's not a long time for a $300 million loan. I promised to repay it within a year, and there are still 4 months left. So, how can you stop us from borrowing again and even pressure other companies to refuse us? Hua smiled wickedly. I'm sorry, President Mang, but there's nothing I can do for you. Unless you come to my house tonight, then maybe we can discuss the loan more privately. Secretary Liu, furious, snapped, Mr. Hua, you should focus on your job instead of running that filthy mouth of yours. Hua laughed sleazily. President Mang, earning $300 million shouldn't be hard for someone with your assets. You're the most beautiful CEO in the entire city. I'm sure plenty of men would be willing to give you the money. You just have to offer them the right price. And if no one else is available, I'm always willing to give you the full amount myself. Just don't forget my offer. Hua, who was standing nearby, finally spoke up. You look like a guy who's never been punched in the face. He smirked. Oh, getting angry now? Go ahead, take a shot. Let's see if you've got the nerve to lay a finger on me in my own office. Rosie quickly jumped in. Suchin, don't. He's trying to get a rise out of you. It's totally obvious he's working for our competition. If you touch him, he'll call the cops immediately, she warned. Suchin said coldly, I'm a man who believes in civility. I wouldn't dirty my hands on a piece of garbage like him. Hua sneered. What's wrong? Lose your nerve. Tough words don't scare me. If you've really got guts, then hit me. Suchin smiled faintly. If that's really what you want, I'll be happy to grant your wish. He lifted his hand ever so slightly, and with an imperceptible flick of his energy, the chandelier's chains snapped. The heavy fixture came plummeting down, crashing right on top of Hua. Secretary Liu gasped in utter shock. How did the chandelier just fall? Suchin replied with unnerving calm. Sometimes, Secretary Liu, it's better not to talk so much. Even the gods get sick of hearing nonsense. Mr. Hua, I don't think we'll be meeting again, considering you're about to be turned into a pancake. Hua screamed in a panic, pinned under the twisted metal. Please, don't leave me. Call an ambulance. I'm begging you. Suchin crouched down beside him. Sorry, Mr. Hua, but you did just insult my wife and then refuse to help us. So you tell me, why should I help you? By the way, that chandelier is incredibly heavy. When a massive object crushes your body like this, your blood flow will just stop. Your body will become paralyzed, and if help doesn't arrive soon, you're going to check out. Besides, this is a VIP room completely soundproof. Even if you scream your head off, no one is going to hear you. You're about to have a very messy, very painful exit. Oh, hold on. I just remembered. We have some important business to attend to. Let's go, Rosie. Hua cried out desperately. Please, don't go. I'll approve the loan. I take back everything I said. I'm not even a person. I'm a dog for speaking badly about Rosie. But it wasn't all my idea. Someone else told me to do it. Please, forgive me. Suchin turned back slowly. In that case, sign the contract right now. Then, I'll decide if I feel like calling an ambulance. 15 minutes later, after Hua had scribbled his signature on the papers, Suchin finally called for help. Rosie sighed in relief. Well, we got the money. But it feels strange, like we didn't just get a loan. Secretary Lu nodded. Yeah, what kind of loan comes with 0% interest? It doesn't feel like borrowing. It feels like we just strong-armed him. Suchin chuckled. Why are you both looking at me like that? The man was spouting nonsense, and it seems even the heavens got tired of listening to him. So, the chandelier fell on its own. I didn't do a thing. Just then, Suchin's phone buzzed with a message. He muttered, I've got something to take care of. I'll be back soon. Rosie frowned. But where exactly are you going? Suchin replied calmly. To collect some good karma. You never know when it'll come in handy. Rosie watched him leave, thinking to herself, this guy is a complete mystery. Him getting angry that moment and the chandelier falling on Mr. Hua, Right afterward? That can't be a coincidence. The more I think about him, the more mysterious and fascinating he seems. The scene shifts to the forensics department. Mr. Jiang said, Mr. Suchin, I called you here because we found something strange regarding the man buried at my house. The way he was put in the ground is an exact match to another body we found earlier. It looks like both jobs were done by the same person. Suchin replied, maybe the killer is the same, maybe not. But the mastermind behind these deaths is definitely one and the same. Jiang leaned forward. Mr. Suchin, do you have any idea who it could be? Suchin said seriously, I can't be completely sure, but I have my suspicions. And if I'm right about who it is, he'll be behind bars very soon. The scene cuts to Xiaoli's hideout. Liao rushed in trembling. Boss, please, you gotta save me. Xiaoli frowned. You're saying Suchin threatened you? Liao nodded quickly. Yes. I don't know much about him, but that guy is terrifying. He uses some kind of weird magic, and he took down everyone at the Shingle Guild all by himself. He even left this mark on my arm, and whenever I even think about betraying him, the pain becomes unbearable. Suddenly, Liao grimaced in agony as the same burning sensation flared up across his body. Out of nowhere, a beam of light flashed and completely destroyed the mark on Liao's arm. A man's cold voice echoed from behind them. Using weak little tricks like this, only cowards rely on such methods. Startled, Liao whipped around. What the? The mark? It vanished. Xiaoli glanced up. Sheki, what brings you here? Sheki just smirked. After spending all day cleaning up your messes, don't you think I deserve a 5-minute break? Xiaoli quickly waved his hands, looking flustered. No, that's not it at all. I was just wondering. Can you handle this Suchin guy for me? Glancing at the faint mark on Li Hao's arm, Sheki scoffed. This is some low-grade amateur hour stuff. Whoever did this barely understands the basics of energy manipulation. And as for this Suchin character, I've never even heard the name. One thing's for sure, he doesn't belong to any major sect. He's probably just some self-taught nobody, and people like that are a dime a dozen. You already know how my master and I feel about these self-taught wannabes. They think they're clever, so we make it our business to put them down personally. Xiaoli's grin turned sinister. So, does that mean you'll take care of him for me? That jerk has been a thorn in my side ever since he showed up in town. I want him gone, name, body, everything, completely erased. The scene then cuts to a derelict factory. Suchin walked through the rusted gates. Li Hao, why'd you call me all the way out here? Li Hao forced a nervous smile. Boss, you made it. That mark you put on my arm. It just disappeared on its own. I freaked out and called you immediately. Suchin sighed. You dragged me all the way out here for that. Fine, let me see what's going on. Li Hao raised his arm, and a strange, glowing formation suddenly appeared on his skin. Suchin's eyes narrowed. A formation. Li Hao yelled. I've got him. Start the ritual. In an instant, Sheki slammed the factory door shut, sealing it tight. He let out a cold laugh. I knew it. These self-taught types are always so full of themselves. It's way too easy to bait them into a trap like this. Suchin's expression hardened. So, this was your grand plan? To trap me? Sheki shot back. Not trap you. End you. Honestly, it almost feels like a waste of effort to set all this up for a rat like you. But whatever. At least now, you'll get a front row seat to see what a real, properly trained cultivator can do. Suchin smirked. And here I was, thinking I'd finally found a decent challenge after all this time. But you're just weak. My master was right all along. There's only a handful of true martial artists left in this world. The rest of you so-called cultivators are just a bunch of sheep, blindly following the crowd. With that, Suchin raised his hand, and a massive dragon formed from pure spiritual energy erupted into existence. It let out a deafening roar as it slammed into Sheki's serpent, obliterating it in a single, devastating blow. Sheki's eyes went wide with disbelief. Impossible. How could this? Before he could even finish his sentence, the dragon lunged forward and slammed into him, knocking him out cold. Terrified, Li Hao stammered, What just happened? Suchin stepped toward him, his gaze icy. What happened? Nothing. Yet, this was just the warm-up. Your buddy over there got exactly what was coming to him. Now, it's your turn. You tried to sell me out, and now I'm going to show you what happens to traitors. Li Hao collapsed to his knees. Please, master, don't finish me. I'll tell you everything about Xiaoli and the others. He's working with a guy named Songqin Men, one of the biggest threats to the entire martial arts world in Tangui City. You have no idea what they're plotting. Suddenly, Li Hao's body began to convulse violently. Sheki's weak voice echoed through the factory. I knew you'd crack under pressure. That's why I planted a curse seal inside you. The second you tried to betray us, it would activate. Li Hao let out a final scream and then fell silent. Suchen frowned. So, he's gone. Just then, officers Dao Chan and Xiao Su burst into the factory. Suchen turned to them calmly. You two sure took your sweet time getting here. It's all over. Come on, I'll give you a hand with the cleanup, Xiao Su asked. It's really over already? Dao Chan replied. Doctor. Jiang told us we were supposed to be working with Su Chen on this case. We've been on standby waiting for his call for the last 36 hours. No rest, no sleep. And when he finally calls, we rush over here, only to find out there was nothing left for us to do. Su Chen had already taken care of everything himself. Later, back at the police station, Dao Chan was interrogating a man. Tell me the truth. What's your connection to Xiao Zhiming's death? Sheki, with an arrogant smirk, replied, Xiao Zhiming was a piece of trash. Even if he were still breathing, what could he possibly do? He's gone now, and the world is a little bit cleaner without him in it. And honestly, who even cares who offed him? Officer, you have no clue who you're messing with. You should be more worried about your own skin. As soon as my master finds out you've got me locked up in here, he'll come for you himself, and he's going to make you experience a level of terror you can't even begin to imagine. And he'll completely erase you from this world. Over at Suchin's place, Dao Chan and Xiao Su were meeting with him. Xiao Su asked anxiously, Master Su, what happens if his master actually comes knocking? Dao Chan and I are way out of our league against a cultivator of that caliber. Do you have a plan to stop him? Suchin just gave a small nod. You're not wrong. Against a true cultivator, you two wouldn't last a second. But don't you worry, I'll get things ready. He then lifted his foot, drawing a bright, glowing line in front of the door. There, that should do it. Nobody in the entire city of Tongui can get past this line. Not even if his master or his father shows up. They still won't have a prayer of breaking through. The scene cuts to Xiaoli's office, where he was looking over the report on Shekji's arrest before slamming his fist on the desk. He was fuming. What in the world is happening? That useless bum, Sheki, couldn't even take care of Suchin. Absolutely pathetic. Right then, his phone started ringing. He took a quick look at the screen. It was Liang's father, calling yet again. He let out a frustrated sigh. Of course, it's him again. I told him I'd help train the Mang family. I figured it was a good way to get on their good side. But instead, I just keep dropping the ball, and now I'm hearing Leon's getting worse by the day. It's no surprise his old man is seeing red. I should probably just lay low for a few days. Besides, this whole Leong situation isn't even my problem. Why should I get sucked into this mess? Still, I should at least give the others a heads up about what happened to Sheki. A woman's voice suddenly spoke from his phone. Mr. Xiao, is something wrong? If you're calling about Sheki, you can relax. The master and I are already aware of the situation. My senior brother and I will be in the city shortly to handle this Suchin problem for good. You've been our financial backer for years. We're not about to let anything happen to you. Xiao Li shot back impatiently. So what's your master up to? Is he too busy to even take a phone call? The woman calmly replied, the master is currently in deep cultivation. It requires time to properly analyze the energy signatures of so many individuals. She then turned and spoke respectfully to her master. Master, senior brother and I are leaving now to go rescue Sheki. The master responded, very well, bring him back in one piece. And remember, no matter what, you are not to take a life. The scene then shifts to the police station, where the woman, a catgirl cultivator, was looking around with disdain. I can't believe they actually nabbed Sheki. He's a practitioner of the mystic arts. How could a bunch of regular cops possibly catch him? Suddenly, she froze as she sensed something. I can feel Sheki's energy. It's coming from that room over there. As she got closer, she noticed a faint, glowing line drawn on the floor outside the cell. She scowled. So, this is where they've got him locked up. That line was drawn by an incredibly powerful master. That has to be why Sheki can't escape. But it makes no difference who that master is. No one here is more powerful than me. She started to gather her energy for an attack, but in an instant, a spiritual dragon burst forth from the glowing line. The catgirl staggered backward, completely stunned. What? A formation? Senior brother Lon, I need your help. As they were dealing with the dragon, police officers started swarming the building. The catgirl hissed, if we stick around, we're going to get caught. And the master's orders were clear. No killing. We have to fall back, now. Lon argued, but what about Sheki? She shot him a death glare. We can't save him if we're 6 feet under. Let's get out of here first, and we'll come up with a new plan for him later. With that, they cast a teleportation spell and vanished into thin air. The scene cuts back to Suchin's house. Suchin and Grandpa Mang were in the middle of a chess game when Rosie's mother walked in with a bright smile. Look who I brought with me. This is Rosie's cousin, Yan Sha Sha. She spent the last few years overseas training in kickboxing and just got back last week. Yen Sha offered a polite smile. It's a pleasure to meet all of you, Rosie's mom continued. You know, these days, you can't be too careful. We all saw what happened with that lowlife Li Dong, right? That's precisely why I brought Sha over. She's going to be Rosie's bodyguard from this day forward. Grandpa Mang let out a chuckle. But what does Rosie need a bodyguard for? She's got Suchin, doesn't she? He can protect her perfectly well. Suchin smiled humbly. Grandpa, I really don't mind. I've been pretty tied up lately, helping the police with a few cases, so I can't be with Rosie all the time. Having someone watching over her would honestly put my mind at ease. Rosie's mom scoffed loudly. Oh, so you're helping the police now, are you? Do you even hear yourself when you start bragging like that? Honestly, Suchin, could you please stop with the crazy talk in this house? Just then, Rosie walked in. Mom, is this Shasha? Her mother smiled warmly. Yes, Shasha came all this way just for you. I've asked her to stay on as your bodyguard, so we won't have to be concerned about your safety anymore. Besides, you two are cousins, so you should get along just fine. Shasha stepped forward, sizing up Suchin. So, you're Suchin, he replied politely. I am. Was there something you needed? Shasha crossed her arms. No, not particularly. My aunt was just telling me all about you. Honestly, I didn't want anything to do with this, but now that I'm seeing you for myself, I can tell you one thing for sure. You are nowhere near good enough for my cousin Rosie. She's driven and completely focused on her future. And you? You just look like some freeloader mooching off her success. I could never stand by and watch my cousin throw her life away on someone like you. Suchin replied calmly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Whether we're talking about martial arts or judging character, you're not nearly as sharp as you seem to think. Grandpa chuckled quietly to himself. Ha, he sure put her in her place with that one. Suchin's really enjoying this. Suchin then stood up and said, let me guess. You've been training in strength-based techniques for a long time, right? Take a piece of free advice. Drop them and focus on speed-based skills instead. Because the second you run into an opponent who's even remotely on your level, you won't last 10 moves. Learn it from me now, before the world teaches you the hard way. Fuming, Shasha snapped. What did you just say to me? Inside, she thought, Aunt Lin was right. This guy's arrogance is off the charts. Just then, Suchin's expression shifted. He could feel it. Someone's trying to break the seal I left at the police station. I have to go. The regular officers won't stand a chance against whoever this is. Suchin pulled out a small, faintly glowing talisman and handed it to Rosie. No matter what happens, keep this on you. I have some urgent business to take care of, but I'll be back soon. This talisman will protect you from any harm. Rosie nodded. It's getting late, so please be careful. Her mother muttered under her breath, normal people stay home at night, but this boy is always running off into the darkness. What could he possibly be up to out there? Meanwhile, outside, Lan stood watching the Mang mansion from a distance, thinking to himself, Brother Shaoli said this is where that punk Suchin lives. Back inside, Rosie's mom said anxiously, See, I told you we can't trust him. I mean, tell me, what kind of man just sneaks out late at night without a word? Just then, Brother Lan appeared at their front door. I believe I just heard you mention the name Suchin. Looks like I'm in the right place. Shasha stepped in front of the others. Who are you? Lan just smirked and unleashed a powerful burst of spiritual energy. Tell Suchin to get out here, or you'll all pay the price. He then let out a sonic shockwave that sent the entire room into a violent tremor. Grandpa clutched his head. What? What is that noise? It feels like my head is splitting open. Suddenly, the protective talisman Suchin had given Rosie began to glow, creating a spiritual barrier that enveloped them all. Rosie gasped. So this is what Suchin's talisman does. It's protecting us. Her mother sighed in relief. My headache. It's gone. Lan frowned. Only one of you girls has any real power. The rest are just regular people. How in the world did they block my attack? Shasha stepped forward, cracking her knuckles. You talk way too much. Let's see if your jaw can handle one of my punches. She lunged, landing a solid blow right across Lan's face. Lan just laughed mockingly. Was that it? You seriously thought a pathetic little punch like that could shut me up? Shasha's eyes widened in pure disbelief. What? Why didn't my attack have any effect? Lan's grin turned sinister. Allow me to demonstrate what a real attack feels like. He grabbed her by the arm and violently threw her across the room, slamming her into the floor over and over again. Rosie's mom screamed, Shasha, my dear. Shasha groaned in pain, thinking, I've been a kickboxer for over 10 years. He's not that much stronger than me, physically. And yet, I didn't last a single second. Could Suchin have been right all along? Maybe strength-based techniques really are the wrong path for me. Lan roared, Where is Suchin? Tell him to come out and face me. Right on cue, Suchin emerged from the shadows. So, you're the one I was on my way to the police station to see, and now you've brought the party right to my front door. Fine, then. Consider this a housewarming gift. He raised his leg and unleashed a spiritual kick, slamming Lan straight into the ground and pinning him there with overwhelming force. Suchin then turned to the officers who were just arriving behind him. Take care of the rest. We've got the woman, and now we have him too. Question them both thoroughly. Rose's mom rushed over to him, exclaiming, Suchin, you're back. Suchin offered a small smile, and just in the nick of time. If I'd been a few minutes later, this goon would have been tossing you all over the place just like he did to Shasha. Her mother blinked, confused. So, you're actually working with the police? Suchin nodded. That's right. For now, these two officers are on my team. Shasha, still on the floor, thought to herself. My master always said that modern martial artists are a pale shadow of the masters of old. He said there was a time when a single kick from a true master could shatter mountains. They didn't need to prove their power. You could feel it just by being in their presence. And he told me, the day you meet someone whose strength you can't even begin to measure, that's when you'll have found a true master. Shasha got to her feet and hesitantly asked, Suchin, you said that techniques based on raw power are useless for me. Are you really saying I should give up the martial arts style I've always known? Suchin replied calmly, you just went up against Lan, right? He also depends on brute force techniques. And let's be honest, he's nothing special, just your run-of-the-mill fighter. You couldn't even properly counter 3 of his moves. If you keep second-guessing every single step, you'll stay stuck right where you are. Stop wasting your time and start focusing on what's actually important. Lowering her head, Shasha said softly, Senior, please forgive my arrogance. My own pride blinded me, but your words have opened my eyes. Please, show me the path I should follow in my training. I trust you completely. I know that whatever you teach me will be the right way. Rosie, completely shocked, thought, hold on. Is Shasha actually bowing to him? Her mother frowned, completely bewildered. Shasha, what in the world do you think you're doing? A faint smile touched Suchin's lips. I have to admit, you're quite sensible. The people who can see their own faults and fix them are the only ones who ever truly get ahead in life. Some people just make empty promises, but you've chosen to actually grow. Considering your background, that's pretty impressive. You've shown real wisdom, so I'll forgive you and teach you a technique that's a perfect fit for you. Shasha gasped as a current of knowledge flooded her mind. He's transferring the technique directly into my consciousness. My master once said that only someone far beyond the level of a grandmaster could ever do something like this. This means Suchin isn't just strong, he's a living legend. A true master is teaching me himself. I can't believe how lucky I am. Suchin said firmly, you're a hard worker, I'll give you that. If you focus on your speed and precision, you'll see your skills improve much more quickly. The technique I just gave you is built entirely on that principle. If you train correctly, you'll soon be able to take down fighters like Lan without breaking a sweat. Shasha smiled gratefully. Thank you, master. I promise I will give it everything I have. Rosie, still in a daze, thought, what in the world just happened? Suchin placed his hand on her head, and now she's calling him master too? He must be seriously dangerous. That's why everyone ends up submitting to him. All the good things that have happened to our family. It's all because of Suchin. Ross's mom, however, was not buying it. Honey, what are you doing? This boy is playing you for a fool. Don't be so naive. I don't know what kind of tricks he's pulling, but he's made everyone in this house lose their minds. First Dad, then Rosie, and now you. Shasha stood up straight and said firmly, Auntie, I can put up with a lot, but I will not stand here and let you insult the man who helped me. You just don't get it. Even after hearing you badmouth him, he stood there silently and showed incredible restraint. That's a sign of his true character. On the way over here, you said some awful things about him, and I was foolish enough to believe you. I actually thought he was some kind of cruel, selfish monster. But now I see just how wrong we both were. In fact, you're the one who owes him an apology. Open your eyes. It's perfectly clear that he saved your family. If he hadn't shown up tonight, have you even thought about what would have happened to all of you? Rose's mom stammered. I was only saying what I believe is true about Suchin. Just then, Dao Chan walked in and reported, Master Su, we have the targets in custody. We're taking them downtown now. Suchin nodded. Good. I'll swing by the station in the morning. Rosie watched silently, lost in thought. First it was Mr. Wong, then Director Jiang, and after that, it was Mr. Sunday. Every single one of them respects Suchin so deeply. Even the officers from the department talk to him like he's their boss, as if he's the one actually in charge. Why does everyone treat him with so much respect? Who is Suchin, really? And what is he actually capable of? Suchin then turned to Grandpa and said, Grandpa, be sure to take the medicine I prepared for you right on schedule. The poison in your system has been neutralized, but it's left you quite weak. If you continue taking the medicine consistently, you'll be back on your feet in no time. Grandpa smiled warmly. My boy, you truly care about this old man, Rosie's mom muttered under her breath. Suchin really knows how to get on Dad's good side. He always says the perfect thing. But Rosie had heard enough. Mom, what is your deal with Suchin? Why are you always looking for a reason to put him down? When our family business was about to go under, he was the one who saved it. When Grandpa was knocking on death's door, he saved him. Well, and now, he's the one managing his recovery every single day. After all he's done for our family, why do you still resent him so much? What more could you possibly want from him? She stormed out in a fury. Her mother called after her, Rosie, why are you getting so upset? Then continued her attack. He's just tricking you. 3 days later, Suchin frowned and asked the officers, so, after 3 days of interrogation, you've come up with nothing? Xiaosu replied, Lon and Catgirl are still out cold from your little visit. They haven't stirred once in 3 days. And that she guy, he's as stubborn as a mule. We gave him a serious tune-up, and his face is swollen up like a balloon. But he still hasn't uttered a single word. We've put out a reward. Anyone with information on the Suchin men or their associates gets $100,000. Just then, a woman walked in. Officer, I need to report a crime. Xiao looked up, surprised. You're Manhwa, aren't you? President of Black Flower Bank. Manhwa nodded. Yes, that's right. I heard you're seeking information on the Suchin men. I happen to know a great deal about them, but I'm not interested in the reward money. I'm here because I need your help with a personal matter. For the last month, someone has been spying on me inside my own house. Whether I'm just getting a glass of water or sitting quietly, I constantly feel like I'm being watched. Please, you have to help me catch this person, Suchin said calmly. So, you have an intruder lurking in your house. We can certainly help you with that. Ranhua's voice trembled. It all began about a month ago. At first, I thought I was just imagining it, that I was just overworked or paranoid. But at night, around 2 or 3 in the morning, when the house is completely silent, I can hear footsteps. Sometimes, I even hear what sounds like someone crying, almost calling for me. I tried to ignore it at first, but one night, I finally worked up the courage to leave my room. And that's when I saw it, a shadowy figure moving around in the living room. From that night on, I knew it wasn't just in my head. Every single night since, that figure appears and just sits in front of a painting and cries. He never steals anything. He doesn't touch a single object. He just sits there and weeps. After a week of this, I couldn't stand it anymore. I wasn't getting any sleep. I couldn't think straight. So, I finally tried to confront him, but he was too powerful. He took me down with a single blow. The wound he gave me still hasn't healed, and now I'm too terrified to face him again. Suchin considered this for a moment. So, this person breaks into your house at night, sits in front of a painting, and just cries. He doesn't take or damage anything, despite your wealth. How interesting, he mused. When you fought him, did you get a look at his face? Ranhua shook her head. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning. I was so scared that I didn't even think to turn on the lights. In the chaos, I never saw his face. Suchin said, You said he injured you. May I see the wound? Ranhua hesitated for a moment, then lifted her shirt just enough to reveal a deep scar on her abdomen. Xiao gasped, That's a nasty wound. Suchin examined it closely. This isn't from a normal weapon. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to do anything for an injury like this. All right, I'll go with you. We'll take care of this ghostly thief tonight. They soon arrived at her luxurious mansion. Ranhua whispered nervously, Officer, if that thing attacks again, you have to protect me. Suchin paid no mind to her fear, stepping forward to study the artwork. So, this is the painting. Ranhua nodded. Yes, officer. Did you hear that? I think I just heard a noise from the bedroom. Suchin scanned the room carefully. Miss Hua, your home is equipped with a top-of-the-line security system. There's no way a stranger could get in without setting off an alarm. Ranhua's voice quivered. Then, who has been visiting me every night for the past month? Suchin turned his attention back to the painting. Take a closer look at the shadow within this painting. Doesn't that look exactly like the one that shows up at night? Ranhua's eyes widened. Yes, it does, Ra said. That's the very same shadow I see every single night. But what does that prove? Suchin replied calmly. It proves the shadow you've been seeing isn't a person at all. It's an illusion born from years of pain and sorrow, and the very thing that gave birth to it is this painting. Ranhua, annoyed, said, Officer, are you messing with me? This painting you're referring to is called the Rising Sun Map. It's a masterpiece created by the artist Wong at the absolute peak of his career, when he was at the height of his success. So why would he paint something so full of sadness? Suchin gestured toward the painting. Look closely. You see a man staring out at the horizon. But how can you tell if he's watching a sunrise or a sunset? Most people just assume it's a sunrise because it was painted during Wong's most successful period. They think it symbolizes a new beginning and positive energy. But what if it's actually a sunset? Then it would represent an ending, one full of despair and darkness. When Wong was at his peak, he had powerful support from the country's nobles. He painted a piece called The Drunken Imperial Concubine, which brought him worldwide fame and admiration. But that very same painting angered the emperor. The art that had once brought him glory became the reason for his downfall. Soon after that, Wong painted the Rising Sun Map. He used only black and white, no other colors, making it impossible to tell if it's dawn or dusk. But according to historical records, that period of his life was filled with immense grief. He knew that once he fell out of favor with the emperor, his final days were numbered. So, he poured all his sorrow and hatred into this final piece. And within a year of finishing it, the emperor had him executed. To this very day, the exact reason for his execution remains a mystery. Manhwa looked at him, surprised. Your knowledge is truly impressive. If we consider the historical context of the painting, then yes, your explanation actually makes a lot of sense. But still, how can we be certain he painted it out of grief and that it's really supposed to be a sunset? Suchin smiled faintly. I wasn't completely sure at first either, but the energy flowing from this painting revealed everything. You'll understand what I mean in just a few seconds. He then released a surge of spiritual energy, causing the shadow from the painting to emerge and attack. Don't worry, Miss Lee. This is just the manifestation of the pain and hatred that's been trapped in this painting for centuries. It's not a real spirit, so it's not particularly strong. But since it's existed for so long, it can still harm ordinary people. Just bring me a sheet of high-quality paper and a brush. I'll handle the rest. Manhwa, startled but hopeful, said, Please, come with me. I have plenty of calligraphy tools in my study. Soon after, Suchin prepared a purification seal using calligraphy. Manhwa asked nervously, Master, are you sure this will work? Suchin replied, Try it first, then you'll believe. Manhwa approached the painting cautiously, her hands trembling. Please, God, let this work. As soon as she placed the calligraphy seal over the shadow, the dark figure began to fade, slowly disappearing. Suchin smiled. I knew it would work. There, your problem is solved, Miss Lee. Now, about Shiki and his gang. You said you know their background. Tell me everything you know. Manhwa said, Yes, I was telling the truth. This all didn't just start today. It started 10 years ago. Very few people today know what really happened back then. Only a handful of chosen ones are aware of the truth. 10 years ago in Tangu City, a martial artist named Suchin emerged. He was the #1 martial artist in the city and one of the most admired fighters in the entire region. Famous, respected, and unbeatable. But during one competition, he lost to a man who didn't belong to any school or faction, a man who had trained himself. Even without any formal guidance, that self-taught fighter was so skilled that he defeated Suchin with ease. After that humiliating loss, Suchin grew to hate self-taught martial artists. He started challenging every self-trained fighter he could find, and whoever he defeated, he killed. In the martial world, challenging others isn't wrong, it's tradition, but killing them in the name of a challenge, that was unforgivable. Soon, all the martial artists from Tinui City united to form an alliance, and together, they attacked Suchin. The battle was brutal. Every major group out there lost their best fighters. But even with all that, they couldn't take down Suchin. The best they could do was wound him badly and kick him out of the city for good. And to make sure he stayed gone, they put up a massive formation that's kept him locked away for 10 years. Sheki, Lan, Catgirl, and the rest of them, they are all students of Suchin. Even with him gone, they've been secretly doing his dirty work all over the city. He had a total of 4 disciples. You've already nabbed 3 of them, which means the 4th one is probably coming for you next. That formation they made 10 years ago was only built to hold him for, well, 10 years. And that decade is just about up. Once that seal starts to fade, it won't be strong enough to hold Suchin anymore. I'm positive that the second it shatters, he's going to come back looking for payback, and it's going to be a total disaster. Officer, my advice is to get ready now, before it's too late. Suchin answered, So that's the whole deal with Suchin and his crew. Manhwa nodded. Please, listen to me, lay low for the next couple of days. When Suchin returns, you can ambush him. Suchin just smirked. Lay low because of him? Yeah, I don't think so. If I'm going to catch that jerk, I'm going to have to make a little noise myself. I want to see with my own 2 eyes what this so-called monster is all about. A few days later, we're back at the very spot where Suchin was beaten 10 years prior. Suchin had trapped 3 of Suchin's disciples inside a ceiling formation, and the crowd nearby was whispering, Hey, aren't those the 3 criminals with the huge bounties on their heads? Another person replied, You don't know, those 3 are all disciples of Suchin. 10 years ago, he got booted from the city, but the word on the street is he's on his way back. The authorities have already warned everyone to report anyone suspicious right away. From what I've heard, all 3 of them are students of Suchin. I bet those officers are using them as bait to draw him out. Xiaozu turned to Suchin and asked, Master Su, don't you think we're being a little too casual about this? We're just sitting here, basically taunting Suchin. Suchin smirked. That's the whole point. If losing to some random nobody wounded his pride so badly he went on a rampage, then openly mocking his students is guaranteed to make him lose his mind and come straight to us. Just then, a blast of energy erupted in front of them. Suchin said, Looks like we've got a visitor from Suchin's crew. A man stepped forward. It was Hubang, another one of his disciples. Hubang demanded, Which one of you is Suchin? Suchin replied calmly, That would be me. Hubang glared. I can't believe Shay and the others actually lost to you. Guess they've been slacking off on their training lately. After I'm done with you, our master will make sure they're whipped back into shape. But before he could even finish his sentence, Suchin decked him so hard he went airborne. Taking a calm sip of his tea, Suchin said casually. Xiaosu, where did you get this tea? It's fantastic. Really hits the spot. Hu Bang coughed up a mouthful of blood, absolutely furious. Is he seriously making fun of me? That punch was no joke. I see now why the others lost to him. Looks like I'll have to break out the secret technique my master taught me. He instantly reappeared behind Suchin, poised to attack. But Suchin just spun around and landed another brutal punch, sending Hu Bang flying into a nearby tree. Suchin said, You know, ever since I got to the city, I've been slacking on my training. That's why I accidentally messed up this poor tree. If I had actually aimed for you properly, you'd be taking a dirt nap right now, which is exactly where you belong. Hu Bang laughed weakly. Still making jokes, huh? You don't even get it. The real joke is on you. Xiaosu frowned. How can you be laughing after getting beat down that hard? Hu Bang smirked through the blood. I'll give him this, the kid is strong. But what he doesn't realize is that when he hit me, he activated my master's soul-devouring curse. In less than 3 hours, his entire body will turn to dust. And those 3 hours are going to be pure agony. Watching you waste away slowly is going to be a real treat. Suchin just raised an eyebrow. So, the soul-devouring curse, huh? Xiaosu cried out, Master Su is a good person. How could you do something so horrible to him? But then, Suchin just waved his hand, and the curse disappeared in a flash. He chuckled. Oh, right. I remember this little trick now. This is the one I came up with back when I was 5 years old. We used to have to dump our trash way out past the mountains, but burning it was bad for the air, so I invented this devouring technique. It completely disintegrates garbage without any smoke or pollution. Hu Bang, trembling with a mix of fear and rage, just screamed, You wasted that technique on a piece of trash? That's the same move I dedicated 10 years of my life to mastering. My master told me no one could withstand its might, so how are you still on your feet? A smirk played on Suchin's lips. Oh, don't you worry about me. You should be more concerned with what's about to happen to you. And with that, he unleashed a merciless beatdown on Wong, raining down a storm of fists until Hu Bang crumpled to the ground in agony. After giving him a thorough thrashing, Suchin casually tossed his unconscious body next to the other captured disciples. Suchin calmly stated, All the little rats are in the cage. Now, only their master is left. Let's see how long it takes for that coward to finally show his face. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, Shang-Chi, Min, and Xiaoli were watching the whole thing unfold. Xiaoli sneered. Would you look at that, Mr. Song? The absolute nerve of that fool, strutting around like he owns the place right under your nose. Xiaoli thought to himself, this man standing next to Shang-Chi Min is none other than the infamous Master Qi, the head of the Charlie clan. 10 years ago, he was the mastermind behind the attempt on Shang-Chi Min's life. And now, the tables have turned, and he's just a puppet in Shang-Chi's hands. Qin Min spoke, his voice dripping with ice. I have to admit, that boy Suchin has some real skill. He shattered Wong's curse with no effort at all. For the past 10 years, I've been perfecting a certain technique, one I never imagined I'd have the opportunity to unleash. But at long last, I found an opponent worthy of it. Xiaoli quickly interjected, Master, everything you requested is prepared. Qin Min gave a nod of approval. You brought the precise ingredients I required. He then placed his hands over a bowl filled with preserved blood, chanting an incantation as the liquid began to pulse with a sinister, red light. The time has come to unleash my ultimate attack, a technique so devastating that no one can possibly survive it. Boy, you should feel honored to be ended by my ultimate strike. Back in the city, a sudden, sharp pain shot through Suchin's chest. Xiaosu gasped in alarm. Master Su, what's happening? Suchin gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. Stay back. Get away from me. Just then, the weather took a violent turn, as dark clouds swirled and thunder cracked, and a furious wind ripped through the streets. Suchin knew instantly, someone's targeting me with an incredibly powerful spell. It's so strong, it's altering the very weather itself. He roared at the nearby guards, evacuate everyone within a 500-meter radius. Get all civilians out of here, now. At that very moment, Qi Min stood atop a skyscraper, raw energy crackling around his body. He thought with grim satisfaction, this city has likely forgotten my name over the last 10 years. But after today, they will remember me for eternity. I will become their unending nightmare, the very name that makes their souls tremble in fear. With a final, guttural roar, he unleashed a colossal bolt of lightning, sending it crashing down towards Suchin. Qin Min cackled like a madman. Ha ha ha. It's over. So much for all your bravado, Suchin. No one will ever have the guts to stand against me again. But just as he spoke, the heavens erupted in a blinding flash of light. Suchin had met the spell head-on with his own immense power, his energy tearing a hole right through the storm clouds. In an instant, the entire sky began to clear. A shocked Qin Min screamed, What's going on? My spell. It's being completely annihilated. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Suchin standing there without a single scratch on him. A confident smirk spread across his face. Had to put on a bit of a show to draw this rat out of his hole. And there he is, finally. Qin Min's eyes shot wide with disbelief. My full power attack? It didn't even leave a mark. He wasn't just defending. He was using my own spell to track my location. Suchin then said, "Now that I've found you, there's no reason to hold back any longer." He gathered his energy, then unleashed it in a blinding, overwhelming surge of pure force. The dark spell shattered into nothingness as a massive explosion engulfed Chen Min's position. Suchin let out a slow breath. That ought to do it. From high above, Chen Min's broken form came plummeting out of the sky, his body scorched and battered. He muttered in utter disbelief. How? How is this possible? I've faced countless powerful cultivators. I've crushed every single one of them. Only 2 times in my entire life have I encountered people who belong to no sect, and both times I was completely powerless against them. How could I possibly lose to someone like this? I can't accept this. Before he could even finish the thought, his body slammed into the ground, lifeless. Chen Min, the terror of Tenshu City, was finally gone. The bodyguard, sweating bullets, stammered, "President Xiao, what's our next move?" Xiao Li's face was grim as he replied, "To be honest, I have no idea. I thought Suchin was just some random nobody. I never dreamed he was hiding that kind of terrifying power. We have to get out of here, right now, before the authorities or, worse, Suchin himself comes looking for us." The bodyguard hesitated, his voice full of dread. "But sir, where can we possibly go? A man like that. He'll find us no matter where we hide." A slight, cunning smirk returned to Xiao Li's face. "Actually, I know one place he wouldn't dare to show his face. We're heading to Key and Wong Hall in Peasant City. We have to tell Master Key and Wong what happened to his student." In his mind, Xiao Li smirked, thinking, Master Key and Wong is Kinmin's teacher. The moment he finds out Suchin took out his prized student, Suchin's life is over. There's no way he'll survive. It doesn't matter how strong Suchin is, he's a nobody compared to Master Key and Wong. Meanwhile, a news report was breaking. A reporter announced, Song Min and his followers attempted to launch an attack on the city's central district. Police successfully apprehended his disciples, but during the ensuing chaos, Kinmin was fatally wounded. Reports are coming in that a man named Suchin was instrumental in assisting the police during the operation. For his heroic efforts, he is set to receive a $2 million reward. At that very moment, Mr. Li, Xiao Li's father, was pacing back and forth in a rage. Where in the world is that good-for-nothing son of mine? He swore Suchin wouldn't live to see another sunrise. And yet, that punk is still breathing. Neither Xiao Li nor the Mang family could even lay a scratch on him. What are those morons even doing? Just then, his assistant rushed in. "Mr. Li, just as you ordered, I've been monitoring Xiao Li and the Mang family. I've just received a critical update. A short while ago, Xiao Li was spotted with Master Song Min. Following Kinmin's death, Xiao Li fled the city and is now making a beeline for Key and Wong Hall." Mr. Li's eyes shot wide open. Key and Wong Hall in Peasant City. So Xiao Li is trying to get in touch with Master Key and Wong. That's right, I remember now, Key and Wong was Kinmin's master. Years ago, when Kinmin went on a rampage and took down several martial arts masters, the entire martial world was up in arms. A coalition of the top masters assembled to put an end to him, but Key and Wong stepped in and single-handedly crushed all of them. If a monster like Key and Wong is really on his way here, then the Mang family is utterly doomed. The scene then shifts. Suchin received a text from Dr. Zhang. It read, "Suchin, you've dealt with Kinmin. His master, Key and Wong, has already been informed. He's beyond furious and might be coming for you personally. Be extremely careful." Suchin frowned and turned to Master Wong. "Do you know who this Key and Wong is?" Master Wong nodded grimly. "I do. About 10 years ago, he was one of the most renowned martial artists in the entire nation. But after his disciple was exiled, he went into seclusion and vanished from the public eye. That's why most of the younger generation has never heard of him, but in his prime, he was a living legend. His martial techniques were said to be second to none, and even the most powerful families treated him with the utmost respect. In short, Key and Wong is not someone you can afford to underestimate." Suchin replied calmly. "So, he's pretty tough, huh?" Suddenly, a car came speeding around the corner, swerving dangerously close to them. With lightning-fast reflexes, Suchin yanked Master Wong out of its path just in the nick of time. Master Wong yelled, "You idiot! Do you even know how to drive?" The car screeched to a halt. An old man got out, glaring at them. "What's your problem? You got something to say about my driving?" Master Wong froze, his face turning pale as a ghost. Who is that man? The aura he's giving off is terrifying." Suchin narrowed his eyes. His killing intent is off the charts, and he's with Xiao Li, which means that little snake Xiao Li is plotting something again. Later, inside the auction house, Master Wong spoke reassuringly. "Dr. Su, don't you worry about a thing. Whatever it is you need, we'll make sure you get it." Suchin replied, "There's only one item I came for." His mind drifted back to something his drunken master had once told him. "I've sent you a bottle of elixir, but it's not finished. It requires one final ingredient, the 1,000-year Su root. Once you add that, the elixir will finally be complete." Suchin had no idea what his master was planning, but if his master gave an order, he would follow it without question. Soon, the auctioneer took the stage and announced, Our next item is the 1,000-year-old Su root. Bidding will start at 2 million. Without hesitation, Master Wong raised his hand. 3 million. The other families began to whisper amongst themselves. If Master Wong wants it, we shouldn't compete. Master Wong responded politely. Thank you all for your consideration. But just then, Xiaoli, standing right next to Master Key and Wong, raised his hand. 6 million. The crowd gasped in shock. Who is this guy, daring to bid against Master Wong? Master Wong's brow furrowed, but he calmly countered 7 million. Xiaoli smirked and shot back. 14 million. A wave of stunned gasps swept through the room. Has he lost his mind? Going up against the Wong family like that? Someone whispered. Maybe he's still bitter about what happened at his party. This has to be his idea of revenge. Master Wong was about to raise the bid again when Suchin placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. This root isn't worth more than 10 million. He's already bid 14 million. There's no point in going any higher. I have another way to get my hands on it. As they spoke, the auctioneer called out. Any bids higher than 14 million? Suchin shot his hand into the air. Yes, I'll bid. Everyone's head snapped in his direction, completely shocked. Master Wong thought, Asterisk, why did he stop me from bidding, only to jump in himself? Asterisk. Xiaoli let out a chuckle. Does Suchin really believe he can compete with me? Suchin just offered a faint smile. I happen to have a token that allows the bearer to hire the mercenary king, Conlin, for a single job. A dead silence fell over the entire auction hall. Even the expressions on Master Key and Wong's faces changed drastically. The mercenary king, Conlin, that's impossible. This was a man respected by every nation on the planet. Presidents bowed to him, and the most top-secret missions were often entrusted to him and him alone. For Suchin to possess his token could only mean one thing. He had a personal connection with the mercenary king himself. The host stammered, Everyone knows the mercenary king doesn't work for just anyone, not unless they have his personal token. If Suchin truly possesses it, then this item is as good as his. Suchin calmly stated, Yes, I do have the token. The auction host, holding the token with reverent care, exclaimed in awe, Yes, this is the genuine Conlin token. It was auctioned once, a long time ago, and even back then it sold for over 1 billion. Therefore, we will start its valuation at 1 billion. Is there anyone who wishes to make a higher bid? The entire room erupted in chaos. 1 billion? A nervous Xiaoli whispered to his master, Master, do we really need to spend 1 billion on this? Qi Wong replied coldly, No, forget it, let him have it. The item was officially sold to Suchin. The host then announced, Our next item is the Foundation Establishment Pill. Consuming this pill allows a person to break through their current cultivation stage. It has been fully verified, and we guarantee it is 100% authentic. The starting bid is 30 million. Immediately, Master Qi and Long raised his hand. 60 million. Xiaoli stood up respectfully. I apologize for the interruption, everyone. This bid is actually coming from Master Qi and Wong himself. Although I am the one raising the bid, the item will belong to him. I hope everyone will show some respect and refrain from bidding further. A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Master Qi and Long, the same one who disappeared 10 years ago, he's a legendary martial master. There's no way we can compete with that. The host asked, Is anyone willing to bid higher than 60 million? No one responded. Meanwhile, Qi and Long smirked. Asterisk, this pill is a real bargain. Asterisk. But Suchin was quietly observing, Asterisk. This pill doesn't look genuine. Asterisk. Asterisk. A real foundation pill should glow brightly and emit a rich fragrance, but this one's dull, with almost no aura. It looks authentic. Asterisk. Asterisk. But it's clearly old and has lost most of its potency. Asterisk. Suchin turned to Master Wong and asked with a grin, Master Wong, are you afraid of Qi and Wong? Wong laughed heartily. As long as you're with me, Dr. Su, I fear no one. Inside, however, Wong was thinking, Asterisk. Honestly, I used to underestimate Master Su. I thought he was strong, asterisk. Asterisk, yes, but not particularly influential. But now that I know he possesses the Conlin token, a token connected to one of the world's most powerful men. Asterisk, asterisk, I realize how wrong I was. Anyone who can call on the mercenary King Kangan is no ordinary man. I'm lucky to have befriended him. Asterisk, asterisk, I'll do whatever it takes to maintain that friendship. Asterisk. Suddenly, Suchin raised his hand. 100 million, gasps filled the hall. Master Qi and Wong narrowed his eyes and shouted, 800 million. Xiaoli thought anxiously. Asterisk, I'll do whatever it takes to please Master Qi and Wong. Asterisk, but then Suchin smiled faintly and said, 1.6 billion. Master Wong frowned slightly. Asterisk, why do I feel like Master Su isn't even serious about buying this? Asterisk. Moments later, Qi and Wong slammed his hand down. 3 billion. The hall went silent. Xiaoli was sweating bullets. Asterisk, 3 billion. Even though my company is massive, I don't have that much liquid cash. If this goes higher, asterisk. Asterisk, I'll need to get a loan. Asterisk. He clenched his fists and silently begged. Asterisk, please, Suchin, don't raise the bid. Asterisk. But Suchin simply shrugged. This is far too expensive. I don't need it. He smirked inwardly, judging by Xiaoli's face. Asterisk. He's already hit his financial limit. I've had enough fun for today. Asterisk. Turning to Wong, he said casually, Relax, Master Wong. I was just playing around. Looks like I might have scared them a bit too much. Meanwhile, Xiaoli was fuming in disbelief. Asterisk. That jerk didn't even want the pill. He just made me waste billions for nothing. Asterisk. Suchin stood up calmly. Well then, since I'm done here, I'll take my leave. As he walked out, people around the hall whispered, the Wong family did this on purpose. Because of them, the Xiao family just dropped $3 billion on a $30 million pill. They were not only ripped off, but publicly humiliated. Xiaoli ground his teeth. Suchin, I swear you're going to regret this. Master Key and Wong shot him a sideways glance. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're having second thoughts about the money. Xiaoli quickly stammered, No, Master. Of course not. I'd spend any amount for you. A dark smirk spread across Key and Wong's face. Good. And don't you worry, that Suchin's days are numbered. He made a grave error when he took out my favorite disciple, Kinmen. Now, neither he nor the entire Mang family will be left standing. Didn't you mention Manga's birthday is just around the corner? Perfect. His birthday celebration will also be his funeral. He gestured to his men, his voice dropping to an icy tone. The auction might not be over, but I have another errand. Go find that punk Suchin and take care of him for good. Meanwhile, Suchin was taking a leisurely stroll down a quiet alleyway. A smirk played on his lips as he thought, Man, there's nothing sweeter than putting your enemies in their place. Suddenly, he stopped. You've been tailing me for a while now. Might as well show yourselves. As if on cue, a group of figures materialized from the shadows. Their leader spoke up. Our stealth is among the best in the world, yet you detected us. I'll give you that. Kid, you're impressive. Too bad you picked a fight with the wrong people. And now, it's time to pay up. With that, they rushed him, weapons at the ready. The scene cuts back to the hall, where Xiaoli was anxiously pacing back and forth. Master Key and Wong, those two men you sent out. What's taking them so long? The auction ended over 2 hours ago. What if something went wrong? Key and Wong's face hardened. Those two were some of the most feared operatives on the international stage. Only one man in history was ever better than them, and that was Kungwan himself. Each of them had a $50 billion price on their head. They were hunted for 5 straight days, and nobody could even touch them. Besides Kungwan, there's not a soul on this planet who could lay a finger on them. Mark my words, Suchin is already a ghost. It's only a matter of time before they find his body dumped in some back alley. A wicked grin spread across Xiaoli's face. I've been dying to hear that. It'll be the best news I've gotten all year. Right on cue, a breaking news report flashed across the television screen. The anchor's voice was filled with drama. We interrupt this program with breaking news. 2 of the world's most wanted operatives have been neutralized, and the man responsible is reportedly one of our own city's residents, Suchin. This is the second time this month he has accomplished such an incredible feat. Master Key and Wong stared, their faces a mixture of pure shock and boiling rage. They roared, How is that even possible? Those 2 were my equals in both power and skill. I paid a king's ransom to have them on my side, and that punk Suchin took them both out. They slammed a fist on the table, making it shudder. Get the word out to the entire city. From now on, anyone who stands with the Mang family is an enemy of mine. Effective immediately, the Key and Wong Hall officially declares the Mang family its #1 enemy. Xiaoli's evil grin returned. It would be my absolute pleasure to handle that, Master. Besides, Manga's birthday is in just a few days. Once your decree gets out, not a single soul will dare to be seen with them. I'll even have some reporters follow the Mang family around on the day of the party. They'll be hounding them with questions like, So where's the big celebration? And who's on the guest list? But of course, they won't have any answers, because nobody will be there. Their total and complete humiliation will be televised for everyone to see, and the whole city will know it's all Suchin's fault. Manga will be so enraged, he'll kick Suchin out of the family personally. Then, crippled by guilt, Suchin will self-destruct. We'll be taking out 2 birds with 1 stone. Key and Wong gave an approving smirk. You've really thought this through, Xiaoli. I certainly hope it all plays out exactly as you've described. Later that evening, Suchin arrived back home. A small smile touched his lips as he mused, Time to see what happens when I mix this old suru with the elixir. But the moment he walked in, he found the entire Mang family gathered in the living room, their faces etched with tension and worry. Huh, he thought. Looks like we're in for another crisis. This family is a magnet for drama. Roz's mother, Lin, snapped irritably. Of course there's trouble. It's been non-stop ever since you showed up. Because of you, the entire city has turned against the Mang family. Mingjiang frowned deeply. Lin, how can you even say that? Have you completely forgotten everything Suchin has done for us? The second a problem arises, you jump to blaming him without a second thought. Lin shot back, Why are you raising your voice at me? The truth is, you never even liked him. But now, all of a sudden, You're acting like he's some kind of saint." Rosie jumped in, trying to de-escalate. "Please, Mom, Dad, just stop fighting. Fighting about it won't fix a thing." She then turned to Suchin. "Suchin, tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday, but with everything that's happened recently, we've made a ton of enemies in this city. No one wants to celebrate with us. Every single person we invited turned us down." Ross's mother sighed, her voice laced with bitterness. "Back in the day, your grandpa's birthday was a huge event. All the big shots in the city would show up, just hoping to get on his good side, but now they're all dodging us like we have the plague," Rosie added in a low voice. "We can't even bring ourselves to tell Grandpa. It would absolutely crush him, and then he'd be furious. I guess we'll just have to figure this out on our own." Suchin let out a small chuckle. "Oh, is that all? I thought it was a real problem. If it's just about a party, don't even worry about it. Grandpa's a good man who's done a lot in his life. His 60th birthday is not going to be a bust, I guarantee it. Tomorrow, that hall will be packed with guests. Trust me on this. Now, you guys go get some rest. Everything's going to be fine." Ross's mother crossed her arms, fuming. "See? This is exactly why I can't stand him. Even when things are this serious, he's just so flippant about it all. Grandpa is way too fond of him, and he doesn't seem to care one bit. Honestly, I'll never understand why your grandpa bothered to save him in the first place." Frustrated, Mang Jian finally spoke up. "That's enough," he snapped. "How much longer are you going to keep bad-mouthing Suchin?" Ross's mother shot him a death glare and started smacking him. "Oh, so now you have a problem with me telling it like it is? Fine, then. I'll just take all my frustration out on you." The next morning, Grandpa Mang was admiring his reflection in the mirror, a proud smile on his face. 60 years old and still looking sharp in his suit. This takes me back to my younger days. It's been too long since I've seen my old pals. We'll all get together tonight, have a few drinks, and reminisce about the good old days." He stepped out of his room, only to see Mang Jian. "Dad," Mang Jian said, "I was just on my way to the antique shop. They have a rare piece I've been wanting to get my hands on. I think I'm going to buy it today." Grandpa sighed to himself. "This son of mine is completely useless. He never has his priorities straight. Thank goodness my granddaughter takes after me. She's got a much better head on her shoulders." Just then, Roz's mother showed up, flashing a sugary sweet smile. "Good morning, Dad. You're up bright and early." Grandpa eyed her suspiciously. "And where are you off to so early?" She replied with a casual wave. "Oh, just meeting some friends for a little get-together. I'll be back in a few hours." Grandpa just shook his head. Some people never change. At that moment, Suchin walked in. "Good morning, Grandpa." The old man's face lit up instantly. "Suchin, you're just in time." Suchin gave a slight bow. "I apologize, Grandpa, but I can't stay and chat right now. I have to drop off some documents for Rosie. But tonight, we'll all have a big dinner together." Grandpa's smile faltered. "Not a single person has even wished me a happy birthday. I guess everyone's too busy for this old man." Just then, his phone started ringing. It was Mr. Zen, one of his oldest friends. "Brother Mang, please, you have to forgive me. I've been thinking about this all night, and I knew I had to tell you this myself. I won't be able to make it to your 60th birthday party tonight. We've been friends for decades. We've never missed a single one of each other's birthdays, but this time, my hands are tied. I honestly have no idea how your family managed to get on the bad side of so many powerful people, but the word on the street is that the entire Mang family has been blacklisted. That's why nobody dares to come to your party." Grandpa's eyes shot open. "Blacklisted?" Mr. Zen continued. "I already talked to Rosie about this, but I felt I owed you a personal explanation. After all our years of friendship, the last thing I wanted was for you to think I was just blowing you off for no good reason." After the call ended, Grandpa just stood there in silence, his hands trembling. "So that's what's really going on. No wonder nobody wanted to spend any time with me today. But why wouldn't my own family tell me? Do they think I'm some senile old fool who can't handle the truth?" As evening approached, Rosie was in her room, her face a mask of anxiety. "I've been calling Grandpa's friends all day. I've begged every single one of them, pleaded with them, please, just come for Grandpa's birthday. It would mean the world to him, but not one person said yes. Now it's getting dark. What am I going to do?" Just then, Secretary Lu entered the room with a warm smile. "Miss Mang, since it's the master's birthday, I brought a small gift for him. Please, don't say no." Rosie managed to force a smile. "Thank you, Secretary Lu." Lu gave a polite nod. "Of course. After all, it's the old master's 60th birthday, isn't it? I imagine it's going to be a huge celebration." At first, I was planning to buy him something truly valuable, but with all the chaos recently, it completely slipped my mind. Honestly, I'd be a little embarrassed walking into such a prestigious party with just this small gift. It would seem a little odd. So, I figured I'd just give it to you directly. Rosie was just about to tell her that the party was canceled, but before she could get a word out, Suchin walked up. With a confident smile, he said, "Secretary Luwu, that's incredibly thoughtful of you to remember Grandpa. But why not come to the banquet tonight and give him your well wishes in person? It's going to be a fantastic evening. I was so swamped earlier, I I completely forgot to send you an invitation. It's a good thing we bumped into each other. Lu's eyes lit up. In that case, I'll head over to the banquet hall as soon as I'm done with work. Rosie frowned, wondering, what in the world is Suchin up to? Suchin said cheerfully, come on, Rosie. The driver's waiting for us. She asked, where are we even going? And what was that about an invitation? You know there isn't any party. Suchin just chuckled. If we don't celebrate a day this special, when will we? Tears started to well up in Rosie's eyes. You don't get it. It's not that we don't want to celebrate. We times can't asterisk. No one is coming. Suchin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Hey, calm down. Don't cry like a little kid. I know you're upset that people are refusing to show up, but trust me, they'll be there. And not just a few of them. Lot times of people will come. Rosie just stared at him, completely baffled. How can he lie with such a straight face? The scene shifts, and we see Suchin and Rosie pulling up to the entrance of a lavish hotel. A crowd of reporters was already gathered outside, cameras at the ready. One of them called out, today is Mr. Mang's 60th birthday, isn't it? The rumor is that nobody is attending his celebration. And judging by the looks of it, things seem pretty quiet. Are you guys actually throwing a party? Suchin just smiled coolly. Who said we weren't celebrating? The party will start right on schedule. Why don't you all join us at the Grand Palace later for dinner? Rosie blinked, stunned. You even booked a hotel? Suchin replied, of course. An occasion this important deserves only the best venue. They walked into the grand banquet hall, only to find it completely empty. Not a single guest was in sight. Rosie's shoulders slumped. See, no one's coming. I just don't get who would target our family like this. But just then, Director Jang walked in with a warm smile. Master Su, I hope I'm not too early. Suchin greeted him with a grin. Not at all, Director Jang. You're right on time, Jang laughed. I wasn't sure what to get, but I heard old Master Mang enjoys fine spirits, so I brought him a 100-year-old vintage wine from my private collection. I'd be honored if he would give it a taste and let me know what he thinks. Suchin smiled gratefully. You're far too kind, Director. Rosie stared, shocked. That's Director Jang, the same guy who helped us before. So he didn't come for Grandpa, he came because of Suchin. This setup, it's incredible. Even compared to the Wong family's parties, this looks just as grand. Still, she couldn't help but worry silently. But is anyone else actually going to show up? Just moments later, Mr. Wong, the chairman of the Wong Group, arrived. The Wong Group wishes old Master Meng a very happy birthday. As a small token of our respect, we're gifting $88 million along with the deeds to 10 Prime City stores. Rosie's jaw hit the floor. Another huge name? Mr. Wong then turned to Suchin. Master Su, please forgive me. The traffic was awful, so I'm running a bit late. Suchin chuckled. Late? You're early. The party hasn't even officially started yet. Please, don't say things like that. You'll embarrass me. Mr. Wong smiled. You've done so much to help us. Please, accept this small gift from us. Rosie could barely believe what she was seeing. Just how many gifts are we going to get? Then, Manhwa, the president of Black Flower Bank, was the next to arrive, presenting Grandpa Mang with a limited edition black card. One by one, more and more powerful families started to pour in, their presence filling the hall with an air of prestige and excitement. Rosie was utterly speechless, completely overwhelmed with disbelief. Suchin stood at the center of it all, smiling calmly. Thank you all for coming. Your presence here means a great deal. Sun Fu, the head of the influential Sun family, quickly replied, Master Su, please don't say that. You're embarrassing us. Receiving an invitation from the divine Dr. Su is an honor for our entire family. Rosie thought to herself in pure disbelief. Dr. Li is here. Old Master Sun is here. Even Leon Hua from the Li family showed up. These are all incredibly powerful people, and not a single one of them has ever come to Grandpa's birthday parties before. Could it be that they all decided to show up times after times we were blacklisted? Just then, Ruru approached and asked nervously, Master Su, I invited a few of my friends. But they don't have formal invitations. I hope that's not a problem, Suchin said with a warm smile. Of course not. Today is a day for celebration. The more people who join in the joy, the better. Suddenly, the host's voice boomed through the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the star of tonight's birthday celebration. Old Master Manga. Manga walked in, looking completely bewildered. Suchin, you said you were taking us all out for dinner. What is all this? Such a grand party. What's going on here? Mang Jiang stepped forward and said, Dad, everyone here came to celebrate your birthday. One by one, the guests stood and gave a slight bow. Old Master Mang, happy birthday. Manga blinked in astonishment, then turned to Suchin. Suchin, did you invite all these people? Suchin chuckled modestly. No, Grandpa. I've only been in this city a short time. How could I possibly know so many powerful people? They're all here because of you. Rosie's mother crossed her arms, muttering under her breath, This boy never gives up. He's a master at flattering people. He'll say anything to look good. Just then, the head of the Jing family entered with a smile. Brother Mang, happy birthday. Manga was stunned. Brother Jing, you told me yourself you weren't coming. So, how come you're here? Jing laughed. I thought about it for a long time. Then I imagined what it would feel like if you didn't come to my birthday one day, and I realized I couldn't do that to you. So, I came to celebrate, but it seems I didn't need to worry. The hall's already full of guests. As he spoke, more of Manga's old friends began arriving, one after another. Manga smiled warmly. All of you being here has truly made my day. Reporters nearby snapped pictures eagerly. This party has surpassed even the Wong family's grand events. Look, the guests here are all high-ranking figures. This is huge news. Meanwhile, Shaoli sat in his office, staring at the news feed in disbelief. What the hell is this? The article I expected was supposed to say. No one showed up to the Mang family's party, but instead it says all the city's top figures attended. He slammed the desk. Have they all lost their fear of Master, Key, and Long? Fine. Prepare a coffin, an expensive one, and deliver it to Manga's party. Now, his secretary stammered nervously. President Xiao. There's no one in our office powerful enough to deliver something like that. Delivering a coffin to that crowd is dangerous. Only someone extremely powerful could pull it off. At that moment, a cold voice echoed through the room. I'll handle it. Everyone turned. It was Master Key and Long himself. The last time. I didn't get to meet that brat Suchin in person. This time, I'll make sure to finish what he started, and I'll turn Manga's birthday into his death day. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall, laughter and joy filled the air. Grandpa Mang raised a glass, smiling proudly. I'm truly happy to see all of you here. You've made my 60th birthday unforgettable. Just then, the heavy doors burst open. Master Key and Long strode in, carrying a coffin. In the name of the Excellence Group, I've come to wish old Master Mang a happy birthday. Everyone froze, whispers spread through the crowd. Isn't that Master Key and Long? The same man who blacklisted the Mang family, bringing a coffin to someone's birthday? That's outrageous. As Key and Long's men set the coffin down, a wave of energy rippled through the hall. Suchin's eyes narrowed. His aura flared, and who gave you permission to enter? Uninvited guests aren't welcome here. With a flick of his wrist, a blast of invisible energy surged through the air, hurling Key and Long's men and the coffin straight out of the hall. The guests gasped in shock. What just happened? A gust of wind, and the coffin along with those men just flew out. Sun Fu whispered, well, they got exactly what they deserved. Key and Long growled and unleashed a powerful counterattack, but Suchin met it head-on. His golden dragon collided with Key and Long's strike and remained completely unharmed. Key and Long's eyes widened. What? My energy didn't even scratch his dragon. There's something strange here, he thought quickly. To fight Suchin's spiritual energy, I'll have to use my true power. But the moment he unleashed it, his expression changed. No, this boy's cultivation is lower than mine. Yet his energy is far purer and stronger. Rosie whispered, trembling, Grandpa, do you think Suchin can beat him? Sun Fu replied, Master Su's cultivation level is technically lower, but his energy is extraordinarily pure and powerful. I'm betting he'll take down Key Wong without breaking a sweat. Suchin lifted his hand, unleashing a spiral of energy that sliced right through Key Wong's spiritual power, cleaving it in two. Key Wong stared in utter disbelief. This is life force energy. It's on a completely different level from regular spiritual power. He thought to himself, only a select few in 1,000 years ever managed to unlock their life force. It's a power that doesn't just multiply your strength 10 or 20 times, but a full 100 times over. Decades ago, there was one man, a king who reigned over the entire dragon kingdom, and he wielded this exact same technique. I've heard whispers that his one and only disciple just recently came down from the mountains. Could this Suchin actually be that disciple? If he is, I absolutely cannot afford to make an enemy of him. With that realization hitting him, Key Wong completely dropped his aura, taking Suchin's blow head-on without any resistance. Dr. Li's eyes bulged. What in the world? Did Master Key Wong just give up? Key Wong's followers scrambled to his side. Master, get up. You're stronger than this. You have to fight back. But Key Wong thought darkly, you fools. If I try to fight him again, I'm a dead man. No question about it. He spun around, knocking his own men out of the way. The guests gasped in shock. Why is Master Key Wong attacking his own followers? Suchin let out a sigh. I really tried to hold back, but you guys just kept pushing my buttons. Then, to the absolute astonishment of everyone there, Key Wong dropped to his knees before him. I have wronged you today. Please, forgive me. I had no idea you were the disciple of the Grand Master. A student of a man like that deserves the utmost respect. Please, show me mercy. I swear on my life I will never oppose you again. Suchin blinked, completely baffled. The disciple of a Grand Master? Just a minute ago, this dude was acting like he owned the place. Is he acting this way because of my old drunk of a master? But I know that guy. There's nothing special about him at all. If I'm just average, then he's way below that. And yet, this guy is treating him with so much reverence. Weird. Anyway, if this whole mess can be settled peacefully without a brawl, then why should I make things more difficult for myself? Turning to Key Wong, he said, So, you get what you did wrong now, huh? Good. Now get out of here. Key Wong, looking immensely relieved, quickly replied, Yes, yes, I'll leave immediately. But Suchin stopped him. Hold on a second. You crashed my grandfather's birthday party and caused a huge scene. Did you honestly think I was going to let you just walk out of here that easily? I said leave, but I never said you had to use your feet. And just like that, Key Wong went spinning away, literally rolling out of the room like a human bowling ball. As he bounced out the door, he yelled, See, I'm leaving as a ball. We're cool, right? Suchin smirked and turned to the remaining goons. Your master's gone. Any of you guys want a personal invitation to leave too? Without waiting for an answer, his followers immediately started rolling away just like bouncing balls. Suchin casually dusted off his hands. Well, I hope that little disturbance didn't kill the vibe for everyone. Let's get this party started again. Everyone just stood there, completely dumbfounded. He just tossed out the city's most revered master, like yesterday's garbage, and calls it a little disturbance to lighten the mood. Rosie smiled and chimed in. Let me play something to get everyone's spirits back up. She sat down at the piano and her fingers began to dance across the keys. As the beautiful melody filled the hall, people started whispering in awe. What a gorgeous tune. That's incredible. Suchin, listening closely, thought to himself, Rosie's music. It's not normal at all. She's playing like she's a music cultivator. Does that mean she could actually become one, cultivating her power through sound itself? When the song came to a close, Rosie stood up, but nobody moved. The entire room was frozen, completely captivated. Rosie let out a nervous laugh. What's wrong? Was it so bad that it shocked you all into silence? Then Suchin started clapping loudly. That was absolutely amazing. What a melody. Truly breathtaking. Rosie smiled to herself. At least Suchin liked it. Soon, the rest of the room erupted in applause. That was magnificent. I've never heard a piece that beautiful in my entire life. Rosie gave a slight bow. Thank you all so much for the kind words. Inwardly, she thought, so much has happened in the last few days, but I still haven't had a chance to properly thank Suchin. The next time I see him, I'll make sure to thank him personally. Suchin, meanwhile, was thinking to himself, Rosie's music really worked its magic. Everyone's mood has completely turned around, and they've totally forgotten about the mess from earlier. Honestly, I've come across a lot of cultivators who use music, but Rosie is without a doubt a top-tier genius among them. If she gets the right guidance, she could go incredibly far. Later on, after the party had wrapped up, Rosie's father said with pride, My daughter, that Suchin is a genuinely good man. Out of all the young guns in his generation, nobody even comes close to him. Whatever you do, you hold onto that boy tight and don't you dare let some other girl snatch him up. Rosie's mother frowned and snapped. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You've clearly had way too much to drink again. If you keep rambling on like this, I'm leaving you right here on the spot. Suchin just let out a light laugh. Don't worry, I'll make sure father-in-law gets home safely. Rosie nodded. All right, then I'll come along too. As they made their way home, Rosie started teasing him. Seriously, what kind of spell did you put on my dad? He hasn't stopped singing your praises. Even during dinner, he kept saying you were one of a kind, that there's nobody else in the world like you. Suchin grinned. No spell. I'm just as incredible as he says. Rosie rolled her eyes but couldn't help but smile. Then she handed him a card. You've officially been with our company for a full month now. Here's your salary, and I included a bonus. Try not to spend it all in one place. Got it. Suchin looked at her, a hint of concern in his eyes. You've seemed really swamped lately, haven't you? Rosie sighed. You remember Zimming, don't you? The guy who bailed on our company for Excellence Group because of your formula. Our company didn't take a direct hit, but Excellence Group used that very same formula and launched their own cream first. They're a massive corporation with a ton of pull in the market, and now they're gobbling up a huge slice of our profits. After those earlier scandals, Dream Group's reputation took a major beating. To build it back up, we need a major celebrity endorsement. I'm thinking of hiring one of the city's top-tier pharmacists for the brand campaign. That would do wonders for our company's image. As it happens, Dr. Lee, a PhD in pharmacology, just recently retired. If we can get him on board, our company's reputation will soar again. Suchin offered a calm smile. Listening to you, it sounds like you're going to have your hands full for a while. Honestly, I've got a lot on my plate too. I've discovered that whatever Shally is up to, there's someone else in the shadows pulling the strings. So now I have to figure out who that person is, and it's definitely going to take up a lot of my time. That's why. Here, this is for you. Rosie looked at the object with curiosity. What is this? Suchin replied, You can think of it as a little something for protection, since I'm going to be busy and won't always be able to be by your side. It'll help you out if you ever find yourself in a tight spot. Rosie sniffed the small bottle and smiled. It smells divine. Can I use it to make perfume? Suchin chuckled. Use it however you see fit. I've got plenty more where that came from anyway. Rosie smiled warmly. Thank you, Suchin. A short while later, they arrived home. Suchin said reassuringly, Don't you worry about a thing. I'll make sure your parents get tucked in safely. Rosie nodded. Thank you so much for today. Honestly, after spending all this time with you, I've realized you're a truly good person. You've done so much for me, and I'm so grateful. So, I wanted to tell you. From now on, we don't have to pretend to be a fake couple anymore. We can be a real one. Suchin froze on the spot, completely caught off guard. Asterisk. Wait, what did she just say? Asterisk, he thought to himself. Asterisk. Hearing her say, that makes me incredibly happy. But for some reason, I'm also getting really shy. Asterisk. The next morning, Rosie sat across from Dr. Lee, trying to persuade him. Doctor, Lee, I've made you an extraordinary offer, and yet you continue to refuse. The Shinju secret formula we're providing is 100% genuine. We've already invested a fortune into its research and production. I even brought samples with me. You can verify them for yourself if you wish. Getting our hands on this formula was a stroke of pure luck for us, and the salary and conditions we're offering you, I doubt anyone else could possibly match them. So why do you keep turning us down? Dr. Lee sighed deeply. Miss Mang, I understand. The formula you've brought is truly exceptional, but surely you must see that no matter how great it is, trading my family's secret techniques for it would be a disservice to my ancestors. Rosie looked crestfallen. If that's how you truly feel, then I suppose there's nothing more to discuss. She stood up to leave, but just then, Dr. Lee caught a whiff of a faint scent in the air. Miss Mang, wait a second. Rosie turned back. Yes, Dr. Lee, what is it? Dr. Lee leaned forward, his eyes wide with intrigue. For a little while now, I've been sensing a remarkable medicinal fragrance around you. It's incredibly pure, very refined. May I ask, what is that scent? Rosie's eyes lit up in realization. Asterisk, it must be the little bottle Suchin gave me. Every single time Suchin's name comes up, asterisk, asterisk, something incredible always seems to happen. I have a feeling something amazing is about to unfold right now. Asterisk, she took the bottle out and said aloud, the scent you're noticing is from this perfume. Dr. Lee's eyes widened with excitement. I can't believe it. This fragrance. I've only ever read about it in ancient legends. They say that if you're around an aroma like this, you'll never get sick. No negative energy, no disease can even touch you. Its scent is so divine it purifies everything around it with positive energy. I always thought a scent like this only existed in myths, but now that I'm smelling it for myself, I can feel its incredible power. Rosie thought in amazement, could such Chen's gift really be this powerful? Judging by Dr. Lee's reaction, he's definitely interested. Maybe I can use this to lock in his partnership. She smiled and said, Dr. Lee, if you're interested, we can include this in your contract as well. Dr. Lee's face lit up. Miss Rosie, are you serious? Rosie nodded confidently. Of course. In fact, if you'd like, we can sign the agreement right now. The Shenhu secret formula and this perfume were both created by my husband. If you collaborate with us, you'll have access to many more incredible things. Dr. Lee chuckled softly. I don't really care about the other things, but if I can get this perfume regularly, that alone would be more than enough for me. Later, as Rosie walked home, she thought to herself again, such Chen really helped me out big time. Although, I didn't even ask if he's willing to make more of this perfume. But knowing him, he's such a good guy, he'd probably give me more without a second thought. She smiled as she kept walking. Now all I need to do is focus on getting a proper endorsement for our cream. That jerk Shally already launched his version, and since he's so well connected with celebrities, his product is selling like crazy. I have to line up an endorsement fast, otherwise no one will even hear about our cream. Elsewhere, Shally was pacing nervously. Master Key, Long Wong, how could you go back on your word? You promised that if the Excellence Group helped you, you'd help me get rid of such Chen, and now you're backing out? Key's voice came through the phone, calm but cold. All the money you invested in us will be returned. But take my advice. Such Chen is way out of our league. Even if we give it everything we've got, we won't be able to lay a single finger on him. Back off now, and you might get to live a peaceful life. Keep pushing, and you'll only destroy yourself. He hung up. Shally screamed in frustration. Even Master Key and Long failed. What am I supposed to tell the higher-ups now? They're going to kill me. I've already failed too many times. They must be furious by now. I need to run. It's my only option. He rushed off toward the airport. At a bridge, one of the higher-ups was already waiting for him. As Shally's car crossed it, a man leaped onto its roof. Shally yelled at his driver, You idiot! Why did you slam on the brakes? The driver stammered, Sir, someone just landed on the car. Shally growled, stepping out. What kind of fool jumps on my car? Are you insane? The higher-up, Mang Fi, replied coldly. I'm not the one who's lost his mind. You are. The higher-ups gave you an important mission, and you tried to run away. It seems our dear Shally has made quite a mess. Terrified, Shally dropped to his knees. Master Mang Fei, please, I tried my best. I was so close to destroying the Mang family, but somehow that bastard Such Chen showed up out of nowhere. Mang Fi's skeletal servant stepped forward and smashed Shali's car to pieces. Mang Fi glared down at him. You seemed pretty confident when you took our money. And now that you've failed, you try to run? Tell me, do you think you're clever, or do you just take our family for a bunch of fools? Shally banged his head against the ground. Please, forgive me, Mang Fi smirked. Fine, I'll give you one last chance. Completely destroy that damned Mang family. Succeed, and you'll live well. Fail again, and I'll tear you apart just like this car. Shally trembled. Yes, master, I understand. When he looked up, Mang Fei was gone. Shally clenched his fists. Such Chen, this is all your fault. But now I've been given one last chance. This time, I'll give it everything I've got. Outside Dr. Li's shop, a young woman pointed at the door. This is the place, the clinic of the famous Dr. Li. Her friend frowned. Are you sure? A divine doctor working out of a tiny shop like this? Do you have any idea how hard it was to clear our schedules to come here? I hope this isn't a complete waste of time. The other girl tugged her forward. Geez, you never stop complaining. We'll only know if he's any good once we try, right? Inside, Such Chen was speaking with Dr. Li. Dr. Li, seriously, every time I stop by you just hand me herbs for free. I'm starting to feel a little awkward about not paying. Dr. Li just chuckled humbly. Master Su, it's an absolute honor just to have you visit our clinic. Actually, if you have a moment, could you possibly consult on a few of our more challenging cases? We're completely stumped by their conditions. Suchin gave a slight nod. Of course, I can do that. Dr. Li's face lit up with gratitude. Please, name your price. Money is no object. We're just focused on building our reputation. Dr. Li thought to himself, if I can get Master Su to visit just once a month, this clinic's prestige will go through the roof. I can handle the everyday stuff, but he can take care of the truly rare and baffling cases. Just then, two young women walked into the clinic. Dr. Li greeted them politely. Hello, how can I help you today? At the same time, he couldn't help but think. It's the middle of a blazing hot afternoon, and this girl is covered from head to toe, complete with a mask. Is she some kind of secret agent, or is she about to hold the place up? The woman in front spoke in a hushed tone. We're here to see Dr. Li. But the one behind her immediately cut in. No, my boss isn't sick in the slightest. My secretary is just being dramatic. I'm perfectly fine, the masked woman added. Right at that moment, a couple of Dr. Li's students who were walking by started whispering, Hey, what's that weird smell? It's not perfume, it's something else. Another one snickered, Smells like someone cut the cheese. Mortified, the masked woman said quickly, I'm so sorry, we don't actually need anything. We'll be leaving now. But Suchin, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward and said, Hold on a moment. The woman frowned. Didn't you hear me? I said we don't need anything. Suchin replied calmly. People don't just wander into a doctor's office for no reason. Come on now, take off your coat and let me have a look. The woman insisted, her voice tight. Doctor, I already told you, I am perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with me. Ignoring her protests, Suchin gently took her wrist and sent a current of his internal energy flowing into her. The girl recoiled in shock. What do you think you're doing? Her secretary yelled out, Hey, you can't just do that. But Suchin spoke with firm confidence. That odor from your perspiration that's been troubling you. It should be significantly fainter now. If you don't believe me, smell for yourself. Dr. Li, could you please bring me the herbs I requested earlier? The secretary took a tentative sniff and her eyes widened in disbelief. He's right. The smell is almost gone. Suchin offered a faint smile. After this treatment is complete, you will never have to buy a bottle of perfume again. The woman stood there completely stunned, thinking, how could he possibly know? I'm completely covered up, but he pinpointed my condition instantly. The truth was, I've suffered from this condition for years. My perspiration isn't normal. It has a foul odor. I've been to countless hospitals, and for a little while, things would get better, but then the symptoms would always return, even stronger than before. It got so bad that I just stopped going outside at all. If it wasn't for my job, I'd be a complete shut-in. Someone suggested traditional medicine, so I even tried that. But none of the treatments ever made a lasting difference. I spent a fortune going from one doctor to the next, and nothing ever worked. To mask the smell, I have to douse myself in several bottles of perfume every single day just to get through work. I am so tired of living this way, Suchin said gently. Just try this medicine one time. If it doesn't work, you won't owe me a single cent. The woman thought to herself, if this man could diagnose my condition with a single glance, maybe his medicine can actually be trusted. She took the vial from Suchin's hand and drank it all in one go. Dr. Li sniffed the air, a curious look on his face. Is it just me, or does the room suddenly smell wonderful? Suchin shook his head. It's not your imagination. This young lady's condition has been completely reversed. From now on, instead of an unpleasant odor, her perspiration will release a lovely fragrance. The woman's eyes shot wide open. It's true. It's really working. She turned to her secretary. Wait here for a few minutes. I'm going to step outside and be absolutely sure. Stepping outside, she noticed a group of older women dancing in a nearby plaza. She thought, if that was a younger crowd, someone might recognize me, but these ladies probably have no idea who I am. I'll join in and see if this cure is for real. She slipped into the dance group, moving gracefully with the rhythm. One of the older women muttered to her friend, What's with the new public health scare now? Why on earth is that young lady wearing a mask while she's dancing? As the woman danced, she thought with pure joy, "It's been so long since I've been able to move this freely." Nearby, the other dancers started whispering, "My, what a lovely fragrance. Wow, she must be wearing some seriously high-end perfume." The girl just smiled, took off her mask, and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's all okay. I don't have to stress about that smell anymore. Spotting the clinic, she dashed inside and threw her arms around Suchin. "Doctor, I don't know who you are, but thank you. Thank you so much." Suchin replied humbly, "We've only just started the treatment. To get rid of this problem for good, there are a few more steps we need to take." The girl nodded enthusiastically. "That's totally fine, Divine Doctor. I've already dropped millions on other treatments, and nothing worked. So, to show my thanks, I'll pay you $50 million, and here's the payment for this first session." Suchin couldn't believe it. $50 million for a single treatment. I just hit the jackpot for such a simple job. Being a healer is definitely the easiest way to make a buck. He then said out loud, "Along with the herbal medicine, we'll also need to do some acupuncture. We're done with the herbs for now, but the acupuncture part is still left. Just give me your number, and I'll give you a call when it's time for your next session." The girl smiled and gave him her number. As she was heading out, she said, "Divine Doctor, thank you again for saving me. I mean it, just call me, and I'll be here in a flash. My job is a little unique, so I'd really appreciate it if you kept my visit on the down low." Suchin nodded. "Don't worry, your secret is safe with me." As she walked away, Suchin thought to himself, "Her name is Kong Rui." Just then, Dr. Lee chimed in, "Kong Rui? That name rings a bell. My granddaughter mentioned her once. She's a minor actress, apparently. That must be why she was so keen on keeping her identity a secret when she left." Suchin was curious. "Oh, really? What do you know about her?" Dr. Lee let out a chuckle. "Well, one day I walked into my granddaughter's room and saw all these posters of her on the wall. I asked who it was, and she told me she's some small-time actress whose posters were on clearance. So she bought a whole stack of them because they were a bargain." Suchin murmured thoughtfully. "So she's in the entertainment business. That explains why she'd pay such a massive sum for a relatively minor problem." Meanwhile, over at the Dream Group shooting studio, the director was yelling, completely frustrated, "Miss Shen, we are shooting an ad for a beauty cream here. You're supposed to have expressions that show how incredible this product is, but you're giving me the same blank stare in every single take, or you're overacting like crazy. With acting, this wouldn't. Even blockbuster movies with famous celebrity kids tank. How do you expect our commercial to succeed?" Shiny angrily snapped back, "Enough. I've had it with your complaining. I'm not in the mood today. I'm done shooting for now. I'm thirsty, so I'm going to go sit down and have some water." A crew member shouted after her, "What do you mean you're leaving? We spent hours getting this set perfect, and now you're just walking off before we even finish a single decent take." Shiny just smirked and shot back, "Well, if the set's ready, then go find someone else to act in it, because I'm not doing it." The frustrated crew member grumbled under his breath, "She's acting like she's some A-list celebrity. I've never seen a small-time actress with such a massive ego." Just then, Rosie showed up and asked, "What's happening here, director? Why does everyone look so on edge? Did the shoot already wrap for the day?" The director sighed, "I'm sorry, Miss Mang. We can't keep shooting. That actress, Chen, is throwing a fit over nothing. Her acting is as stiff as a board, but she's got an ego the size of a planet. We barely managed to get one awful take before she just quit on us. At this rate, we won't even be done by tomorrow." Another crew member chimed in, fuming, "She's a nobody, and she has the nerve to disrespect us like this? We only took this job because of you, Sister Rosie. Otherwise, we would never work with someone like her. I'm going to blast her all over the internet. People need to know how unprofessional she is." The director let out a heavy sigh. "Miss Mang, is there any way we can replace her?" Rosie replied calmly, "I get it, but our company has been launching a ton of new products lately, so the budget is stretched pretty thin. If we had the money, do you honestly think we'd hire such a C-list actress? Don't worry, I'll go talk to her myself. Whatever her demands are, we'll just have to agree to them. We're out of options at the moment." Shiny Yen, who had been listening in, smirked to herself. "I knew it. They're totally desperate. This means whatever I ask for, they'll have to give it to me." Rosie then turned to the crew. "You all know me. Please, just hang in there a little longer. We'll get this sorted out." The director and his assistant exchanged a look and said, "I guess we really don't have a choice." Right at that moment, Suchin walked onto the set and immediately felt the tense, gloomy vibe. "What's wrong here? Why does it look like a storm cloud is hanging over everyone?" Rosie let out a sigh. "We hired this up-and-coming actress for an endorsement shoot. She wasn't a big name, so her fee was pretty reasonable, but now she's throwing a fit and refusing to work." Suchin chimed in, "You know, I actually know a minor celebrity. Maybe she can help you out." Rosie paused to think. "Wait a second. Could he possibly mean Kong Rui?" "No, no way. Kong Rui is a global superstar. He said he knows someone times small asterisk, so it has to be someone else with a similar name." But when Rosie dialed the number, a familiar voice came through the line. Hello. This is Kong Rui speaking. Who's this? Rosie quickly replied, I'm the wife of the doctor who treated you not too long ago. Kong Rui's voice immediately warmed up. Oh, in that case, of course, I'll do your endorsement. Just give me 1 minute. I'll text you my location. Please come and get me. A wave of relief washed over Rosie as she smiled. Thank you so much. I'm on my way. She then turned to the crew and announced, Everyone, please just hang on for 2 minutes. Our new actress is on her way. The assistant director whispered to the side, Why does the CEO look so thrilled? She's probably just bringing in another nobody. The director just shrugged. Beats me. Let's just wait and see who she managed to get. Meanwhile, Suchin teased her with a smirk. Hey, you ran off with my phone. The least you could do is give it back. Just a few moments later, Kong Rui arrived on set. So, this is the dream group, she said, looking around. Rosie rushed to greet her warmly. Miss Kong Rui, welcome. The assistant director's jaw hit the floor. I don't believe my eyes. It's one of our nation's top actresses, a global superstar, and she's actually here. The director then added excitedly, Not just a top actress, she's the #1 actress in the entire country. She has over 100 million followers on Instagram. I never dreamed that our dream group had the pull to hire someone of her caliber. Suchin then asked, Wait a minute, do you two know each other? Rosie made the introductions. This is our director and assistant director. Kong Rui offered a polite smile. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The men on set clutched their chests dramatically, whispering amongst themselves, The goddess has spoken, and my heart is completely melting. Suchin, however, was totally unimpressed, muttering, She's just some small-time actress. What's the big deal? The director, hearing this, snapped angrily. What do you mean, small-time actresses? Do you have any idea who you're talking about? She is the most famous actress in this entire country. Suchin just shrugged. So, she's still just an actress. The director glared daggers at him. Listen up, you. This small actress has won 2 Taskar Awards and 4 Filmfare Awards. She wins Best Actress every single year. Her debut movie, Your Friend, was a massive blockbuster. Ever since it came out, no one in the entire film industry has even come close to surpassing her. It is my greatest honor to finally have the chance to work with her. The assistant director then asked, So, what should we do about Miss Shin? The director replied sharply, When you have a flawless diamond right in front of you, why are you still talking about a lump of coal? Forget her. Let her career fizzle out. We are going to build our reputations working with Kong Rui now. Meanwhile, back in her dressing room, Shin let out a sneeze. Her assistant immediately started scolding her. Miss Shin, what did you do this time? Every single time we go on set, you cause some kind of trouble. Aren't you worried they'll cancel our contract? If they terminate it because of your attitude, we'll be forced to pay 3 times the penalty fee, and your reputation will be completely destroyed. Shin just rolled her eyes. You're worrying over nothing. Relax. They don't have the guts to cancel on me. Did you see that pathetic setup? Their budget is a total joke. Honestly, I don't even want to work with them. Besides, no one else on my level would ever work for that kind of chump change. They'll come crawling back, begging me to return. The next time they call, tell them I'll only come back for triple my usual fee. Otherwise, it's no deal. Right on cue, her assistant's phone started ringing. It's a call from the dream group. Shin grinned smugly. See? I told you they'd call back. Make sure you ask for double the pay. Actually, hold on. If they're really desperate, I'm going to charge them 5 times more. There's nothing they can do about it. A few minutes later, her assistant's face was pale and tense. Yes, we understand it was our mistake. Please, forgive us, he stammered nervously into the phone. Wait, why are you talking about terminating the contract? But before he could even finish his sentence, Rosie hung up. Shin frowned. What happened? What did they say? Did they agree to my new fee? The assistant, completely fed up, threw the phone at her. Here's your answer. They terminated the contract. Because of your rotten attitude, we just lost one of the biggest projects of our careers. If this campaign had actually happened, you could have become the face of their entire brand. But because of you, that's all down the drain. Shin gasped. What? They canceled the contract? How could the dream group do this to me? The assistant just sighed. What are we supposed to do now? You're barely a celebrity. Maybe 10 people in the entire country even know who you are. Landing an endorsement deal for someone like you is practically a miracle. And every single time we finally get one, you throw a tantrum and ruin it. Honestly, I've had it. Our company's contract with you is about to expire anyway. Don't even bother coming back. We are not offering you any more work. Shin clenched her fists. How dare the dream group make a move against me? They've seriously underestimated me. I'll completely ruin their reputation. She furiously grabbed her phone. I'm going to post right now that Dream Group is a garbage company. I'll tell everyone to never buy their products again. Let's see how they sell anything after I'm done with them. But when she opened up social media, she froze. Trending everywhere was a gorgeous image of Kong Rui. Shin whispered, Kong Rui, she's working with them? Her assistant confirmed, completely shocked. Wait, what? The Kong Rui is endorsing Dream Group? Xian's voice trembled with humiliation. Now I get it. That's why they had the guts to terminate our deal. They replaced me with Kong Rui. The assistant nodded. Any company that can hire Kong Rui isn't some small-time operation. She must have recognized the company's potential herself. That's why she agreed to be their new face. We had a golden opportunity, Xinqian. Even if the first deal paid less, it could have led to massive projects later. We could have made a fortune. But because of your ego, we've lost everything. You're far too arrogant for someone with such a short career. Fine, then your career will stay short. I'll make sure everyone in the industry knows how you blew this deal and exactly how much you cost us in losses. After that, no one in their right mind will ever hire you again. Xinqian broke down, sobbing. Please, don't do that. But her assistant slammed the door behind him and left. Xinqian sat alone, trembling. What have I done? I'm completely finished. Meanwhile, Kong Rui had already completed the commercial shoot flawlessly. The director exclaimed with admiration, Incredible. Watching your performance, it's no wonder you're one of the greatest actresses alive. A single take and everything was absolutely perfect. Rosie smiled gratefully. Miss Kong Rui, you've really helped us out so much. I don't even know how to properly thank you. Kong Rui replied playfully. If you really want to thank me, then tell Dr. Su to take me out to dinner. Suchin said, It seems your treatment really worked. You still look very happy because of it. Oh, please, there's no need to be so formal and grateful. I was only doing my duty. Kong Rui smiled and replied teasingly, Then after dinner, Dr. Su, you can heal me again. Besides, getting time off from my shooting schedule is nearly impossible. Don't worry, I already spoke to your wife. She won't mind at all. Rosie, standing nearby, thought anxiously. He's going out on a dinner date with another woman. I'll have to tell Grandpa that Suchin is slipping away from us. The scene shifts, showing Suchin performing an acupuncture technique on Kong Rui. Suchin said, That's all for today. You'll need to come back next month for your next treatment. Kong Rui said with a gentle smile, Dr. Su, you're truly amazing. I've never met a doctor as skilled as you before. Suchin thought to himself, This perfume. Her fragrance is way too strong. It's not safe for me to stay here any longer. If I lose control, Grandpa will never forgive me. Then he said aloud, All right, Miss Kong, I'll be on my way. Kong Rui watched him leave and thought, He healed me and then left in such a hurry. From what I've heard, his marriage is just for show. That's why I thought I might have a chance with him, but I guess I was completely wrong about him. The scene shifts to the Mang family villa. We see Xiaoli hiding outside in the shadows. Meanwhile, Suchin quietly entered the house, thinking, Everyone must be asleep by now. If I sneak in quietly, no one will even notice I came home late. But suddenly, a voice boomed from the dark. So, young man, you finally decide to come home at midnight. Suchin jumped. Grandpa, it's already so late. Why are you still awake? Grandpa Mang said sternly. I hear you've been sneaking out to meet famous celebrities. It's only been a few days since you returned to the city, and already its charm has gotten to you. It seems I'll have to remind you what my cane feels like. Suchin protested. No, Grandpa, you've misunderstood. Rosie giggled. Wow, this is getting interesting to watch. Suchin glared at her. Rosie, you told Grandpa everything, didn't you? If he knows the whole story, why is he still so ticked off? Rosie just shrugged. Of course, I told him the truth. I just said you went out for dinner tonight with some gorgeous, famous celebrity and that you wouldn't be back until midnight. Whatever Grandpa decided to think after that is on him. Suchin groaned. You've landed me in hot water again. Meanwhile, outside, Jiaoyi watched the happy scene from afar, his eyes burning with hatred. He muttered bitterly, Look at you all. So happy, so peaceful. But your happiness makes me sick. Rosie, this all started because of you, and I swear, it's going to end with you. His mind flashed back to earlier that day. After getting beaten to a pulp by Meng Fei, he was limping home when a bunch of his old enemies surrounded him. Xiaoli thought, without the Mang family's protection, my enemies are going to come for me again. And the second that protection vanished, they made their move and took his arm. Suchin, because of you, I lost my hand. So now, I'm going to take something precious from you, your wife. Back inside the villa, Suchin was trying to make peace. All right, Grandpa. From now on, I'll never be out past 10 p.m. I promise I'll always let you know where I'm going and who I'm with. Just then, Xiaoli, lurking outside, fired a shot. The crack of the gun echoed, and Suchin froze. That sound, it was a gunshot. Rosie barely dodged the bullet, escaping death by inches. Suchin tore upstairs, shouting, Rosie, what happened? Xiaoli, already aiming again, uttered, Missed this time, but the next one won't. But before he could pull the trigger, Suchin appeared at Rosie's side in a flash and threw up a protective energy shield, deflecting the second bullet. Rosie gasped, What just happened? Someone just tried to kill me. Full of concern, Suchin asked, Rosie, are you all right? Rosie nodded, still shaken. Yeah, I'm fine. His powers flaring to life, Suchin's voice dropped to an icy tone. Whoever did this isn't getting away. He seized control of the bullet in midair and sent it hurtling back. Suchin commanded, "Return to sender." The bullet slammed into Xiaoli, gravely wounding him. Suchin immediately pursued him outside. Let's see who's brave enough to attack a member of the Mang family. Xiaoli scrambled to escape, but Suchin unleashed his thread technique, instantly binding him and smashing him into the ground. After causing so much chaos, "Where do you think you're going?" Grandpa Mang bellowed at the guards. "Seize him. I've already called the cops." Xiaoli just laughed weakly. "Ha! What do you think you can possibly do to me?" Suchin ground his foot onto Xiaoli's face and snarled. "Not an ounce of regret for what you did, is there? That must be why you can still laugh so shamelessly." Xiaoli spat back defiantly. "I'll laugh. I'll laugh my head off because I know you're all going to be dead soon, and as long as I draw a breath, I will never let any of you know peace." Suchin's eyes narrowed in realization. Poison. He's trying to take the easy way out. "You're not getting off that easy," he said coldly, using his power to force the poison right back up Xiaoli's throat. Suchin added, "Oh, you'll die, but it'll be on my terms, the way you deserve. A quick end is far too merciful for you." Then he turned to the guards. "Get him to the hospital. Have the doctors check his throat. The poison is lodged right there." A little later, outside, Rosie said quietly, "That was Xiaoli. He's been the mastermind behind so many of the indirect attacks. But this is the first time he's done something so direct and extreme." Suchin replied, "He lost a hand. Something must have happened to finally push him over the edge, and I suspect we had something to do with it. That's why he came charging at us without a second thought." He glanced up at the night sky, his expression turning grim. A storm is brewing. The scene then cuts to the Mang family headquarters. We see Mang Fi striding into the main hall to meet with the head of the family. The family head demanded furiously, "What's the situation with Xiaoli? I've sent him countless messages. Why hasn't he responded?" Mang Fi replied, "Family head, that idiot failed. He's been captured by the police. I doubt the Excellence Group is going to be of any use to us anymore." The family head slammed his fist on the table. "Do you have any idea how much we invested to get him into that position? And he gets himself caught before he can even finish the job. Just a few days ago, he confirmed he had successfully infiltrated Manhwa's body. The Mang family even held a funeral for the guy. So you tell me, how is that bastard still walking around? Dead men don't just get up and walk away. So how in the world did he rise from his own funeral?" The camera then focuses, revealing the man's face clearly. His name is Mang Bai, and his expression darkens as the mystery grows even deeper. Mang Fei began, "To be honest, I've been keeping a very close eye on everything happening with the Mang family lately, and after a thorough investigation, I found that Xiaoli was the root cause of all the recent chaos. He nearly brought the Mang family to ruin. They were on the brink of disaster multiple times. But there's this one guy, a man named Suchin, and he is the sole reason the Mang family has survived every single one of these crises." Mangai replied, looking confused. "Suchin? He's not even a Mang. Who in the world is this guy?" Mang Fei explained, "About 10 years ago, Man Zhao saved a young boy's life, and that boy is Suchin. He's come back to repay the favor. When I did some digging on him, I found out he lived in the mountains for a while, but nobody knows which ones or who he was with. However, one thing is absolutely certain. Everything he's done so far proves he's no ordinary person. He's both a world-class doctor and an incredibly skilled martial artist. Even the recent demise of Song Kim Men, that was all Suchin's work." Mangai frowned. "I've underestimated him. If he actually took down Song Kim Men, then this kid is seriously dangerous." "Are you positive that's true?" Mang Fei nodded. "The authorities completely buried the story, but what I'm telling you is the real deal. My sources confirmed it." Mangai smirked. "If that's the case, we should probably test him out ourselves and see what he's really made of. I hear the Ho family's young master just got back from overseas. He's getting pretty close to the Grandmaster level. Send him to have a little chat with Suchin. Let's see how that plays out." The scene shifts to the Ho family mansion, where we find Huda, the young master of the Ho family, living it up in the lap of luxury. A girl giggled, "Brother Hu, why did you get so muscular?" Huda flexed with a grin. "What do you think? So I can crush my enemies. Of course." The scene changes to the Dream Group office. Suchin hurried over to Rosie, who was waiting with a stack of documents. Rosie said, "Suchin, could you go with Secretary Liu to a project meeting? The client is a piece of work, so please make sure things don't get out of hand." Suchin raised an eyebrow. "You usually send the secretary by herself. Why do you need me this time? Is something seriously wrong?" Rosie sighed. "The man you're meeting is Jukin, from the Ju family. They're one of the most powerful families in Tianu City. He's got a reputation, a spoiled rich kid who uses his family name to push people around, especially women. If the secretary goes alone, he'll definitely try something. That's why I need you there. If you're with her, he won't dare pull anything." Suchin nodded. "I get it. I'll be ready in 5 minutes." A little while later, Suchin and Secretary Liu arrived in front of a flashy club. Suchin glanced around. "This place looks more like a nightclub than an office. Are you sure we're having a business meeting here?" Just then, Jukin's secretary rushed out. "You brought a man with you. If the young master sees you with another guy, he's going to lose it. You know what his temper is like. Why would you do something to set him off? Secretary Lu replied firmly. This is our company's chief assistant. Miss Rosie insisted he accompany me, so I couldn't say no. Besides, we're here to talk business. I'm allowed to bring a colleague. That shouldn't be an issue. The secretary muttered anxiously, it's definitely going to be an issue. If the young master gets angry, you're going to regret this. Secretary Lu said coldly, whatever happens, I'll deal with it. Suchin asked quietly, who is she? Secretary Lu sighed, an old classmate. I had to pay her just to arrange this meeting. Honestly, I wouldn't be caught dead in a place like this if it wasn't for work. I can't stand that creep Jukun. They walked into the office. Inside, Jukun was lounging on a sofa, surrounded by his cronies and bodyguards. He smirked and said, well, you must be Miss Lu Han. Am I right? Her classmate smiled nervously. Yes, young master. This is my friend, Han, the one I mentioned. She's gorgeous, right? Totally your type. And she's very innocent. She's never even had a boyfriend. You know what that implies, don't you? Please, just forgive my father's debt in return. Jukun chuckled, his eyes raking Secretary Lu up and down. Face, figure. Both are top tier. Secretary Lu felt her skin crawl. What is wrong with this guy? Why is he looking at me like that? Secretary Lu cut in sharply. Are we going to discuss the deal out here in the hallway, or can we go inside? Jukun snapped, his good mood vanishing. And who the hell is this clown? He glared at his secretary. My staff is getting sloppy. His secretary stammered, no, young master, you're misunderstanding. He's just her colleague. He was just dropping her off and was about to leave. Right, Mr. Suchin? Your job is done here. You can go now. She quickly shoved him towards the door and slammed it shut behind him. Inside, Jukun leaned back with a smug grin. Miss Lu, if you take a single step out of this room, our deal is off. Got it? Outside, the secretary hissed at Suchin, stay out of this. If you piss off the young master, you won't last a single day in this city. Suchin replied coolly, So, your young master is that powerful, is he? I'm curious to see what he's really made of. Now, step aside. I'm going in. He brushed past her and walked right into the room, prompting a surprised shout from Shukun. What are you doing back here? Suchin replied calmly. My wife assigned me a task, and I never leave a job half done. Neither you nor your father can prevent me from seeing it through. Shukun blinked in confusion. Wife? What wife are you talking about? The secretary quickly interjected. He's referring to Rosie, the president of Dream Group. He's her husband, and he also serves as her assistant. Shukun sneered. Ah, so that's your angle. You're just riding your wife's coattails. I bet that pretty face of yours got you pretty far, didn't it? One of his cronies howled with laughter. So the city's most gorgeous CEO has a thing for guys like him. That's hilarious. Another one of Zhu Kun's men sneered. Just look at this guy. A handsome face and a cocky attitude. Of course he's arrogant. He's probably never seen real wealth before. And now that he's gotten a taste of Miss Meng's fortune, he's completely lost it. Benny turned to Such Chen and said with a mocking tone, listen up, kid. Even if Miss Rosie herself were here in person, she wouldn't have the guts to cross young Master Zukuan. Zukuan smirked and added, you know, my company is actually looking for a new assistant. If you're up for running a few small errands, I could offer you 15,000 yuan a month. His friends erupted in laughter. Young master, you're far too generous. Offering a salary like that to some hick who looks like he just wandered in from the countryside. Our cleaning staff barely makes 6,000 a month, and you're offering him more than double that. The secretary added with a sneer. Suchin, you should be thanking the young master. He's presenting you with an incredible opportunity. But Secretary Lu snapped, young Master Ju, that's quite enough of this nonsense. You have no clue who you're dealing with. Suchin, however, said calmly, let him go on. He's just revealing how shallow he truly is. Shuin, you can take your 15,000 yuan salary, roll it up, and stick it where the sun don't shine. The room exploded with laughter once more. Look at him, trying to act tough again. Does he seriously think that makes him look cool? Shukun said coldly. So, you rejected my offer. Why don't you tell me what your annual salary is? Suchin replied nonchalantly. A few million. The entire room burst into another round of laughter. A few million? Are you an assistant or the CEO? Since when does an assistant make executive-level pay? You're honestly the most hilarious guy we've ever met. A girl giggled and chimed in. If you're really pulling in millions, you should be sitting over here with us. You must have a couple million just sitting in your bank account, right? Seriously. I've never seen a bigger phony in my life. You should forget about being an assistant and become a comedian. Your jokes are a real hit. They all continued to mock him until Su Chen's phone suddenly dinged with a notification. The screen displayed a message, 40 million yuan has been deposited into your account. Current balance, 73.6 million. The entire room went silent, every face turned pale. He wasn't bluffing. He actually had tens of millions in his bank account. That means his monthly income could actually be in the millions. Suchin calmly said, "Excuse me for a moment, I need to take this call." He then answered his phone. Kong Rui's voice, cheerful and polite, came through the line. "Dr. Su, this is Kong Rui. I've just sent over the final payment for my treatment." Suchin replied, "Yes, I just saw it come through. How have you been feeling?" Kong Rui let out a soft laugh. "When you're being treated by the legendary Dr. Su, how could anything possibly be wrong? I feel absolutely perfect now." Secretary Lu whispered in disbelief. Was that a call from Kong Rui? Suchin simply nodded. Yes, she was just confirming her payment. At that, Shukun froze, his mind racing. Kong Rui. It has to be the world-famous actress, Kong Rui. As far as I know, there isn't another woman in the entire country with that name who could casually drop 40 million. His men started whispering nervously among themselves. So what if he's rich? Secretary Lu shot to her feet. That's quite enough. We're here to talk business, not to get into a petty contest about who has more money. Your company isn't so special that we're desperate for a deal. We're out of here. Let's go, Suchin. This has been a complete waste of time. Jukun just smirked. Wow, getting a little feisty are we, Miss Lu? One of his men quickly tried to smooth things over. Please, don't be upset, Miss Lu. The young master was just having a little fun. Jukun chimed in with a sleazy grin. Yeah, no offense intended. I just wanted to get a better feel for my potential partners, that's all. So, how about this? A little drinking competition. We do that, then we sign the contract. He barked at his men. Bring in a few bottles, let's liven things up a bit. If you two can drink my guys under the table, I'll sign this contract right here, right now. No questions asked. Secretary Lu's mind raced with panic. All of his guys are notorious drinkers. They don't just sip, they down entire bottles at once. There's no way we can win this. But Suchin just smiled confidently. A drinking competition, you say? All right, I'm game. But first, I need a moment to clear my head. Secretary Lu, a word? I need to tell you something. But Secretary Lu was already protesting. I can't drink like that. We're guaranteed to lose. A few minutes later, several bottles of high-end liquor were carried into the room. Jukun announced with a smug look. This is the good stuff. Premium imported liquor. Top of the line. Most people can't even finish one bottle of this a day. You sure you're up for it? Suchin calmly took a glass and said, less talking, more pouring. Let's do this. And with that, he threw the entire drink back in one go. Jukun's eyes went wide with shock. He downed it in a single gulp. Could this guy actually be some kind of drinking prodigy? Is that why he was so cocky? But then he smirked again. Nah, it doesn't matter. I've got 6 or 7 heavy hitters here, and there are only 2 of them. Even if he can hold his liquor, there's no way she can. One guy can't take on 5 of mine. Just then, Secretary Lu took a delicate sip and offered a small smile. Oh, this is actually quite nice. I hate to be a bother, but could I get a refill? And just minutes later, Jukun's men started dropping like flies one by one. Jukun growled in frustration. My assistant told me these guys were the best of the best, champions who chug bottles, not sip from glasses. And now 4 of them are already out cold, and they still got completely owned by those 2. Meanwhile, Secretary Luyu and Suchin were just casually sipping their drinks, looking totally unfazed. Jukun roared, get more guys in here, now. But it was useless. No matter how many men he brought in, none of them could hang. They all hit the floor, one after another. Suchin remarked casually, you know, this is actually my first time drinking. I had no idea it was this tasty. Secretary Lu laughed. I'm barely getting started. I could go all night. Before long, every single one of Jukun's men was out for the count. Jukun screamed in a rage. You useless morons. I pay you a fortune just to be my drinking buddies, and you can't even do that right. None of you bother showing up for work tomorrow. Right then, a young woman stumbled into the room, crying. A secretary gasped, Yang, you just went to the restroom. What's wrong? But before the girl could get a word out, a man named Huda walked in with a smirk. This young lady here stumbled into my private room, completely wasted and causing a scene. We politely asked her to leave, but she responded by smashing our phones and chucking a shoe at my head. Even so, we were gentlemen about it. People do stupid things when they've had too much to drink, but then she had to go and challenge me. She said, if you've got any guts, you'll hit me. Then she dared me, saying her young master Jukun would make me pay for it. Well, I'm not one to back down from a challenge. So, which one of you is Jukun? Jukun puffed out his chest and stepped forward. You already know who I am, so tell me, where does a nobody like you get off acting so tough? Huda didn't even let him finish before landing a sharp slap across his face. Jukun grabbed his cheek, stunned. You dare hit me? Do you have any idea who I am? I'm the general manager of the Zhu group. Huda slapped him again, even harder. That first one, he said coldly, was for your appalling lack of manners. The room was in shock. After seeing what happened, Secretary Lu turned to Suchin and said with genuine gratitude, Thank you so much, Suchin. If it weren't for you, we would have been completely humiliated. Suchin just shrugged calmly. Don't mention it. I did a little homework on Jukun before we came. The guy's got a reputation for being a sore loser who loves to start trouble. I figured it would be entertaining to just kick back and watch him get what's coming to him. Zhu-kun's men were frozen in place, absolutely horrified to see their boss getting slapped around. Zhu-kun spat, "You just made the biggest mistake of your life. You are not walking out of here." Huda just smirked. "Is that so? We'll see who in this entire city has the nerve to stop me." That name, Huda. Zhu-kun froze, the color draining from his face. "Wait, you don't mean the young master of the H family?" He let out a laugh. "Ha! It's been ages since I set foot in this city, yet people still know who I am. Looks like my reputation is still going strong." Zhu-kun hit the floor on his knees without a second thought. "Young Master Hua, please have mercy. I was completely blind not to recognize someone of your stature. It's all my fault. Here, take everything I own as an apology. Just please, find it in your heart to forgive me." The secretary, with tears in her eyes, protested. "Young Master Zhu, how could you? After all the years I've been so loyal to you. I did every single thing you asked, and now you're just going to feed me to the wolves to save yourself?" Zhu-kun silenced her with a sharp slap across the face. "You're the one who dragged them here. Because of you, I've ticked off young master Hua. If he gets angry, what the hell am I supposed to do? This is all your fault." The secretary broke down crying. "This isn't fair." "Hey, don't pin this on me." Ha scoffed with a dismissive wave. "Cut the theatrics. Besides, this girl isn't even my type. I'm not interested." His gaze then slid over to Secretary Luwu, and a greasy smirk spread across his face. "Now times asterisk. She's a whole different story. That face, that figure, she's a perfect 10. Just looking at her gets my blood pumping." He sauntered over, his voice dripping with fake charm. "Well, hello, gorgeous. What's your name? How about we grab a couple of drinks and get to know each other? Much better." Secretary Lu flinched away. "No, I just want to go home." Ha's smile vanished. "Do you have any idea who I am? You're actually turning me times down? I guess you don't realize who you're dealing with." A spike of fear shot through Secretary Luo. He's going to do something awful, she thought. But instead, Ha just flexed his biceps proudly. "Come on, who could resist all this? Go on, take a good, long look. You can even give him a squeeze if you like. They're hard as a rock." Secretary Luo backed away in a panic. "No, that's okay, really." But before Ha could take another step, Suchin moved in a flash, knocking him flat on his back with one clean motion. Suchin glared down at him, his voice ice cold. "Are you having trouble understanding simple words? She said she doesn't know you, and she doesn't want to go anywhere with you. Why is no so hard for you to comprehend? What happens next? You'll have to find out in the next